1361 Young man, how many dragon patterns do you want? The price is a physical body? Song Shuhang was taken aback. As he said this, his head also began to dissipate. Heavens, it turns out that I was actually collapsing from the head down. Chenglin's self-healing technique, hurry. Song Shuhang immediately used Chenglin's self-healing technique to stabilize his body. In addition, this resurrected body of his had been made with Skylark's eye as the main material. As such, it carried an aura of eternity, and had excellent recovery power. Soon enough, the rate of the body's collapse stabilized. Senior White 2 explained, you used an 8th stage magical treasure while having such low strength, and it was the 33 divine beasts combined magical treasure at that. It's a very normal thing for your body to collapse. Song Shuhang said, but it isn't normal in my case. I have a lot of stuff that adds on to my power. He had the inner world, too. If he didn't have enough power to use his magical treasure, he could simply draw power from his inner world. No matter how tragic the situation was, it shouldn't have led to his physical body collapsing. Let's just say that the price for this kind of thing is always unpredictable. Senior White 2 patted his shoulder. Moreover, you should take this opportunity to reunite your strength. Song Shuhang asked, reunite? This resurrected body of yours is ultimately a separated part of your power. You could take advantage of the collapse of your resurrected self to merge it with your main body, turning it into your innate ability, Senior White 2 said. You could then make him a genuine clone of yourself. Song Shuhang said, can that really be done? Senior White 2 said, leave everything to me. I've done this kind of thing before, and I'm relatively familiar with this matter. For some reason, Song Shuhang immediately remembered Senior White's innate skill that allowed him to create a clone. There had to be some connection between Senior White and Senior White 2. Could this be how Senior White's innate skill came about? While he was in thought, he cancelled Chenglin's self-healing technique, and allowed Senior White 2 to do what he had to do. Senior White 2 drew several runes in succession, branding them on Song Shuhang's back. The collapse of Song Shuhang's resurrected body sped up, and it turned into a ball of light particles. Finally, with a gentle push from Senior White 2, the light particles flew towards the main body and merged with it. Song Shuhang's main body, who was ascending to the Golden Core realm, asked, Senior White, I'm advancing to the Golden Core realm. Is it really okay to merge with the resurrected body at this time? Senior White 2 said, since I'm involved, rest assured. It won't disturb your ascension. Song Shuhang, who was in the middle of ascending, only felt his body warm up. Another source of power appeared within him. Senior White 2 smiled. Done. I did tell you that I'm very proficient in this kind of thing. At this time, Song Shuhang instinctively mastered an innate ability, the secret clone technique. It was the secret clone technique he had been dreaming of. From now on, he was also a man with a clone. When his main body went to practice, he could have his clone go to school on his behalf. At that time, the main body could take risks, while the clone could replace him in chatting in the group. In the future, he could learn from Senior Northern River and be another always online warrior. It felt beautiful just to think about it. At the same time, in Song Shuhang's Sea of Qi Dantian, his fat whale illusory core had completed the last step. The body of the whale was compressed to the limit, condensing into a solid golden core. As he had guessed in advance, the fat whale illusory core had not become round at all. After becoming a golden core, it still maintained the appearance of a fat whale. In his Sea of Qi Dantian, a compressed mini-fat whale was swimming around slowly. If Song Shuhang pulled it out and told people that it was his golden core, he was sure that absolutely no one would believe him. Song Shuhang softly said, it's all right. I'm not someone who cares too much about appearance. What it looks like doesn't matter as long as it's a golden core. A golden core would determine one's path. The important thing wasn't the shape it had, but the number of dragon patterns. The moment the golden core formed, the fourth stage innate true essence within Song Shuhang's body began to compress and undergo a qualitative change. It transformed into the unique spiritual power of a fifth-stage spiritual emperor. The aura of his body continued to rise. Song Shuhang was now a fifth-stage spiritual emperor. Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "Congratulations." Minnie Skylark said, "Congratulations, little friend." She then asked, "Little friend, how many patterns does your golden core have?" "Wait, let me take a look." Song Shuhang took a deep breath, and then stared at the fat whale golden core in his dantian. The golden core was still covered with a thick layer of armor. After ordinary cultivators' illusory cores became golden cores, the immortal bones would separate from the golden core. But on Song Shuhang's golden core, the armor formed from the immortal bones had yet to separate. Song Shuhang anxiously said, "How am I supposed to see the dragon patterns like this?" The armor wrapped around the fat whale golden core tightly, showing only one blowhole on the top of its head. Because of this, he could not see the dragon patterns. "Can't I put away the armor?" Song Shuhang thought to himself. Scarlet Heaven Sword curiously asked, "What's wrong? How many dragon patterns do you have?" It had followed Song Shuhang for a period of time, and it had realized how terrifying luck could be. If Song Shuhang's luck were taken into account, his golden core should have at least 7 dragon patterns, right? Even the 8 or 9 dragon patterns were possible. After all, it had never seen anyone else face such a powerful fifth-stage heavenly tribulation, even its former master Scarlet Heaven. Ugh! Even its current master, Scarlet Heaven, did not have to face such a frightening fifth-stage heavenly tribulation. Song Shuhang replied, "There is a layer of armor on my golden core, and I can't check the patterns on it. I'm going to try putting the armor away." Golden core armor? Skylark was dumbfounded. She had lived for an extremely long time, yet she had never heard of anyone having armor on their golden core. Could it be that the golden core was wrapped in something like an egg shell? Song Shuhang said, "It's done. I've put it away." Just now, he had ordered Fat Whale Golden Core to put the armor away, and that had actually worked. Next, Song Shuhang opened his eyes wide to count the dragon patterns on his golden core. Song Shuhang said, 1, 2, 3, Scarlet Heaven Sword asked, "Is there still more?" Song Shuhang stiffly said, 3, Skylark said, "Keep on counting." 3, Song Shuhang's voice became increasingly unnatural. Scarlet Heaven Sword instantly realized. It can't be that you only 3 have dragon patterns, right? The number of patterns one's core had was related to the potential of a cultivator. To put it bluntly, for those with a golden core with 1 to 3 patterns, if they didn't have a fortuitous encounter, they would remain at the 5th stage spiritual emperor realm for the rest of their lives. No one could have thought that Song Shuhang would condense a golden core with only 3 dragon patterns on it. Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "Impossible. Your materialized light of virtue should have at least given you a dragon pattern. That sage seal of yours should have given you a dragon pattern as well. How could you possibly only have 3 dragon patterns? Unless, your initial number of dragon patterns was only 1? Song Shuhang looked up at the sky. He almost thought that he had counted it wrong just now, but after repeatedly counting, the number of dragon patterns was still 3. Although the dragon patterns on the Fat Whale Golden Core were thick and big, no matter how large the dragon pattern was, it could not change the fact that he only had 3 dragon patterns. The size and thickness of the dragon pattern on a golden core did not matter, only the quantity did. That is to say, besides the dragon patterns that the sage seal and the power of virtue gave me, I only have a single dragon pattern. Song Shuhang rubbed his temples, and then sighed. It seems that my talent in cultivation is worse than I imagined. This is truly an eye-opener. Perhaps reaching the 4th stage in 4 months gave him an illusion that his innate talent wasn't bad, and that it should at least be at around medium. Unexpectedly, his potential was so low that it could only give him a single dragon pattern. Scarlet Heaven Sword, Skylark, neither of them knew how to comfort Song Shuhang. Senior White 2 suddenly asked, disappointed? Song Shuhang calmly said, naturally. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. At the beginning, I was aiming to have at least 7 dragon patterns. I even thought about the possibility of having 8 dragon patterns or even the 9. So, when I saw that I only had 3 dragon patterns, a huge sense of disappointment surged within me, and I almost wanted to kneel in desperation. At that critical moment, his will, which was known to be as strong as steel, finally played a role and saved him. With so many experiences through his dreamland skill, Song Shuhang could be regarded as a person who had seen the world, and his current will and worldview were incomparable to what they had been when he first entered university. After suffering a huge loss, he did not fall into despair, but quickly calmed down and recovered his composure. The worst result had already happened, and what he had to do at this time was definitely not to give up on himself. Senior White 2 asked, so, what are your plans? With 3 dragon patterns, if you don't have any fortuitous encounters, you will remain at the 5th stage realm for the rest of your life. Song Shuhang replied, then, I will look for fortuitous encounters. My aptitude is very ordinary, but even if I only have 3 dragon patterns, I will not give up. There was something that he had not said. He had been able to reach the 4th stage in 4 months and the 5th stage in 4.5, without relying on talent. Song Shuhang asked, if that doesn't work, don't I still have you, Senior White? Anyway, although I'm not that hopeful about this, I still want to ask. Senior White, do you have a way to remove a golden core and allow it to condense again? I don't, Senior White 2 decisively said. A golden core determines one's path. There is no use for regrets when it comes to a golden core, as there is no possibility of gouging it out and allowing it to condense again. Song Shuhang said, then, I can only rely on my luck. Senior White 2 said, however, you're right. Although you only have 3 dragon patterns, you still have me. After saying that, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the handle of the holy sword of the end. I am very satisfied with this treasure. I like both the material and the form of the combination. You did not use ordinary materials to make this, having used 8th stage materials to build it. Therefore, I won't treat you badly. Senior White 2 put away the holy sword of the end, and said to Song Shuhang, well then, Song Shuhang. How many dragon patterns do you want? Song Shuhang had not reacted for a moment there. Senior White 2 said, you only have a single opportunity. How many dragon patterns do you want? Does that still need to be said? Of course I want 9 dragon patterns. Song Shuhang said quickly. Huh. If that's so, then we'll go with 9 dragon patterns. Senior White 2 stepped out and appeared in the demonic tribulation realm. This was his main body. Immediately afterward, he stretched out his hand and waved it. The demonic tribulation realm opened and revealed a passage to the main world. Senior White 2 stepped out into the main world. 1362 I Don T even get the minimum benefit? Senior White 2 is heading to the main world? Isn't a ruler of the netherworld unable to enter the main world? Even if he forcibly entered the main world, he would be blasted back by the heavenly tribulation, wouldn't he? Back then, the liquid metal ball had used every single method it had to sneak into the main world, but it was only able to appear and say a single sentence before the heavenly tribulation turned it into ashes. If it hadn't been for Fairy Skylark's body, it would have still been playing with mud in the netherworld realm. But now, Senior White 2's real body was actually headed to the main world. The liquid metal ball appeared, and said, impossible, how can you open a path to the main world? It even set aside its previous focus on suppressing the bone of eternity, to say this to Senior White 2. The real body of the ruler of the netherworld couldn't go to the main world. This was the rule, and it could not be changed. Unless. It's very simple. It's because my only chance to go to the main world had not been used up, Senior White 2 said without looking back. Every ruler of the netherworld had a chance to go to the main world after being born. The liquid metal ball said, "You haven't used it? How is this possible? You became a ruler before I did. For so many years, have you always been staying inside the netherworld and never used that chance? After you became the Wielder and were reborn, did you not have anyone that you wanted to take revenge on? Or perhaps to conclude a certain matter? Or something you wanted to deal with?" Senior White 2 said, "I'm not like you. I was very popular back then. Everyone loved me, and I did not have any mortal enemies. Even if I'd had any, I would have killed them before becoming the Wielder. Therefore, my opportunity to go to the main world was unused." Becoming the Wielder? Opportunity to go to the main world? Only one chance? When Song Shuhang heard these words, he felt a little uneasy. Senior White 2 only had one chance to go to the main world, yet he was actually going to use this only chance to give him more dragon patterns? This price made him feel anxious. From a logical point of view, there was no reason for Senior White 2 to pay such a high price for him. Even if Senior White 2 wanted to reward him for forging the 33 divine beasts' combined magical treasure, using his only opportunity like this was unscientific. The liquid metal ball cried, "Impossible. I don't believe it. If you had this opportunity, how could you resist using it for so long?" At this time, Senior White 2's main body had already stepped into the main world. "Still, it is a fact that I have not used this opportunity. Like I said, I am different from you. The first thing you did after becoming the Wielder was to kill your way into the main world and flatten the scholarly faction. As for me, I felt that there was nothing worthwhile for me to use this opportunity on. As such, I saved it. Later, you became the new Wielder and monopolized the heaven's will. As such, I no longer dared to carelessly use these two privileges of mine." The liquid metal ball asked, "Then, why are you using the opportunity now?" Senior White 2 replied, "Because in order to change a cultivator's core patterns, our authority alone is far from enough. I will need to use the authority of the heaven's will. The most important part of this is that the current Wielder has entered a passive state, so as long as I don't do anything stupid, I shouldn't draw its attention. Therefore, I can do as I wish." While he said that, Senior White 2 entered the main world. The main world he entered was not planet Earth, but a world of strange plants somewhere within the universe. There were towering plants as far as the eye could see in all directions. Senior White 2 pointed his finger at the sky, and said, "With this body of the netherworld, I exercise the heaven's will's authority. Specifically, with the range of the authority limited to the plant spirit world." After Senior White 2's voice fell, his body began to change. The black windbreaker on his body turned into a white immortal garment, and dignified holy light shrouded his figure, making people not dare to look at him directly. The wind moved, blowing off the flower petals on the trees. The flower petals became like rain, falling down one after the other, and seemingly welcoming Senior White 2's arrival. Senior White 2 stretched out his hand to fiddle with the flowers and smiled slightly. When he smiled, everything in the world was suddenly eclipsed. This feeling, Song Shuhang was very familiar with this. In an instant, Song Shuhang felt that the entire world, whether it was the plant spirit world or the demonic tribulation realm, had all become black and white. It was only Senior White, who had his hair flowing in the air and smiled slightly, that retained his color. The entire world, no, the entire universe, was centered on Senior White, setting off his infinite charm. You even used up your opportunity to exercise the power of the heaven's will. Just who is this little cultivator that is worth this much to you? The liquid metal ball stared at Song Shuhang viciously. Its only chance to go to the main world had been spent on the scholarly faction. Meanwhile, its only opportunity to exercise the power of the heavens' will had been used on the ancient heavenly city. However, never did it expect that White would use his two opportunities in such a way. Senior White too sincerely replied, "He is a fellow daoist that I have just known for over 2 months." The liquid metal ball said, 2 months? What a joke. Wait, is he good at telling jokes? Senior White too said, no, his jokes are terrible. Ever since I've gotten to know him, he's only been able to tell me a single joke that could barely pass, and I laughed very reluctantly. It was even worse than his monster pet's cold jokes. Then why? Is it related to who he was in his previous life? The liquid metal ball said in disbelief. Senior White too shook his head, and replied, no, he is not the reincarnation of anyone I know. The liquid metal ball said, I don't get it. Senior White too said, it doesn't matter if you can't figure it out. Anyway, when this matter is over, you will forget about all this. He was now exercising the power of the heavens' will. Although it didn't allow him to kill the liquid metal ball, it was no problem for him to make it so that it lost a part of its memory. What do you want to do to me? I'm warning you, don't even think about it, the liquid metal ball said. It was still in thought, since this little cultivator was so important to White, then it had to look for a chance to kill him. Senior White too ignored the liquid metal ball. He then waved to Song Shuhang, and said, come here, I will give you 9 dragon patterns. Song Shuhang was summoned to the plant spirit world. As soon as he stepped into it, he felt that the entire plant spirit world was extending goodwill to him. Moreover, something like luck shrouded his body. This was because Senior White too was exercising the power of the heavens' will in this world during this short period. In this world, for the time being, Senior White too was the heavens' will. Come, I'll first bring out your golden core. Senior White too laid a palm over Song Shuhang's sea of Qi Dantian. The next moment, a lifelike, fat whale golden core emerged and appeared in front of Song Shuhang and Senior White too. The golden core was wrapped in armor. Senior White too said, your golden core is very unique. Ha ha ha. Song Shuhang gave a dry laugh. Senior White too stretched his hand over the whale core, and the armor on it automatically receded, revealing 3 unusually thick dragon patterns within. Each dragon pattern looked as if it were obese. Senior White too reached out and stroked it again. The fat whale golden core was then enlarged to the size of an ordinary person. The 3 thick dragon patterns on the golden core were also enlarged. Song Shuhang sighed, and said, after counting, there are still only 3. I originally thought that I could have at least 5 patterns, and after the addition of the great amount of virtue I have in the sage seal, I might be able to have 7 dragon patterns. Unexpectedly, I only have potential worth a single dragon pattern. Although his will had already gotten him through this, he did still feel some disappointment. Senior White too asked, who said that your potential was worth a single dragon pattern? Could it be that it isn't a single dragon pattern? Song Shuhang's eyes shone. In an instant, many possible answers emerged in his mind. For example, the legendary invisible dragon pattern that would only emerge when one's chi and blood rose to the peak. Another possibility was that maybe the dragon patterns were so small that they couldn't be seen, and needed to be magnified thousands of times to be visible. Or maybe several dragon patterns formed one dragon pattern. Or it could be that the dragon patterns could give birth to other dragon patterns. All kinds of possibilities quickly surfaced in his mind. Of course not. Look, this dragon pattern is the result of your 8th stage Sage Seal bonus. As a Sage Seal, it is eligible for this bonus. To be precise, it gives you a dragon pattern together with something else. Senior White too's hand pointed to the 3rd dragon pattern. In the next moment, this dragon pattern changed, and finally manifested as a Sage Seal that had something that looked like the virtuous lamia below. This virtuous Lamia had her delicate hands raised up high, and the sage seal floated between her hands, forming a dragon pattern. The sage seal plus the virtuous Lamia only formed a single dragon pattern. As for the next one, this dragon pattern is also a combination of two forces. Senior White 2's hand pointed to the second dragon pattern. This dragon pattern also changed, and eventually manifested into the appearance of an ancient holy ape with a scholarly scripture in its hand. This dragon pattern came from the two top-tier body tempering techniques, scholarly indestructible body of the Buddha plus holy ape dragon power technique, which Song Shuhang practiced. Is the cost of a single dragon pattern supposed to be this high? Song Shuhang gulped. Senior White 2 said, normally, there is no need to pay such a big price. The sage seal and the materialization of your light of virtue, logically, should have each given you a dragon pattern. However, you can also see that your golden core isn't exactly a golden core, but a whale core. Song Shuhang, then, there is the final dragon pattern. Senior White 2 stretched out his hand once more. The last dragon pattern also revealed its true form. It was a majestic wall, with a chariot at the gate of the city. It was a shrunken-down version of the 33 divine beasts' combined magical treasure, the impregnable holy city. The 8th stage lifebound magical treasure set gave Song Shuhang an additional dragon pattern. No matter which cultivator had crafted such an incredible lifebound magical treasure, their golden core would definitely receive an additional dragon pattern from it. Wait a minute. Song Shuhang panicked. If these 3 dragon patterns all came from external forces, then does that mean that I, myself, am not worth any dragon patterns? This defied the principles of cultivation. No matter how bad a cultivator was, they were at least guaranteed a single dragon pattern. I can't even manage to get that minimum benefit? 1363 The 9th dragon pattern. To close the circle, there were no invisible dragon patterns, pregnant dragon patterns, or dragon patterns that were too small to be seen. Senior White, although my talent for cultivation is average, it definitely can't be this bad, right? Isn't it too exaggerated for my talent not to even be worth a single dragon pattern? Song Shuhang rubbed his temples. He thought that he would at least be able to get the one dragon pattern, which was supposed to be a guarantee. Unexpectedly, he couldn't even get that as his talent wasn't even worth a single dragon pattern. Senior White 2 said, "Are you disappointed?" Song Shuhang smiled bitterly. Is my talent for cultivation really that bad? Could it be because he'd been ascending so fast, and the heavens got jealous? Senior White 2 said, it might be because your golden core is a mutation, making it such that the difficulty of condensing a dragon pattern, in your case, is over twice the normal. Since the sage seal and the light of virtue only gave Song Shuhang a single dragon pattern, the difficulty should indeed be about twice the usual. Song Shuhang raised his head and looked at the sky. Assuming that it really is at least twice as difficult for me to condense a dragon pattern, if I look at things in reverse, my talent should have been worth 2 dragon patterns or higher to condense a single dragon pattern. I don't want to think about this anymore. My heart feels so stifled. Don't worry about it. After all, I'm going to give you 9 patterns. In addition, we too can empathize with each other. Back then, I didn't have any dragon pattern either. Senior White 2 comforted Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang? Did Senior White not have any dragon pattern back then? Impossible. Can a person who doesn't have a single dragon pattern become the wielder of the will? From the dialogue between Senior White 2 and the liquid metal ball, on top of the pieces of information he had gathered in the past, Song Shuhang was able to confirm the relationship between the ruler of the netherworld and the wielder of the will. The wielder of the will, striped dragon, was related to the ruler of the netherworld, striped dragon 2. Senior White 2 was a former ruler of the netherworld. The incumbent ruler of the netherworld, the liquid metal ball, was the evil counterpart of the current wielder of the will. So, Senior White 2's counterpart was the wielder of the will that got bored and suddenly disappeared. I did always get the feeling that this style was in line with Senior White's character. Song Shuhang said, "Senior White, you don't need to comfort me." Senior White 2 said, "Who's comforting you?" When I condensed my golden core, I was on the edge for a long time. From what I can remember, I had not even dared to meet people at the time for fear that they would ask me about the number of dragon patterns on my golden core. At that time, all my friends had at least 7 or 8 dragon patterns, while I had a smooth golden core with no patterns. Song Shuhang asked, "Then Senior White, what fortuitous encounters did you have after?" Fortuitous encounters? None. Since my golden core did not have any dragon patterns, I was very embarrassed. And so, I closed up for more than 50 years. Doing so, I had directly become a 6th-stage true monarch. After I became a true monarch, no one asked me about how many dragon patterns my golden core had. Senior White 2 shrugged. Song Shuhang's eyes shone. Then, could it be that if one doesn't have any dragon patterns, they're actually very powerful? Who knows? Anyway, time is limited. I still need to give you 9 dragon patterns. After saying that, Senior White took out a pen and grabbed Song Shuhang's fat whale golden core with one hand. Song Shuhang curiously asked, "How are you going to add them?" After hearing that Senior White was also someone with no dragon patterns back then, the disappointment in Song Shuhang's heart disappeared. He turned his attention to his fat whale golden core. "I'm going to draw them," Senior White 2 said as if it were an obvious matter. Song Shuhang responded, "Is that possible? Are they not going to fade?" Senior White 2 said, "Fade? I'm the heavens will hear, can't you understand that?" He then grabbed the pen and made a big stroke on Song Shuhang's fat whale golden core. Song Shuhang suggested, "Senior White, can you draw a cool dragon pattern?" Senior White 2 said, "It's already good enough that you're getting a dragon pattern. Do you seriously want me to draw fairy maidens or something on your golden core?" Song Shuhang said, "No, I meant that since you're at it, could you make the patterns a bit overbearing?" Senior White 2 said, "Don't make too many requests, my painting skills are average. If you aren't satisfied, you can draw them up yourself." Song Shuhang asked, "Will that work?" Senior White 2 rhetorically asked, "Are you the heavens will?" Song Shuhang, "First is the 4th dragon pattern." "Alright, it's done." Senior White 2 made the pen flow gracefully and quickly finished the 4th dragon pattern. Song Shuhang said, Senior White. Is this dragon pattern a sword?" Senior White 2 nodded, and said, "Yes, it's a sword, my favorite weapon. That's why the 33 divine beasts combined magical treasure that you forged for me made me very satisfied." Sword-shaped dragon pattern, formed. If one looked closely, they would be able to discover that this sword-shaped dragon pattern resembled the holy sword of the end a fair bit. The moment the 4th core pattern formed, Song Shuhang could feel that the spiritual power in his body was cleansed. He felt very comfortable. However, it was quite heart-rending. Now, whenever he saw this sword-shaped dragon pattern on his whale core, he would remember the fact that he had no talent in sword techniques, and his heart would ache. Next, the 5th dragon pattern. Since there's already a sword, let's add a saber. Senior White 2 picked up the pen and waved it around on Song Shuhang's fat whale golden core. The 5th dragon pattern was formed. This dragon pattern looked like an illusory saber. On this saber, there was the faint shadow of a phoenix. The 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber? Song Shuhang recognized the saber at a glance. Senior White 2 said, "Yes, it's that saber." The creation of the 3rd wielder of the will is a good collection item. When I found it previously, I studied it carefully. However, it turned out to be incomplete, which lowered its value quite a bit, so I released it. In the future, if there's a chance for it to become complete, it won't be too late to collect it. The 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber should be fortunate that it was not complete, otherwise, it would have become a part of Senior White 2's treasury. Similarly to the previous one, when the 5th dragon pattern took shape, his body felt like it had been cleansed inside and outside. Next is the 6th dragon pattern. What should I draw? Senior White 2 pinched his chin and fell into thought. He was planning to draw something unique for each dragon pattern so that it would be interesting. Song Shuhang suggested, in fact, Senior White, simply painting a majestic golden dragon would look very cool. Too tasteless. Senior White 2 refused Song Shuhang's request. After thinking for a moment, his eyes suddenly lit up. Right, I could draw this. He lifted the pen and waved it on Song Shuhang's fat whale golden core. After a few strokes, the 6th dragon pattern was formed. A huge eye was hidden inside this dragon pattern. This eye was piercing, and Song Shuhang felt that this eye was staring right at him no matter where he stood. Song Shuhang asked, "What is this? Is this the second wielder of the will's work, the big-eyed planet? How did you end up thinking of that thing? Also, that thing is a planet, the eyes were just attached onto it," Senior White 2 said. "I drew the scholarly sage's eye." Song Shuhang suddenly felt a faint swelling and pain in his lower abdomen, giving him the illusion of childbirth. Being stared at by this eye was stressful. From now on, every time he looked inside and checked his fat whale golden core, would he have to come into contact with the scholarly sage's eye dragon pattern and be stared at? Can this day get any worse? Fortunately, my whale core has armor, so I can cover it up. For the first time, Song Shuhang felt that it was fortunate of him that his 9 immortal bones became a set of armor. No matter what it was, it had a use. If you found it useless, you just didn't know of its importance yet. After the 6th dragon pattern was formed, the quality of the spiritual power in Song Shuhang's body improved slightly. What do you want for the 7th dragon pattern? Senior White 2 stopped drawing and looked at Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang quickly replied, "A golden dragon." Senior White 2 said, "Think a bit more, can't you think of anything other than a golden dragon? A lotus?" Song Shuhang thought of his inner world. Senior White 2 said, "That's a bit more interesting." Thus, the 7th dragon pattern was formed. This dragon pattern was hovering on a lotus. It was more beautiful than what Song Shuhang had imagined. Similarly, with the appearance of this dragon pattern, Song Shuhang's spiritual power condensed a bit more. Senior White 2 urged, "Time is running out. What do you want for the 8th and 9th dragon patterns?" Song Shuhang said, "Why not another fat whale? My golden core's a fat whale, so having a fat whale pattern on it would be quite interesting." "Interesting, all right." Senior White 2 waved his pen and drew on Song Shuhang's fat whale golden core at the fastest speed he could. The 8th dragon pattern was formed. Song Shuhang pinched his chin and thought about the last dragon pattern. What should he ask for? There was the impregnable holy city, the holy sword of the end, the 9 virtues phoenix saber, the virtuous lamia plus sage seal, the ancient holy apes plus the scholarly scriptures, the scholarly sage's eye, the inner world lotus, and the fat whale formed by the fusion of the 33 divine beasts. If one looked closely, all the pictures on his golden core had something to do with him. The 9th dragon pattern definitely should not ruin the theme. Song Shuhang suddenly thought of something, and said, "Senior White, could you draw me?" Senior White 2 responded, "Huh?" Song Shuhang said, "I've been thinking that since the first 8 dragon patterns are more or less related to me. For the last dragon pattern, I could simply have myself there to close the circle." Senior White 2 remarked, "Shuhang, I didn't expect you to be such a narcissistic person." Song Shuhang said, "I can't come up with anything better to close the circle." Senior White 2 disdainfully said, "Why would your picture be the best one to close the circle? It's better if I close the circle myself." After saying that, Senior White 2 waved his pen and drew on Song Shuhang's golden core. Song Shuhang asked, "Huh? Hold on, Senior White. If you draw yourself on my golden core, I feel like something unexpected is going to happen." "Done." Senior White 2 put down the pen with satisfaction, and said, "This 9th dragon pattern is the work I'm the most satisfied with." Sure enough, it was best for me to close the circle. Song Shuhang looked at the 9th dragon pattern. Then, he discovered that the image contained in the 9th dragon pattern was clearly Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang said, "Isn't that me? The 9th dragon pattern is oneself." The corners of Senior White 2's mouth rose up, and he said, "Everyone sees oneself." 1364 There is only one truth. Song Shuhang said, "Everyone would see oneself. Isn't that just a mirror?" Senior White 2, I drew up such an amazing thing after putting in quite some effort. How can you simply describe it as, just a mirror? Believe it or not, I'm going to flip my hand and turn you into ashes. Song Shuhang quickly added, "Cough, but it is very cool and interesting. Everyone would see themselves in it. It's definitely a fun little thing." He pinched his chin and thought. While thinking about the special effect of the 9th core pattern, a variety of fun ideas emerged in Song Shuhang's mind. For example, he could show his 9th core pattern to the seniors in the group with a serious face, and then see their reactions. He could try out these fun ideas when he got back to the main world. The 9 dragon patterns are complete. Now, it is time for us to return. Senior White 2 stretched out his hand and patted the fat whale golden core, making it return to Song Shuhang's body. This golden core with 9 dragon patterns was unique. After it returned to him, Song Shuhang felt that his fat whale golden core seemed to have come alive as it swam around in his sea of Qi Dantian. 9 patterns Spiritual Emperor Tyrannical Song. It's almost time, let's go. Senior White 2 stretched out his hand and sent Song Shuhang back to the demonic tribulation realm. At the same time, he pointed his finger at the liquid metal ball. The liquid metal ball controlled Skylark cursed, "You bastard." White had used his authority as the wielder of the will to erase its memory. In this way, the relationship between Senior White 2 and Song Shuhang could not be remembered by the liquid metal ball. After doing everything, Senior White 2's figure quickly returned to the demonic tribulation realm. After he got back, he turned around and threw a piece of skin to the plant spirit realm. After this skin was thrown into the plant spirit realm, it quickly swelled and turned into his appearance. Whoosh, the passage between the demonic tribulation realm and the plant spirit realm collapsed and dissipated. Before it dissipated, Song Shuhang saw a giant golden hand suddenly reach into the plant spirit world, grab the inflating Senior White 2, and throw him into the Wielder's small black room. Senior White 2 thought, "Fortunately, I was a step ahead. If I had been a bit slower, I would have had to play hide and seek again." Currently, the Wielder of the Will had already entered passive mode. As such, Senior White dared to go out and play around. If the Wielder of the Will had been at its normal state, he would never have dared to be this bold. Song Shuhang said, "Senior White, the heavenly tribulation and the demonic tribulation have already ended. I will be leaving the demonic tribulation realm soon, right?" Senior White 2 said, "Don't panic. There are 3 stages that take place in the main world after such an event, namely the divinity show, the condensing of the sage seal, and the profound sage speech. As for the netherworld, which is the counterpart of the main world, it naturally has its corresponding stages. The 3 stages are the demon sage show, condensing of the demon seal, and demon sage speech. Song Shuhang said, "Heavens, could I have transcended the 8th stage demonic tribulation?" Senior White 2 said, "You were the one who dealt the final blow to the 8th stage demonic tribulation. Therefore, you've naturally transcended the 8th stage demon tribulation." But, the Demon Sage show should be a little bit different this time. Because this time, in the 8th stage demonic tribulation, there was also the heavenly tribulation that had intervened. Therefore, Senior White 2 was very curious. This Demon Sage show, is it going to affect the main world too? The main world. October 1, 2019, China's National Day. Because Senior White 2 had used his own authority to alter the passage of time in the demonic tribulation realm, the demonic tribulation had lasted until October 1. In the 9 provinces number 1 group. Venerable Yellow Mountain said, the Yellow Mountain ceremony was very successful. I thank everyone for your support. With the power of Yellow Mountain ceremony, true monarch Yellow Mountain made a breakthrough to the 7th rank Venerable, and stabilized his realm in one fell swoop before October 1. Young Master Phoenix Slayer curiously asked, Senior Yellow Mountain, what ended up happening to Daodu's wedding? Did he marry Fairy Fleeting Life? During the Yellow Mountain ceremony, after Daodu and Fairy Fleeting Life danced, the ceremony had entered its final stage. After that, they both disappeared, and even after the ceremony had ended, they did not reappear. The Yellow Mountain ceremony had given everyone in the group great benefits. It had allowed their cultivation to improve, and also allowed them to obtain precious gems. In the final stage of the ceremony, the members who participated all received another blessing, which was that their practice would be much more effective in the following year. Venerable Yellow Mountain said, Daodu is closing up. The 33 Divine Beasts sect sent him a transformation pill, so that he would be able to condense a human body before he reaches the 5th stage realm. In this way, his chances of getting through the 5th stage monster tribulation are going to be much higher. Daodu and fellow daoist Fleeting Life's wedding was just a part of our plan, and the main goal was to have them assist me in completing the Yellow Mountain ceremony. It was basically a transaction between the 33 Divine Beasts sect and me. He also hoped that Daodu could find Fairy Fleeting Life to his liking. Unfortunately, Fairy Fleeting Life's name was not Choo Choo. Northern River's Loose Cultivator, Little Phoenix Slayer, you'll have to work harder. If Daodu turned into a human ahead of time, with his aptitude and Senior Yellow Mountain's resources, it was certain that he would eventually become a 5th stage monster. Young Master Phoenix Slayer was known as Daodu's nemesis. If Daodu's realm were to catch up to his, Phoenix Slayer's title would be somewhat threatened. Young Master Phoenix Slayer confidently said, I will definitely stay ahead and become a true monarch faster than Daodu. Recently, Phoenix Slayer had been practicing very diligently. Now, with the blessing of the Yellow Mountain ceremony, his cultivation had improved by one small realm in one breath. After saying that, young Master Phoenix Slayer said, but it's strange. I keep on getting the feeling that I have forgotten something. In addition to Daodu, there seems to be another character that makes me very worried and forces me to practice diligently. I've recently been practicing very bitterly so as to avoid my heart feeling stifled. However, I can't remember who this person is. Northern River's Loose Cultivator said, fellow daoist Phoenix Slayer also feels this way. In fact, I'm also getting this pressure since not too long ago. I've been getting the feeling that if I don't work hard, I'm going to be surpassed. Medicine Master, +1, Frice Reckless Mad Saber, +2, Cave Lord Snow Wolf, +3, Sun Splitting Halberd Guoda, Cute Daodu Head Emoji, Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman, +4, Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman, F***CK. System Prompt, Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman has withdrawn a message, ×2 Sun Splitting Halberd Guoda, vigorously rubbing the head of the dog above, Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman. Fortunately, I was quick enough. Otherwise, he would have been rubbed. Sun Splitting Halberd Guoda sent a smiling face, and then he calmly snatched Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman's number. +4, Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman, well, then I'm +5. Sioux Clan 7, True Monarch, +6. By the way, can any of you remember if I had a cute little junior? I suddenly can't remember. Thrice reckless Mad Saber asked. 7, you have a junior? Sioux Clan 7, I suddenly can't remember, but I should have a lovely junior in the Sioux Clan. I always take care of her like a sister. Could I have been dreaming? But I feel like it shouldn't have been a dream. Thrice reckless Mad Saber said. 7, I never could have thought that you were a siscon. This is really unsuitable for your image. In my opinion, it would suit your image more if you had a thing for older sisters. A little sister would be too delicate. You would definitely scare her off with your personality. Sioux Clan 7, Northern River's loose cultivator added, I also think that 7 should have a cute junior. I seem to have some sort of an impression of this. Thrice reckless Mad Saber said, Northern River, do you have a good impression of 7's sister? Be careful, he might cut you down. When siscons get violent, they get very terrifying. Sioux Clan 7 suddenly said, Thrice reckless, I've found your IP address. Thrice reckless Mad Saber triumphantly said, ha ha ha, how naive. How could my IP address possibly be real? The ones you found are probably all fake. Sioux Clan 7, I can also feel your aura. It's quite a coincidence that I'm very close to you. I'm riding a saber and will arrive at your location in 15 seconds. Brother Thrice Reckless, you and I haven't exchanged notes on saber techniques for over half a year. It's a great time to have a bout. How many exchanges shall we make today? F***CK, are you serious? You're already at the 6th stage True Monarch realm, while I'm still at the 5th stage. Thrice reckless Mad Saber was now anxious as he could sense 7's raging aura getting closer. Sioux Clan 7, don't worry. I will suppress my realm to the same level as yours. I never take advantage of others. Let me see if your 72 swift saber strikes has reached a new level. 7 felt uneasy because of the loss of his cute junior. It just so happened that Thrice Reckless came to provoke him right at this time. He was really seeking death. Fairy Lychee, it seems Thrice Reckless has succeeded in seeking death again. Fairy Dongfang 6, another normal day. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber anxiously said, wait. 7, wait a minute. Let me finish first. Sioux Clan 7, I'm at the door, waiting for you to finish speaking. Thrice reckless Mad Saber, actually. 7, it isn't just you that feels as if they've lost something. I've been getting the feeling that I've lost someone really dear to me. After returning from the Yellow Mountain ceremony, my heart has been feeling stifled as if I've lost my other half. Thrice reckless has a lover? Young Master Phoenix Slayer was shocked. Thrice reckless Mad Saber, this kind of feeling is inexplicable even to me. However, this kind of heartwarming feeling might really be love, right? Even if it isn't love, it's something favorable. Island Master Tian Kong said, Thrice reckless is in love? I can't imagine it at all. Vice Island Master Tian Wei, I've discovered a clue. However, before I talk about this, I have a question for Senior 7. Sioux Clan 7 said, Fairy Tian Wei, pray tell. Vice Island Master Tian Wei, Senior 7, in your impression, how's the cultivation talent of that cute junior of yours? Sioux Clan 7 said, it should be quite exceptional. She should be a super genius and is at least at the 4th stage. Vice Island Master Tian Wei, then there is only one truth. Everyone has been getting the feeling that one person has disappeared. She has an exceptional talent that makes everyone feel oppressed. She is 7's cute junior, and she is also Senior Thrice Reckless crush. Sioux Clan 7, Thrice Reckless, I'm going to make sure you die today. Vice Island Master Tian Wei's inference was justified and well-founded. The person who disappeared was 7's junior, so she was definitely quite young. And this was also why 7 could love her like she was his own little sister. Then, if her talent for cultivation was exceptional, it further supported 7 calling her a super genius with her having reached the 4th stage realm despite being so young. Such a person would naturally cause the group of fellow daoists at the 4th and 5th stages to feel pressured. After that, in order to maintain their face as a senior, they would obviously have to work hard every day, and even on the holidays. Finally, there was the most important point. She was very likely to have an affair with Thrice Reckless, or perhaps Thrice Reckless simply had a crush on her. This fitted all of the assumptions stated by the seniors in the 9 Provinces No. 1 group. The inference deduced by Vice Island Master Tian Wei was realistic and suffocating. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber hurriedly explained, "Wait, there must be some misunderstanding. I am not a siscon into young ones. I prefer older sisters." He felt that Su Clan 7 was about to explode right outside his door. Afterward, Thrice Reckless felt that what he said before was right. If a siscon with a younger sister was to get violent, they would become terrifying. Vice Island Master Tian Wei added, "It's all right, Senior Thrice Reckless. Who has stipulated that Senior 7's junior can't be a big sister? We're cultivators, not ordinary people. Even if she's 7's junior, she's already at the 4th stage. It is possible that her appearance has already matured to that of a big sister." Thrice Reckless screamed, "Fairy Tian Wei, please be merciful." His voice was mixed with the sound of breaking doors and the sound of a blade being dragged on the ground. It sounded like it directly came from a horror movie. The fellow daoists of the 9 Provinces No. 1 group nodded silently. The Su Clan 7 vs Thrice Reckless Mad Saber battle had already begun. Young Master Phoenix Slayer pushed up his glasses, and his lenses reflected the light of wisdom. "Everyone, I have one thing to add. Actually, the one who's making my heart feel stifled should be a man." Vice Island Master Tian Wei, this is not necessarily in conflict. Since Senior 7 has a fuzzy memory, perhaps his junior is a man? Northern River's loose cultivator said, but it wouldn't make sense for them to be Thrice Reckless lover. After all, Thrice Reckless liked the big sister type. Daluo Sex Fairy Rain Moon, how could it not make sense? Is it really certain that Thrice Reckless is a man who likes older sister types? True Monarch Yellow Mountain, True Monarch Rain Moon, don't lead the fellow daoists of the group astray. Senior Yellow Mountain had not modified his name in the group. He had used the name, True Monarch Yellow Mountain, for a long time, and he was rather used to it himself. Anyway, everyone knew that he had become a venerable, so there wasn't a need to change it. "I'm that little white crane at the edge of the earth's end," asked. "Senior White hasn't finished closing up yet?" After that, it added, "Actually, I remember a little bit more than you guys. I remember that the first sage in 1,000 years Tyrannical Song should be someone of our group. They should also be our junior." Daluo Sect's True Monarch Rain Moon said, "Sage Monarch Tyrannical Song? Impossible. If he really were our junior, where are we supposed to keep our face? DM, could that junior that everyone has forgotten about be related to me? Could they be someone from fellow Daoist and the Bright Moon Appears sect?" True Monarch Yellow Mountain nodded silently. This was indeed very likely. "DM, it's very likely that they have practiced our cultivation technique to the master level, and have been able to make it so that their existence has completely disappeared from others' minds." Several of the fellow Daoists in the group felt that this was possible. Recently, DM's skills had become more and more profound, and his existence had also become more and more difficult to sense. Previously, everyone could still recall a small part of his Daoist name, but now, nobody could remember even a single part of it. In addition to the fellow Daoists of the 9 Provinces No. 1 group, the teachers and students of Jiangnan University Town also had this feeling in their hearts. They would always feel that there was one student missing from their class, but they couldn't remember who it was no matter how much they racked their brains. While the fellow Daoists in the 9 Provinces No. 1 group were in the middle of a discussion, all of them suddenly felt something in their hearts. Everyone raised their heads and looked towards the sky. This kind of heart-stirring feeling meant only one thing, a profound sage's divinity show. Fairy Lychee said, "It should be Venerable Spirit Butterfly." He is similar in strength to senior 7th cultivator of true virtue, and it was about time for him to break through to the profound sage realm. Calculating the time, he should have become a profound sage by now. True monarch Yellow Mountain. In this way, including sage monarch 7th cultivator of true virtue, we now have 2 8th stage saints in the 9 provinces number 1 group. Congratulations. Fairy Dongfang 6 said, Senior Yellow Mountain, how could you forget about Sage Monarch 7 Lives Talisman? Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman said, don't pull me into this. It's not like everyone doesn't know about how that went. Anyway. I felt that I went through the tribulation together with a profound sage tyrannical song, but I can't remember what happened later. I'm actually quite sure about this. Northern River's loose cultivator said, it's here. I feel like there's something wrong with this environment. The picture that everyone saw was not of the bright heavenly tribulation realm. What everyone saw was the evil, purple-black, and filthy atmosphere of the demonic tribulation realm. Scholar Xian Gong asked, this place feels like the netherworld, doesn't it? Does anybody have any understanding of the netherworld realm? Scholar Xian Gong had originally closed up to recuperate, but this divinity show had startled him awake. True monarch Yellow Mountain affirmed, this is the demonic tribulation realm. I remember that we once entered the demonic tribulation realm in order to study heavenly tribulation guided missiles and atomic bombs. This matter seems to involve one of our lost members. Fairy Lychee curiously asked, then, is this the Netherworld's demon sage show? Why is it projected to the main world? Could it be that the Netherworld has completely invaded the main world? Or is it that the main world and the Netherworld have merged? Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman said, I'm more curious about something else. Who exactly is showing their divinity? The screen of the demon sage show slowly became clearer. The first thing that caught everyone's eyes was a fairy maiden who was half human and half snake. At this moment, the fairy raised her hands up high while holding something in her hand. She seemed to be holding a seal. It was just that the screen hadn't been enlarged yet, so nobody could see what exactly this seal was. When everyone looked at this seal, they could all feel a familiar feeling surging from within their hearts. The camera of the demon sage show slowly zoomed in. Then, 1 big and 8 small ancient holy apes appeared in front of everyone. These ancient holy apes were holding thick scholarly scriptures in their hands, and wore scholarly robes, exuding a strong scholarly aura. A beast cultivator from the beast realm said, what the hell? Aren't those ancient holy apes the ones condensed from our holy ape dragon power technique? However, what's with the scholarly robes and scriptures on those holy apes' bodies? Had these holy apes been converted to the scholarly faction? The cultivators from the scholarly faction were also dumbfounded. The seniors of the scholarly faction could recognize the scholarly scriptures, which should be projections that would only appear after one successfully reached the master level in the scholarly indestructible body of the Buddha. What a great show! Thrice reckless Mad Saber said, thanks to the blessing of this divinity show, the battle between him and Sioux Clan's 7 was suspended. The camera went round and round, and finally focused on the lead. A young man in a t-shirt and shorts appeared in front of everyone. This suit was Song Shuhang's only remaining set of clothes. The previous ones had all been destroyed during the tribulation. This casual dressing made everyone unable to adapt at first. The lineup before was so powerful, yet it ended up that the owner was dressed so casually. Was this deliberate? Am I seeing things? Isn't this profound sage tyrannical song? Everyone finally recognized who the person in the demon sage show was. This was because Song Shuhang was still under the effect of the "nobody under the heavens doesn't know of me" that lasted for a year after one became a profound sage. Everyone could recognize who he was as long as they stared at him. Profound sage tyrannical song ran to the netherworld to transcend the demonic tribulation. And he even succeeded and became an 8th stage demon sage. The members of the 9 provinces number 1 group were very confused. This was the case not only for the members of the group, but also for the cultivators of the universe. Although the Wielder's small black room had caused everyone's impression of profound sage Tyrannical Song to have weakened to the extreme, the content of his divinity show and profound sage speech had impressed everyone. The first sage in the 1,000 years, who was destined to be recorded in the history of the world of cultivation, had now gone to the netherworld? Could it be that profound sage Tyrannical Song had fallen and become a demon? Young Master Phoenix Slayer said, "Song Shuhang, I remembered. Profound sage Tyrannical Song's original name was Song Shuhang. Strange, why would I know this? Could I have known him before?" At the moment when Song Shuhang's demon sage show displayed, the little memory of Song Shuhang inside young Master Phoenix Slayer's mind had emerged. I remember this too. Tyrannical Saber Song One's name is Song Shuhang. What true monarch White Cran said previously was right, he should be a member of our 9 provinces number 1 group. He is the member of the group that had disappeared from our memories? Then, is he Seven's junior? Thrice reckless loved one? Are our hearts stifled because despite being our junior, he's already at the 8th stage realm? No wonder we were forced to suffer and work hard every day. If we don't practice, we could lose so much face that we'd leave the group. What I'm more interested in knowing is how Shuhang ended up in the netherworld realm and transcended the demonic tribulation when he's already a profound sage. Daluo Sect's true monarch Rain Moon said, No, there's something wrong with your priorities. In my opinion, the most important thing is, how did profound sage Tyrannical Song steal thrice reckless heart? System prompt, Daluo Sect's true monarch Rain Moon has been muted by true monarch Yellow Mountain for 5 minutes. True monarch Yellow Mountain said, even if you're an administrator, I can still mute you. Compared to the members of the main world, the evil demons of the netherworld realm were even more dumbfounded. How did the first sage of humankind in 1,000 years, profound sage Tyrannical Song, get to the netherworld and appear in the demon show? Could he have come to challenge them? Or maybe profound sage Tyrannical Song was simply an expert of both the demonic and daoist cultivation? Could he have cultivated the path of Taoism while also cultivating the path of the netherworld demons? This F***Kerr was the protagonist of a template from novels hundreds of years ago. A protagonist like this was no longer popular these days. In the demonic tribulation realm. Senior White, I have tried my best to put on a good show. Now, can you let me choose the name on my demon seal? Song Shuhang said in his mind. During the divinity show, he had not been strong enough when condensing his sage seal, so the words available for his seal were randomly chosen, leading to him being nicknamed Daddy Song or Tranny Song. Now that he was in the demon sage show, he wanted to be one to choose the name on the demon seal. Senior White 2 asked, no problem. What do you plan to engrave on your seal? Song Shuhang said, does that even need to be asked? Of course it's Scholar Mountain of Books. Senior White 2 said, no problem, I'll do it for you. After a while. Hello, the Daoist name you picked has already been taken. Please pick another Daoist name. This voice rang directly in Song Shuhang's ear. Song Shuhang, am I really in the Demon Sage show? Or am I playing in a game and registering an account? Be a little more serious. This is a grand occasion. Senior White 2 said, pick another Daoist name. Your Scholar Mountain of Books is too old. It has long been taken by another 8th stage demon of the netherworld on some previous Demon Sage show. Song Shuhang was responsible for putting on a big show during the Demon Sage show so as to promote the demonic tribulation realm of the netherworld realm to the universe. In return, Senior White 2 would help Song Shuhang pick out his Daoist name. Song Shuhang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Scholar Mountain of Books is a Daoist name from the scholarly faction system. Why would big shots of the netherworld take such a name? Because it is relatively cool, Senior White 2 said. There are always people who would feel that taking such a daoist name would be, what word was it? Right, trendy. And so, there's actually a good number of demons with such a daoist name. Song Shuhang said, are they not afraid of being shunned by the ruler of the netherworld, and then losing all their luck? He remembered that the liquid metal ball hated the scholarly faction. According to that, taking a scholarly name would simply be seeking death, wouldn't it? Senior White 2 laughed, and said, unlikely. With that fat ball's character, it would never take a liking to disgusting creatures with names related to the scholarly faction. Song Shuhang felt his heart become stifled. Song Shuhang then said, what about path-seeking scholar? Hello, the Daoist name you picked has already been taken. Please pick another Daoist name. This voice rang in Song Shuhang's mind once again. Even path-seeking scholar has been taken? Netherworld demons, there's something wrong with your heads. After a period of time, they would go and attack the scholarly faction, leaving them no room for survival in the main world. The scholars had to keep a low profile, and finally moved to the world of the Golden Lotus and developed it. Despite such a premise, the netherworld demons still took scholarly faction Daoist names. There was simply no way of understanding their way of thinking. Senior White 2 said, stop trying to get scholarly Daoist names. No matter how big your imagination is, it can't compare to so many netherworld demons. All the scholarly faction Daoist names that you can think of should already be taken. Try changing the faction. Song Shuhang looked at the demon seal that had condensed in front of him, and his heart was so stifled that he couldn't breathe. At the same time, all the practitioners in the universe and the netherworld realm silently watched Profound Sage Tyrannical Song in his Demon Sage show. The demon seal had been around Profound Sage Tyrannical Song for a long time. Similar to the sage seal, it was reasonable to assume that the demon seal would also have a part where the Daoist name was determined. But now, the demon seal had been stuck in this phase for a long time, and Profound Sage Tyrannical Song's demon name had yet to appear. What was going on? As expected of the first sage in 1,000 years, he's a big shot who has shown himself to the entirety of both the netherworld and the main world. Hey, what do you think Profound Sage Tyrannical Song's demon name is going to be? The demon seal is the opposite of the sage seal. As such, his demon name should also be the opposite of his sage name. Since his sage name is Tyrannical Song, isn't his demon name going to be Song Tyrannical? A lot of discussions unfolded all over the universe and the netherworld. Among the members of the 9 provinces number 1 group. As DM stared at Profound Sage Tyrannical Song, who had appeared in a show the second time, he felt a sudden desire to cry. What a luxury! If he could have this opportunity even a single time, he would already be satisfied. DM murmured, as I ascended to the 7th stage Venerable Realm, I felt that my sense of existence has been getting lower and lower. If this trend continues until the 8th stage, I might just end up being forgotten by the fellow Daoists in the group. DM had quietly become a venerable. However, no one in the 9 provinces number 1 group knew about this, and no one paid it any attention. Even if Song Shuhang had ascended one more time, he still couldn't see the comments from the universe and the netherworld realm. When genuine profound sages or demon sages conducted a show, the discussion within the universe and the netherworld realm would appear before them like a barrage on a screen. Senior White 2 said, someone suggested that you might pick Song Tyrannical. I think that this reversal of your sage name is really interesting. Song Shuhang shook his head vigorously. No, absolutely not. He didn't want others to call him Song Daddy or Song Tranny instead, as it would be equally tiring. Senior White 2 urged, then hurry up, even if I'm intervening, the time you have to choose a Daoist name is limited. After the Demon Sage show, there is still another stage. You can't keep on staying here and wasting time forever. Song Shuhang rubbed his temples and fell deep into thought. 2 of his scholarly Daoist names had been taken by the netherworld demons, and the daoist name, Tyrannical Scholar Song Shuhang, was also no good, because his sage name was already Tyrannical Song. Besides that, a daoist name with a tyrannical was simply too stressful. One daddy/tranny song was already enough, he didn't want to have another one. He had already given virtuous Buddhist sabresman to little Kai. As for the daoist name, Virtuous Cultivator, he had a plan for this in mind, but it depended on whether or not his relationship with the little lowly in the beast realm would cement in the future. Among the remaining daoist names, Daoist Priestwood, and Beijing Street Sabresman, he was planning on leaving one for Chu Chu. After all, he had given the virtuous Buddhist sabresman daoist name to little Kai, and he couldn't show that he favored one over the other. Chu Chu was a swordsman, so the daoist name Beijing Street Sabresman didn't need to be considered. This meant that Chu Chu's daoist name would have to be drawn between Daoist Priestwood and the two scholarly daoist names. It was also best to leave Daoist Priestwood as a possibility first. In the case that Chu Chu didn't want any scholarly daoist names, there would still be something left to choose. So, only Beijing Street Sabresman is left? Song Shuhang was a little unwilling to go with this because the full version of Beijing Street Sabresman was China, Zhejiang Province, Wenzhou City, Beijing Street Swordsman. This style was terribly distorted, and Song Shuhang didn't want to use this daoist name. If he wasn't fine with any of the 7 daoist names, he still had the Chenglin daoist name. But he directly cancelled this thought. Besides Chenglin being a feminine daoist name, Empress Chenglin had too many karmic ties during ancient times. If he chose this daoist name, all those ties and faults would fall on him. Senior White Two again urged, "Hurry up." Song Shuhang pinched his brows and thought quickly. Since none of the 7 daoist names could be used, and he didn't want to use the daoist name Chenglin, he only had one choice. Come up with a new daoist name. Divine Sword Song 1. Song Shuhang said loudly. I've decided, this will be my daoist name. Senior White Two asked, are you sure? Song Shuhang said, I'm sure. After a while. Hello, the daoist name you picked has already been taken. Please pick another daoist name to continue the demon show. This voice sounded in Song Shuhang's mind again. Song Shuhang, who is so shameless that they would even pick a daoist name like Divine Sword Song 1. At this time, Senior White Two said, time is up. Song Shuhang responded, huh? Senior White Two said, I told you that time is limited. Now, we'll be entering the Demon Seal random selection mode. Song Shuhang was anxious. Senior White, you are a ruler of the netherworld, give me another chance. Senior White Two said, even as the ruler of the netherworld, it is impossible for me to completely ignore the rules. Your senior can only help you this far. I hope that you will be satisfied with the daoist name that you get. Song Shuhang's eyes immediately became wet. In the next moment, many runes appeared on his demon seal. There were 4 choices, Daoist Priestwood, Beijing Street Sabresman, Virtuous Cultivator, and Chenglin. Even the option of a Tyrannical Saber Song 1 did not appear. Only Song Shuhang himself could see these Daoist names. Before the Daoist name was determined, the practitioners of the universe and the demons of the netherworld could only see the bright runes. In the end, I'll have to choose from these 4 numbers. Are there no more choices? Song Shuhang was unwilling. The first 3 were okay, but if he got Chenglin, he would rather die. As if sensing his thoughts, there was suddenly another option, Scholarly Sage. Scholarly Sage? This is a cool name. Can I really use it? Still, why would this name appear for him? Could it be because of the scholarly sage's eye he had on him? Could it be that the demon seal had detected that eye, and simplified scholarly faction sage into scholarly sage? Song Shuhang hurriedly said, I want this one, I want this one. Although this daoist name might cause him to be beaten up by the scholarly faction, it was truly the best daoist name out of everything. There was a flash of light on the sage seal, and then, the 5 daoist names began to spin as if they were on a big turntable. Song Shuhang loudly said, "Scholarly sage, scholarly sage, scholarly sage." After a few flashes, the screen paused. In the end, what appeared on the demon's seal were 2 gleaming runes. 2 choices left. Either scholarly sage or Chenglin. The best daoist name vs the worst daoist name. Song Shuhang's heartbeat quickened. What will it be? On the sage seal, the light of the runes faded. The one that finally appeared on the demon seal was, Tyrannical Song. The result of those innumerable shouts was Demon Sage Tyrannical Song. Song Shuhang, F*ck, I'm going to flip the table. Why would a large turntable with the 5 daoist names, Daoist Priest Wood, Beijing Street Sabresman, Virtuous Cultivator, Chenglin, and Scholarly Sage, end up with a tyrannical song appearing at the end? Were dirty tricks played? Unspoken rules? However, the ruler of the Netherworld, Senior White II, was supporting him, so how could there be the possibility of any dirty tricks? In addition, his sage seal was already Tyrannical Song, so why would Demon Seal also have the choice Tyrannical Song? After all, if a Daoist name was already taken, it couldn't be chosen by another, right? Just as he was in thought, the rune on the demon seal changed again. The word song disappeared from Tyrannical Song. Then, it was replaced with the word scholar. Tyrannical Scholar. The 2 words formed, and Song Shuhang's demon name had been finalized. The first sage in 1,000 years, profound sage Tyrannical Song, had successfully transcended the demonic tribulation in the Netherworld realm and earned the name Demon Sage Tyrannical Scholar. At this moment, the prestige of the name Demon Sage Tyrannical Scholar spread throughout the universe and the Netherworld. In the skies of the Netherworld realm, strange phenomena appeared. This was a salute to the birth of Demon Sage Tyrannical Scholar. Why does the word tyrannical have to be there? Just give me the scholarly sage Daoist name. Finally, the option scholarly sage appeared, yet in the end, it actually became Tyrannical Scholar. He kept on getting the feeling that the demon name Divine Sword Song 1 had definitely been stolen by someone, and there was a chance that it was someone he was familiar with who rushed to take this demon name to shatter his fantasy of having the words Divine Sword in his name. There are always people out to harm me, Senior White II calmly replied. The first few Daoist names you suggested were indeed taken by Netherworld demons. As for why a demon had taken Divine Sword Song 1, perhaps it's because of some demon called Song 1. Finally, the reason why the scholarly sage option has changed is very simple. It's because of the conditions for a Daoist name to have a chance of appearing on a demon seal. You have to have used the Daoist name before, or you have to truly conform with the Daoist name. You had never used the Daoist name, Scholarly Sage, and you weren't that great of a match for it. Naturally, your demon seal would not be able to have Scholarly Sage. As such, it's very normal that the demon name on your demon seal has been modified. Moreover, the weight of the name, Scholarly Sage, was very heavy. Although it was unknown why Song Shuhang's demon seal had randomly shown the possibility for it, it was good for him that it didn't end up being his demon name. Similar to the sage seal, after one condensed their demon seal, there'd be a special effect of, nobody under the heavens doesn't know of me, which would last for the following year. In other words, in the following year, as long as anyone within the universe and the Netherworld stared at Song Shuhang, his 2 titles would appear in their mind. One was Profound Sage Tyrannical Song, while the other was Demon Sage Tyrannical Scholar. If someone who wasn't privy to the truth were to see Song Shuhang with 2 8th-stage titles all by himself, perhaps they would be dumbfounded. Alright, stop worrying about it. At least, Tyrannical Scholar has the word scholar in it. From a certain point of view, it has fulfilled your desire to have a scholarly Daoist name. Next, you should prepare for the demon sage speech that will soon begin. Have you prepared a manuscript? Senior White 2 asked. Song Shuhang hurriedly said, I'm just at the 4th stage. Oh, wait, I'm at the 5th stage. I'm just a mere 5th stage spiritual emperor. Why would I prepare a manuscript for something like the demon sage speech? Senior White 2 said, then you'd better hurry up. If you fail to deliver a satisfactory demon sage speech, there will be some punishment, similar to the inner demon tribulation that appears in the main world when the profound sage speech is lacking. Song Shuhang said, if it's just an inner demon tribulation, I already have the virtuous lamia. Therefore, I should have enough power of virtue to block it, right? Senior White 2 said, who said that you were going to face an inner demon tribulation? This is the netherworld realm. If you deliver a good demon sage speech, you can acquire a powerful, demon sage talent. If not, then you will have to endure 365 different kinds of pain in the following year. One kind of pain every day, without repetition. Song Shuhang, isn't that hell? Senior White 2 said, prepare well, I can't help you with this. At most I could use my authority to pick some of the less painful punishments so that you can survive 365 days. Song Shuhang quickly said, don't be like this, Senior White. Can't you give me a demon sage speech manuscript? Senior White 2 chuckled, and said, how many jokes are you going to trade for it? Also, I've already attained a really high realm. The scripts that I've written are at least at the immortal level. Do you think you'll be able to pay for them? Song Shuhang, he didn't dare to ask how many jokes he needed to be able to trade for a script. No matter what, that amount would definitely be an amount that he would never be able to reach. Senior White 2 prompted, you have 5 minutes left to prepare. Song Shuhang thought for a while, and suddenly remembered that there was a manuscript for a profound sage speech in the ancestral witch's blessing on his left hand, so he asked, Senior White, would a script that was made for the profound sage speech work? Senior White 2 said, it depends on what it is for. If it is a manuscript for the light system, holy light system, Buddhist system, or scholarly faction system, you will definitely be done for if you use it in the demon sage speech. Song Shuhang's eyes lit up. It's a manuscript called The Demon Seed in One's Heart, I think it should be quite fitting. From its name, it sounds like it should be fine. Go ahead and try it out, Senior White 2 said. It's best for you to read the manuscript first and prepare yourself. Song Shuhang nodded, then took out The Demon Seed in One's Heart manuscript, and began to read it. This was a lecture written by a big shot of the demonic system. Its content appeared to be relatively violent, so it felt like it should be quite suitable for a demon sage speech. Inside the limitless demon sect. Young Master Hai slowly stood up. Great, my condition is perfect now. I have completely suppressed that curse. It's time for me to advance to the 5th stage. By his side, Zhengneng and Demon Monarch Anji opened their eyes at the same time. As their 5-month-long seclusion was about to reach its end, the three adjusted themselves to their best condition. Demon Monarch Anji said, this time, I shall pave my way to 8 dragon patterns. Zhengneng nodded silently. Obtaining 8 dragon patterns is a must. With that, it would be possible to become a 9th stage tribulation transcender, and maybe even attain a path and become an immortal. Young Master Hai confidently said, I have already chosen where I will transcend my tribulation. Everything is prepared, wish me luck. While they were talking, the 3 disciples of the limitless demon sect who had just ended their seclusion suddenly felt something in their hearts. The 3 raised their heads together and looked towards the sky. Was there another big shot who was going to perform a divinity show? Recently, there had been a lot of big shots showing their divinity, signifying that a great era had arrived. As such, they had to seize the opportunity, avoiding being swallowed up by the wave of the great era, and trying their best to become the group on the top. After young Master Hai looked up at the sky, he saw a magnificent scene. There were 9 ancient holy apes each holding scriptures, and there was a familiar lamia at the side of the holy apes. As the focus moved down, a young, kind face appeared before his eyes. The first sage in 1,000 years, profound sage Tyrannical Song. New demon sage of the netherworld, demon sage Tyrannical Scholar. 2 seemingly opposite identities emerged from the same person. Is he a daoist and demonic cultivator? It's him again, profound sage Tyrannical Song. Young Master Hai's face paled. A sweet taste then came from his throat as the smell of blood swelled up. At this time, another message sounded within where they had closed up. Junior Brother Hai, have you finished your seclusion? This is Demon Monarch Mad Tyrant. I have the latest information for you. I have personally conducted an investigation and found that profound sage Tyrannical Song's realm is really weird. He is actually only at the 4th stage realm. Just be patient, then when you ascend to the 5th stage, you can easily fight him. He won't become your inner demon, so you can rest assured. As young Master Hai heard this, he finally couldn't help but spew out a bit of blood. I would rather, profound sage Tyrannical Song, be a senior who was merely experiencing the mortal world and teasing me so that I would at least have the motivation to chase after him. Young Master Hai laughed in despair. After he reached the 5th stage realm, Tyrannical Song was destined to become his inner demon. Hai, are you alright? Demon Monarch Anji asked in worry. Don't worry, I'm young Master Hai. Young Master Hai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. I admit that the matter concerning Tyrannical Song has dealt the biggest blow to me. However, this can't beat me. Let's go, I shall see you again, at the 5th stage. See you at the 5th stage. Zhengning gently stroked his bamboo sword. See you at the 5th stage, said Demon Monarch Anji. As they were going to transcend their tribulations, of course they had to part ways. Transcending a tribulation together was an act no different from seeking death. 5 minutes later. The cultivators of the universe and the demons of the netherworld all perked up their ears, no longer whispering or discussing with one another. Because the next stage was when the 8th stage big shot was going to give everyone some benefits. For the cultivators of the universe, this year was a joyous one. 8th stage big shots had held speeches 7 times in total. Other than Profound Sage Eternity, who had used his Profound Sage speech to confess his love, the contents of the other speeches were excellent. Although the speech delivered by Daoist Priest Horizon was a little weak, it was practical nonetheless. Everyone could remember that when Profound Sage Tyrannical Song had delivered a speech the first time, the content of his speech was at the level of a tribulation transcender. The practitioners of the universe had all been looking forward to getting another opportunity to listen to him. Unexpectedly, this opportunity really appeared. It was time for Profound Sage Tyrannical Song's, Demon Sage Tyrannical Scholars, second speech. The practitioners of the universe thought to themselves, I wonder what Demon Sage Tyrannical Scholar is going to talk about this time. I'm really looking forward to it. Even some of the veteran Profound Sages and Tribulation Transcenders put aside the matters they had at hand and looked at Song Shuhang. Everyone hoped that this time, Demon Sage Tyrannical Scholar's speech could bring them another surprise, and allow them to learn and gain rewards from analyzing his speech. In the screen of Demon Sage speech, Song Shuhang slowly emerged. At this moment, he felt that hundreds of millions of pairs of eyes were staring at him from all over the universe. There were a lot more gazes this time than for the Profound Sage speech, as there were also people from the Netherworld realm. The first time, he was new to things. This second time, he was already familiar. Song Shuhang was calm as he emerged in the second speech. During the past 5 minutes, he had already memorized the demon seed in one's heart in his mind, and now he simply had to act the part and perform. No, it was fine as long as he spoke. Behind Song Shuhang, the 9 ancient holy ape projections were his main support. They held their scriptures and began to chant silently. The virtuous Lamia enveloped Song Shuhang, while the sage seal and the demon seal floated around her. The three continued to cover Song Shuhang with the dignity of an 8th-stage big shot. Before he spoke, Song Shuhang closed his eyes and boosted his aura using the aura from the heaven-burning flaming saber technique. Previously, when he used Chenglin's speech, he had simulated Chenglin's aura. He had never seen the original owner of the demon seed in one's heart, so he did not have any way to stimulate their aura. Therefore, he instead borrowed Senior Scarlet Heaven's. A heaven-burning sword intent emerged from Song Shuhang. Scarlet Heaven was considered a peak existence even amongst immortals. After Song Shuhang imitated his aura, a profound and mysterious feeling suddenly emerged. Then, he stretched out his hand to make a hand seal, and opened his mouth to talk about the demon seed in one's heart. When he opened his mouth, Song Shuhang's aura suddenly changed from a tyrannical aura that seemed to desire to burn the heavens to a jade-like and virtuous aura. He was Tyrannical Scholar, and he could seamlessly switch from a tyrannical aura to a scholarly one. Song Shuhang himself was perplexed that he had filled his brain with the image of Scarlet Heaven, which then stimulated a heaven-burning, tyrannical aura. But when he began the speech, his aura had changed to that of a virtuous scholar for some reason. He had been readying himself to speak in a domineering manner, but as soon as he opened his mouth, his tone became gentle, and his tyrannical aura receded. In his sea of Qi Dantian, the whale core swam quickly. After being given 9 dragon patterns by Senior White 2, the whale core has become much more active. When Song Shuhang spoke out the first line of the demon seed in one's heart, the first dragon pattern on the whale core lit up. The first dragon pattern, the Impregnable Holy City, was a dragon pattern created by Song Shuhang. After the dragon pattern brightened, a projection of the Impregnable Holy City appeared behind Song Shuhang. It was a majestic holy city. Is that a fortress? A city wall? The practitioners of the universe, and the demons of the netherworld stared in confusion. A speech phenomenon? Profound sage tyrannical song speech is incredible this time. He immediately caused a phenomenon to appear as soon as he opened his mouth. Could the speech this time be greater than the last? Song Shuhang sighed in his heart. Although he didn't know what was happening with his whale core, he continued the speech. Now that his state was no longer a domineering one, he used the manner of a scholar to slowly explain the demon seed in one's heart. While in thought, Song Shuhang delivered his speech steadily. In his body, the second dragon pattern on the whale core lit up. The 9 ancient holy apes were holding scholarly scriptures and standing neatly behind Song Shuhang. The holy ape in the middle was huge, while there were 4 smaller holy apes at each of its sides. On the whale core, the third dragon pattern lit up. As it did, the virtuous Lamia grew to about 5 meters tall, and covered Song Shuhang and the holy apes. On the whale core, the 4th dragon pattern lit up. A projection of the holy sword of the end appeared. The giant 200-meter-long sword inserted itself in the ground beside the impregnable holy city. There are so many phenomena appearing one after another, but why does the content of this speech seem to be lacking compared to the last? There were several veteran profound sages and tribulation transcenders with their brows furrowed as they listened. If they aren't speech phenomena, then could demon sage tyrannical scholar's speech be resonating with his own cultivation techniques or magical treasures, producing the phenomena? The demon seed in one's heart speech continued. The depth of the first half of the speech was average. In fact, the most classic part of this lecture was in the last chapter, Demonic Seed, which was a masterful stroke to end the speech. In Song Shuhang's body, the 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8 dragon patterns lit up one after another. Projections of the 9 virtues phoenix saber, a huge eye, a swaying lotus flower, and a fat whale appeared one after another behind Song Shuhang. Finally, there was the 9th dragon pattern, which slowly lit up. The 9th dragon pattern did not project anything. Its effect was directly reflected on Song Shuhang's body. The practitioners of the universe and the demons of the netherworld realm only witnessed a flash reflect in their eyes. Then, they saw their self sitting within the screen of the demon sage speech, delivering a speech. What's going on? Why did demon sage Tyrannical Scholar, who was in the middle of his speech, assume my appearance? Some of the practitioners and demons with low accomplishments were confused. I understand. While profound sage Tyrannical Song was conducting his speech, he was also showing us an extremely profound set of magical techniques. These techniques are probably related to the content of his speech. This is a hidden Easter egg. Some witty practitioners and demons realized. Even the existences who were veterans among profound sage, as well as tribulation transcenders, frowned and began to study the screen carefully. Those with low strength could not see the uniqueness of the magical technique. However, after people's strength reached a certain level, they would instinctively feel that there was something to it when seeing the effects of the phenomena. There was nothing wrong with their senses. After all, this was something arranged by Senior White to himself. It contained methods that surpassed those of immortals. A tribulation transcender murmured, "Is he showing me my true self? This isn't something that a profound sage should be able to do. What exactly is going on?" He stared at demon sage Tyrannical Scholar, who was on the screen, and tried to undo the influence of the true self-reflection. He cast dozens of magical techniques in succession to no effect. He couldn't influence the true self cast by the demon sage Tyrannical Scholar. What a profound magical technique. This profound sage Tyrannical Song is truly worthy of his reputation. His speech is as amazing as always. It was worth listening to it just for the chance of seeing this self-reflecting magical technique. Inside the 9 provinces #1 group, young Master Phoenix Slayer said, "Is this demon sage Tyrannical Scholar really a member of our group? His methods are really fierce." Fairy Lychee replied, "Everyone has memories related to him, so he definitely should be a part of our group." Yellow Mountain is very tired and wants to retire. This speech is marvelous. The early stage contained a simple but wondrous explanation. Everyone should keep these contents firmly in their mind. I have a hunch that the latter parts of the speech will be connected to them. Don't focus all of your energy on the phenomena being displayed by demon sage Tyrannical Scholar. Fairy Dongfang 6 said, "This speech is very appetizing to me. Although it is all about one's will, I keep on getting the feeling that it contains something about the true intent of the demonic path." She was the holy maiden of a demonic cult, and she was now even a candidate to become its leader. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber said, "I am more worried about something else right now." Northern River's Loose Cultivator calmly said, "Don't worry, I have contacted Medicine Master for you. After you get severely injured by 7, Medicine Master will pick you up. VIP beds are worth it." Thrice Reckless Mad Saber said, "No, that isn't what I'm worried about. What I am worried about is whether or not I have offended this junior, profound sage Tyrannical Song. If I have, is he going to take revenge for it? Also, who was the one that was dear to me that I forgot about?" While everyone was talking about profound sage Tyrannical Song Shuhang, who was in the demon sage speech state, suddenly stopped. It wasn't that he forgot the contents of his manuscript. Instead, it was because the whale core in his body was experiencing changes, and it had directly affected his consciousness. Therefore, Song Shuhang's speech was interrupted. In his dantian, the whale core used something akin to inner sight and showed Song Shuhang a golden core within it. It was a proper golden core, one that would determine one's path. It was round, and there was a series of dragon patterns on it. 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9. Song Shuhang counted the dragon patterns on the golden core in the whale core. There were a total of 9 dragon patterns. These dragon patterns weren't like the ones that Senior White 2 added after his whale core had formed, but natural dragon patterns instead. Among the 9 dragon patterns, 8 of the dragon patterns were relatively small. The size of the 9th dragon pattern was thicker. When Song Shuhang looked at this dragon pattern, he naturally understood its essence. This was the dragon pattern that his ghost spirit Yi Si had strengthened for him. Song Shuhang doubtfully said, "What's this? A core within a core? A core within a whale? A golden whale core? More importantly, when was this golden core formed? Was it before the whale core formed? Or after? What is my aptitude, then? Since this golden core appeared only at this time, it is likely that it has just condensed and formed. That is to say, my aptitude should be about the same as senior white 2's, as it is a golden core with no dragon patterns. Although the 9-patterned golden core is gorgeous, if you think about it carefully, it is too mainstream. Having no patterns on one's golden core is better and cooler. An 18-patterned golden core sounds quite nice too. Heavens, wait a minute, I'm in the middle of a demon sage speech. Sheet. Song Shuhang withdrew his consciousness from his sea of Qi Dantian. If he failed the demon sage speech, he would have to suffer an entire year of pain. He wasn't a masochist, so he didn't want to suffer painful torture every day. Meanwhile, in the universe and the netherworld realm, what happened to demon sage tyrannical scholar? Why did he suddenly stop? Please continue the speech, profound sage tyrannical song. I am still waiting for the following content. Although this speech feels a bit ordinary, my instinct tells me that there's good stuff coming. Sage monarch tyrannical song, come on, keep talking. Is demon sage tyrannical scholar buying time? A netherworld demon shouted, the time of the demon sage speech is limited. If you don't speak any further, don't blame us for giving you a bad review. Song Shuhang took a deep breath and prepared to continue to teach the demon seed in one's heart. However, after his speech had been interrupted, his state was now completely off. This manuscript of the demon seed in one's heart was in his mind, every word of it, and he even understood its content. But when he spoke, it felt as if he were stiffly saying the text, and he was completely out of pace. It wasn't going to work. If he followed the script, even if he got to the final chapter, it would not resonate with the netherworld realm and the main world. If he continued like this, the speech would fail. Should I change the manuscript? Should I ask Senior White 2 for help? While Song Shuhang was in thought, a projection appeared beside him. It was Fairy Creation. Song de Draft, Fairy Creation stretched out her hand beside Song Shuhang and waved it. A manuscript that only she and Song Shuhang could see appeared in front of them. Fairy Creation, what script is this? Song Shuhang asked in his mind. There isn't any point in continuing the demon seed in one's heart. Should I try out Fairy Creation's manuscript? Fairy Creation opened the manuscript. Song Shuhang paused his speech, and his eyes fell on the text. What is filial piety? When he said these words, he suddenly felt a shock. Behind him, the 6th dragon pattern of the whale core shone brightly. Then, Song Shuhang exuded the aura of a great scholar of the scholarly faction. What is love? Song Shuhang was attracted by the manuscript, and he couldn't help but continue reading. What was filial piety? What was love? Coupled with the great scholarly aura coming from profound sage tyrannical song at this time, these two questions directly went to people's hearts. Not good, this is a scholarly manuscript. Before the start of the demon sage speech, Senior White had reminded him that he had to pay attention to the script when holding the speech. Manuscripts that would be embraced with open arms in the main world would only lead to death if delivered in the netherworld realm. After all, the creatures of the two worlds were different, their attributes were different, and their ways of thinking were completely opposite. This was especially so for speeches of the Buddhist, scholarly, or holy light systems. If they were used in the netherworld realm, there would only be one path left for the speaker. The manuscript that fairy creation had handed him over was precisely for a speech that fell within the bounds of the scholarly system. I can't use this. How could I seek death like this? Seeking death hugely depended on the occasion or situation. At a time like this, the thrice reckless disease was definitely something that one should not fall victim to. Song Shuhang immediately closed his mouth and stopped reciting this speech. If he continued to use the scholarly manuscript, the feedback from those of the netherworld would definitely be negative. At that time, the 365 days of fancy torture would find its way to him. I should continue talking about the demon seed in one's heart, Song Shuhang said in his mind. Ahem. He cleared his throat. I will now explain the chapter that comes after the establishing of one's will, the building of one's demonic intent. The practitioners of the universe, the demons of netherworld realm, just now, demon sage Tyrannical Scholar had asked them two questions: what is filial piety and what is love? After that, everyone was looking forward to what would follow, as they could intuitively tell that the latter part would be useful. Unexpectedly, demon sage Tyrannical Scholar changed his tone and returned to the previous content. I was already getting excited, and now you're going to make me listen to this? The people of the main world and the netherworld realm suddenly fell into all kinds of discussions. However, Song Shuhang was a fake 8th stage profound sage, and he couldn't see any of the messages. As such, he had no idea what the practitioners in the universe, and the demons in the netherworld realm, were talking about. He simply continued to explain the demon seed in one's heart's second chapter, building of one's demonic intent. After about 5 or 6 sentences, Song Shuhang yawned, and tears of weariness came out from his eyes. Bouts of sleepiness continued to assault him. He was really exhausted, both physically and mentally. Although the current time in the outside world was already October 1st, Song Shuhang had been busy since the beginning of Daodu's wedding all the way until now. At the beginning of Daodu's wedding, the consciousnesses of Soft Feather, 16, Daodu, and himself had switched. Halfway through, there was the matter with the wedding crashers. Then, there was the fight with the flaming eye. After that, he participated in the battle between the 33 divine beasts sect and the fake deities, making a large number of the fake deities pregnant before being locked inside the Wielders' small black room. After that, he was dragged into the heavenly tribulation realm by Skylark several times while he was gathering the materials for the combined magical treasure, and then got pulled into the demonic tribulation realm to transcend the demonic tribulation. Afterward, he assembled 2 sets of the 33 divine beasts' combined magical treasure, causing his main body and resurrected body to be squeezed dry while directly facing the 8th stage demonic tribulation. After he transcended the 8th stage demonic tribulation, the demon sage show began, and the demon sage speech took place right after that. Even a body cast of iron would find this overwhelming. He was truly as tired as a dog. No, when a person felt that they were as tired as a dog, it was actually just a misconception. Because there was no way dogs could work and get that tired. Currently, Song Shuhang was more tired than any dog. With his 5th stage physique, it was already a miracle that he was able to hold it up till now. He was in no state to deliver a speech with his mind being completely spent. As he continued to read out the lines of the manuscript, he only grew wearier, and there was no way of stopping it. After yawning once, he tried to pump himself up. However, although he was trying to do so, his body was simply too weak. He yawned again and again, there was just no way of stopping it. In this way, in a world-class event like the Demon Sage speech, Song Shuhang yawned 4 times in a row, tilted his head, and then fell asleep. Demon Sage Tyrannical Song had fallen asleep. And he was sleeping soundly. He fell asleep under the eyes of all the practitioners of the main world and netherworld realm. Everyone was holding their breath as they watched Profound Sage Tyrannical Song / Demon Sage Tyrannical Scholar, sleeping live on the screen. The main world and the netherworld realm went quiet. Then, everyone fell into heated discussions once more. What happened to demon sage Tyrannical Scholar? Did he die? Impossible, he was alive and kicking just now. I feel that profound sage Tyrannical Song seems to have fallen asleep. That can't be. How could he fall asleep at a time like this? Are you crazy? Can someone really fall asleep while delivering a speech? In the profound sage speech, did something similar ever happen? Was there a profound sage that had fallen asleep while holding a speech? I only remember that profound sage Eternity had used his profound sage speech as an opportunity to confess to immortal fairy Bieshua. It's my first time seeing someone directly fall asleep like profound sage Tyrannical Song. This year's profound sages are showing more and more personality. One confessed, while another fell asleep. I wonder what other interesting things are going to happen in the future. Profound sage Tyrannical Song was still very powerful when he first gave a speech. Could he have changed his strategy this time for the demon sage speech? A demon of the netherworld said, "Bad review, bad review. I'm definitely giving this speech a bad review." Meanwhile, after Song Shuhang fell asleep, the phenomena projected by his whale core also began to disappear. The self, in everyone's eyes, changed back to Tyrannical Song. This made some of the veteran profound sages and the tribulation transcenders lose interest in researching his speech. Senior White 2, Song Shuhang could always somehow manage to refresh Senior White 2's impression of him again and again. He actually dared to fall asleep during such an important occasion. Not only did he dare to do so, but he's even sleeping so soundly. Now, even if the virtuous Lamia, the ancient holy ape projections, and fairy creation all tried to desperately save his face, they wouldn't be able to do it. Senior White 2 made up his mind. When the time comes, I'm absolutely going to make him suffer the cruelest punishments for 365 days. The demon sage speech was related to him as he was the ruler of the netherworld. Song Shuhang was simply not giving him any face. He wanted to make it such that sleep would entirely become a luxury for Song Shuhang in the following year. Song Shuhang fell deep into sleep, relaxing both physically and mentally. His exhausted body and mind were restored in sleep. It was unknown how much time had passed, but at some point later, he opened his eyes. When he woke up, he found himself sitting cross-legged, with 4 incense burners beside him emitting smoke. Where am I? How did I fall asleep? Right, wait. I was in the middle of the demon sage speech. ************************************************ CK, I fell asleep while I was delivering a speech. I'm dead, I'm so dead. Song Shuhang felt his heart become very stifled. He had actually fallen asleep while holding a speech in front of the main world and the netherworld. Not a single 8th stage big shot would have ever dared to do such a thing. Has my speech ended? Has the demon sage speech concluded? In that case, am I already done for? Are the 365 different kinds of torture already coming my way? Song Shuhang hurriedly got up and tried to contact Senior White. However, as he was about to get up, he found that he couldn't move his body. It can't be that the torture is already here, right? Song Shuhang felt uneasy. At this moment, the front gate of the hall opened. A figure stepped into the hall. It was a scholar with an exquisite and lustrous body. Teacher is about to start his speech. Are you not going? The lustrous scholar said with a slight smile. Song Shuhang found himself saying, I was just waiting for senior brother to call me. The voice was a sweet female voice, it was pleasant to the ear, just as if the speaker was singing. A dreamland. Song Shuhang immediately understood that he had entered another dreamland. Moreover, corresponding to the scene at this time, he was quickly able to infer as to who the subject of the dream was this time. It was fairy creation. The scholar with an exquisite and lustrous body was the lustrous scholar, one of the 13 tribulation transcenders under the scholarly sage. It was the one who borrowed Song Shuhang's first ghost spirit. The teacher he was talking about should naturally be the scholarly sage. Fairy Creation leapt down and landed beside the lustrous scholar with a smile. The lustrous scholar stretched out his hand and patted her head. After that, the two walked side by side to a large hall in the distance. Inside the large hall, the rest of the 13 Tribulation Transcenders, disciples of the scholarly sage, were already there. In addition to them, there were also several young men and women. The scholarly sage did not only have the 13 Tribulation Transcenders as his disciples, but also people that had yet to reach that level. After the lustrous scholar and Fairy Creation entered the hall, they went to their places and sat down cross-legged. Sitting on the altar was the ultra-amazing scholarly sage. He raised his head slightly and looked at the disciples below him. Since everyone is here, today's lecture will now begin. Daoist, you will be the one responsible for recording this one. Daoist, the head of the 13 Tribulation Transcenders, respectfully asked, "What topic is teacher going to talk about today?" Today's content is filial piety. The scholarly sage smiled slightly. The scholarly sage had a middle-aged appearance at this time. Of course, he could maintain a younger form with his strength, but because he had taken the position of a teacher, he had eventually fixed his image in a middle-aged state. The sage smiled slightly. In the eyes of his disciples, this was an amiable smile. However, Song Shuhang only felt a faint pain in his abdomen after hearing the word filial piety. At the same time, he seemed to see some evil light in the scholarly sage's left eye. Filial piety, it can't be that one, right? What is filial piety? What is love? After scholarly sage began his lecture, he asked these two questions. When the sage spoke, every sentence was accompanied by the power of heaven and earth. His questions went straight to people's minds. Isn't this the opening line of the manuscript that Fairy Creation has given me? Did Fairy Creation give me the speech for filial piety? However, that speech should be copyrighted, and the copyright should belong to the scholarly sage as he had once talked about it in the scholarly faction. A copyrighted speech like that could not be used for a profound sage speech or demon sage speech, right? At this time, the scholarly sage said, "What is maternal love?" It's really the same speech. Is the sage going to have his disciples experience the pain of pregnancy and childbirth? Fairy Creation is definitely on the list of those who are going to experience it at this time. I am currently attached to her and will feel what she feels. Song Shuhang suddenly fell into panic. He had already experienced it in the body of a man, now, he had to experience it again in the body of a woman? At the same time, in the demon sage speech state. Song Shuhang, with his head down, suddenly said, "What is maternal love? What in the world is happening?" He's delivering a speech while dreaming? The main world and the netherworld realm burst into discussion once again. Demon Sage Tyrannical Scholar speech this time could be said to be filled with twists and turns. When everyone thought that the content of his speech was a bit ordinary, Demon Sage Tyrannical Scholar had activated immensely profound magical techniques. When everyone thought that profound Sage Tyrannical Song would lecture by word and example, he suddenly released a dignified aura and directly questioned their minds by saying, "What is filial piety? What is love?" These questions attracted everyone's attention, and people could not wait to hear what followed. But then, he suddenly changed back to the original lecturing method. The practitioners of the main world and the demons of the netherworld decided to endure this. After all, it was a rare 8th stage speech. However, Demon Sage Tyrannical Scholar hadn't even finished saying a few sentences when he suddenly fell asleep. At that time, the number of people who flipped tables was innumerable. They were all exhausted. Finally, when the demons of the netherworld were about to give the Demon Sage Tyrannical Scholar a huge, red negative review, he suddenly spoke again and performed the superb, sleep lecturing skill. Moreover, When demon sage Tyrannical Scholar opened his mouth, his temperament became oppressive. Obviously, he was sleeping with his head down, but no one among the practitioners of the main world and the demons of the netherworld dared to complain. Almost everyone subconsciously sat upright, maintained a well-behaved posture, and involuntarily focused their gazes on demon sage Tyrannical Scholar while also perking up their ears to listen to his speech. The feeling everyone got was similar to what students would feel when they saw the arrival of a dignified teacher in ancient times. Parents are the foundation of human beings. Today's topic is about filial piety and maternal love. A mother loves her child unconditionally. They care for their child no matter how hard it gets. Song Shuhang, with his head down, spoke and delivered the lecture steadily. Each of his words caused phenomena between heaven and earth. Righteous chi gathered around him, enhancing his dignity. What Song Shuhang was talking about at this time was merely filial piety. However, nobody among the practitioners of the main world or the netherworld dared not to listen. Everyone sat upright and listened carefully, doing their best not to miss a single word. Compared to the weight of pregnancy, even 3 lifetimes would be light. The pain of pregnancy and childbirth. All students, you can experience it yourselves. While he was speaking, behind him, the eye pattern on his whale core lit up once again. This core pattern represented the scholarly sage's eye. It once again cast a projection behind Song Shuhang. As the projection appeared, an eye also flew out of Song Shuhang, and plunged into the projection. It was the actual sage's eye. The practitioners of the main world and the demons of the netherworld were puzzled. Meanwhile, not too far from him, Minnie Skylark said, "Hey, hey, hey. You're just kidding, right? Little friend Shuhang, you can't really be planning on using that during the demon sage speech, right? You're courting death too much. Such a way of seeking death is too exciting. I never thought of that before." Skylark clenched her fists excitedly. Her 8th stage profound sage tribulation had been interrupted, and her miniature self was still at the pinnacle of the 7th stage. In other words, she could continue to play around with the heavenly tribulation realm. After little friend Song Shuhang finished his lecture, she could borrow the sage's eye from him. Then, when she finally transcended her tribulation and held the profound sage speech in front of the universe, she could bring out and use the sage's eye to have the practitioners of the universe conceive another time. Just thinking about it made her feel ecstatic. Skylark felt that the death-seeking energy in her body was boiling, and she couldn't stop it. Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "Heavens! We're done for." Inside the dreamland, the scholarly sage had synchronized with Song Shuhang in the outside world. The pain of pregnancy and childbirth. All students, you can experience it yourself. Here it comes, this terrible scene has finally come. Song Shuhang burst into tears. At this time, he really wished that he didn't have the strange dreamland talent. Daoist, who was in charge of recording the lecture, wondered, and said, "Teacher, how are we going to experience pregnancy?" "Senior Daoist, shut your mouth and stop asking," Song Shuhang shouted in his mind. It was a pity that he couldn't speak, nor could he remind Daoist. The scholarly sage softly said, "I researched a magical technique, and I've imprinted it onto my eye. This magical technique is called the impregnating gaze. Now, look into my eyes." The sage's voice was soft, but carried a dignity that couldn't be denied. All the students present, including Fairy Creation, who was possessed by Song Shuhang, couldn't help but cast their gazes at their teacher's eyes. "Now, look into my eyes," Song Shuhang said in the outside world at the same time that the scholarly sage did. The practitioners of the main world and the demons of the netherworld couldn't help but cast their eyes on the projection of the sage's eye behind Song Shuhang. When all the students looked at scholarly sage's eyes, the sage's eyes shot out a strange light. What kind of strange light was it? One that could not be described with mere words. What did this strange light represent? Was there a need to ask? It represented pregnancy, of course. No, Song Shuhang let out a groan. However, it was fairy creation that controlled the body, and Song Shuhang could only endure as he had no way of changing the plot of the dreamland. Congratulations to player Song Shuhang. For having been struck by the impregnating gaze a second time, you will get a 10-second pregnancy experience and a VIP level, 1-hour childbirth experience. However, the experience this time was different from the last time. Previously, he was a guy when he experienced it. But this time, Song Shuhang was using fairy creation's body to experience the pain of pregnancy and childbirth. This feeling was so strange to Song Shuhang that it could not be described. However, after 2 seconds. It doesn't hurt? Song Shuhang suddenly found that the connection between himself and fairy creation had been broken. Fairy creation's belly swelled up, but Song Shuhang didn't feel anything. Song Shuhang murmured, strange. In the past, when he entered dreamlands, he would experience the things experienced by the subject, regardless of whether it was good or bad. This included Lady Onion's long onion life, Choo Choo being hugged to death, etc. But this time, when fairy creation was hit by the impregnating gaze, he only felt it for less than a second before he couldn't feel anything off anymore. Could it be that my dreamland talent has been upgraded, and I can cut off some of the worst experiences? Song Shuhang thought to himself. In the meantime, demon sage speech also continued. The scholarly sage's eye behind Song Shuhang burst out with a strange light. The practitioners of the main world and the demons of the netherworld, regardless of sex and age, and regardless of whether they were a demon, plant, stone, human or something else, were all shot by the light from the eye. In front of the impregnating gaze, all beings were equal. Unless you were already pregnant. Demon Sage Tyrannical Scholar has sent the impregnating gaze file to everyone. Do you accept? Yes/no? This impregnating gaze was very different from one that would be shot on a normal day. It was in the Demon Sage speech mode, and so this gaze of the scholarly sage's eye was blessed by the speech state, causing its power to greatly increase. This wave of the impregnating gaze, which could previously make thousands of people become pregnant at most, had become infinitely more powerful under the blessing of the speech state. In the next moment, everyone that had raised their heads to look at the scholarly sage's eye found their abdomens swelling up. They grew larger by the second, and in 10 seconds, the pregnancy had reached its peak. The convenience of the process was beyond imagination. See, pregnancy was this simple. Did you still believe that getting pregnant by holding hands was convenient? That was already outdated. Moreover, physical contact would be required, and that was troublesome. The scholarly sage's impregnating gaze could make one pregnant with just one look. Why were you still hesitating? Hurry up and accept the baptism of the sage's loving eyes already. Aya, what's going on? My belly is getting bigger. I'm a man, Demon Sage Tyrannical Scholar, did you make a mistake? What does the strange light from that holy eye represent? There must be some esoteric meaning contained within. This is worthy of being researched and analyzed. But before that, I need to get pregnant. Is this what it feels like to be pregnant? Interesting. Asshole, this old lady has just finished giving birth, you're making me go through another one? Go and die. Beep, 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 pfff, this is not good. My dignified master suddenly became pregnant, and it looks so funny. Of course, we got pregnant together. Ouch, it hurts. My partner and I were in the middle of dual cultivating, bastard, stop. My junior sister is still a child. Stop, my junior brother is still a child. Stop, my master is still a child. Ha ha ha, stupid Yellow Mountain is also pregnant, ha ha ha. You are pregnant too, Daudu. Don't laugh when we're in the same situation. Where is Senior White closing up? Is he also watching this demon sage speech? Is he also pregnant? I want to see the pregnant Senior White, and no one can stop me. I wanted to father a football team, but I was not ready to give birth by myself. Tears are streaming down my face. Purple mist and I got pregnant together, and I took a selfie. Aya, it hurts, it hurts. Not good. I was street racing, then my stomach suddenly became bigger and I lost control. Aya, I ran over someone. It's over, Mom, I love you the most. The main world and the netherworld realm fell into chaos. The practitioners and demons found a huge shadow forming in their hearts. The surface of this trauma was at least the size of 3 rooms, 2 halls, and 2 toilets. At this time, Song Shuhang, who was sleeping, calmly said, "Pregnancy is painful, and childbirth is painful. This kind of grace isn't to be forgotten even after 3 lifetimes." Senior White too, as the ruler of the netherworld, he would naturally not be affected by the impregnating gaze. "I can't save you this time." Senior White too rubbed his temples. After the speech, I'm afraid the demons of the netherworld are going to review bomb him. At this time, the projection of the scholarly sage's eye finally dissipated, and the sage's eye went back to Shuhang. Then, in Song Shuhang's sea of Qi Dan Tian, the belly of the fat whale golden core suddenly swelled up. 10 seconds later, the people in the main world and the netherworld realm burst into screams. The childbirth experience brought by the impregnating gaze wasn't something that those with realms below the scholarly sages could avoid. Even now, despite the scholarly sage only having a single eye left, and the power of the impregnating gaze having dropped drastically, nobody below the immortal level could avoid being subject to its effects. 9th stage tribulation transcenders were also affected. Nearly all those who originally appeared to be dignified masters, high above others and ruling over countless territories, couldn't avoid having their abdomen swell up and bulge into a ball within 10 seconds. The pain of childbirth that followed immediately caused the muscles on the faces of tribulation transcender to twitch constantly. This was simply the vilest, profound sage speech to have ever been recorded. Even worse was that the pain of childbirth lasted for an entire hour. Even after demon sage Tyrannical Scholar's speech had ended, the pain of childbirth did not end. Scary, wasn't it? Inside the dreamland. Song Shuhang didn't know anything about the events in the outside world. He had no idea that a single affectionate glance of his had caused the practitioners and demons of the main world and the netherworld realm to become pregnant. At this time, his dreamland talent had evolved again. After he took the initiative to sever the pain of pregnancy and childbirth that fairy creation felt, the time within the dreamland sped up. It was as if the surroundings had fallen victim to a fast-forward movie shot, everything was whizzing by. When the speed of the time within the dreamland returned to normal, the scene he found in front of him was that of the scholarly sage fighting 4 immortals by himself. Every one of those immortals had a full moon above their heads, radiating the light of the path that belonged to them. The scholarly sage had suppressed the world back then. Even when he was up against 4 immortals, he had the upper hand while maintaining the elegant demeanor of a scholar. The scholarly sage successively displayed a variety of magical techniques and secret techniques that Song Shuhang could not understand. The 4 immortals, who were working together, were completely suppressed. They were then convinced, and withdrew from the war for the heaven's will. Is this scene linked to the fight to become the wielder of the heaven's will? Song Shuhang thought to himself. If he had guessed correctly, this scene should be after the penultimate wielder of the will suddenly got bored and left its position. After that, immortals from all over the universe appeared one after the other, and began to fight to become the new wielder of the will. Song Shuhang suspected that this willful wielder of the will was none other than Senior White too. In that period of time, the scholarly sage was cool beyond words. He alone defeated the immortals of the entire world. Both old immortals and the newly born immortals were steamrolled by the scholarly sage. Some were crushed horizontally, some were crushed vertically, there were those that were in groups that were crushed together in a row, some were crushed once, but refused to accept their loss, so they were then crushed again. The scholarly sage had suppressed the entire world, and in the end, nobody had any qualms. The practitioners of the universe were wholly convinced, and everyone believed that the scholarly sage would become the next wielder of the will. The 13 tribulation transcenders of the scholarly faction, as well as the disciples of the scholarly faction, felt proud from the bottom of their hearts. He had created the scholarly faction single-handedly and raised its status to a level equal to Taoism, Buddhism, and demonism with his immense strength. At that time, the practitioners of the universe only had a single phrase that they could use to describe the scholarly sage: absolutely amazing. The sage stood in midair, his hands set neatly behind him as he descended step after step. While he fought 4 immortals by himself, not even the slightest injury emerged on his body, and even the clothes he was wearing did not suffer the slightest damage. The scholarly sage descended back onto the ground, and the 13 tribulation transcenders stepped forward to congratulate their teacher. The sage smiled slightly. In the end, he set his eyes on fairy creation. He stared at fairy creation, but Song Shuhang could feel his own scalp go numb. This feeling was like when daoist priest Scarlet Heaven was teaching daoist priest Li Tiansu a sword technique and suddenly discovered him in Li Tiansu's body whilst in the dreamland. The scholarly sage had also discovered him. Strange, why could the sage discover me this time? It was not the first time that he had entered a dreamland with a plot related to the sage. However, the sage had experienced a true death. He should have already been a dead man with no consciousness. Therefore, even if he met the sage in the dreamland, the sage should not be able to sense Song Shuhang's existence. But this time, the scholarly sage's gaze seemed to have crossed the constraints of time and space and saw him. Could it be that because the scholarly sage's eye is on my body that I caused the scholarly sage in the dreamland to react? The scholarly sage asked, "Who are you?" Fairy creation pointed to herself curiously, and said, "Teacher, are you talking to me?" "Senior, you can call me Tyrannical Song." Song Shuhang tried to reply, still unsure if the sage had really discovered him. Anyway, there was no harm in trying. The scholarly sage calmly said, "I am getting a strange feeling from your body. You and I are predestined to meet. However, we are doomed to walk different paths." To be precise, Song Shuhang had fate with the scholarly faction, but they were doomed to walk different paths. "Song Shuhang, do you really have to rend my heart as soon as we meet?" The scholarly sage asked, "You came to see me, do you have a message for me?" Song Shuhang shook his head. He had been sensed by the scholarly sage, but it had only been by accident. The scholarly sage put his hands behind his back and calmly said, "Well, since you and I have some fate, I won't let you go home empty-handed. I have a magical technique related to filial piety. I will display it for you. As for how much you can understand, it depends on your talent." Sure enough, the scholarly sage had really discovered Song Shuhang. In the scholarly sage's eyes, he was an ordinary-looking man. However, the long blue hair on his head had touched the softest part of his heart. Anyway, a magical technique related to filial piety? As soon as the sage's voice fell, the surrounding 13 tribulation transcenders and other disciples retreated away from fairy creation one after another. Fairy creation felt like crying. This was because the scholarly sage was directly addressing her. The magical technique related to filial piety was the impregnating gaze, right? This was a day that fairy creation could clearly remember despite it having been many years ago. After all, this one of the days where she experienced the impregnating gaze. "Teacher, are you talking to me?" Fairy creation asked weakly once more. The corners of Song Shuhang's mouth twitched. "The impregnating gaze?" The scholarly sage said, "Oh. You know this magical technique? It seems you have some understanding of my techniques. Then, watch carefully. These are the principles behind the impregnating gaze. As he spoke, his eyes met with Song Shuhang's. Then, a strange light flickered in the scholarly sage's eyes. Song Shuhang saw the structure of the magical technique within the scholarly sage's eye. Runes combined to form this magical technique. The scholarly sage was showing him the principles of the impregnating gaze. Am I going to become pregnant? Song Shuhang burst into tears. At this time, the strange light in the scholarly sage's eyes dissipated. The sage calmly said, "How much do you remember?" "I've pretty much memorized the entire structure of the magical technique and the runes that formed it," Song Shuhang replied. After all, it was the sage who had personally imparted him the technique. "That's great." Then, the scholarly sage calmly said, "The blue hair on your head keeps on making me think of someone I knew." "Blue hair? The hair growing on my head is blue again? Heavens! It should be Skylark's power of eternity that's causing blue hair to grow on my head." It's only natural that the scholarly sage found it familiar. No wonder he imparted a secret technique to me despite having just met. At this time, the scholarly sage suddenly said, "I've suppressed the world and converted myriad realms. The position of wielder of the will, is it to become mine?" Song Shuhang was taken aback. How was he supposed to reply? He did not even have any idea as to what exactly was going on with his current state. He only knew that he had entered a dreamland, and that he had caused someone within the dreamland to experience some changes. Was it only that, or was he truly affecting the past? If he told the scholarly sage that he would be defeated in the end, and that he would regret fighting to become the wielder of the will, would history change? If the scholarly sage were not to fight to become the wielder of the will, would the future of the scholarly faction change? While Song Shuhang was in thought, the eyebrows of the scholarly sage rose lightly. "I should give up fighting for the position of wielder of the heaven's will, because I would regret it in the end?" He. Song Shuhang couldn't help but shout, F***ck. Did you use a mind-reading technique? Couldn't the big shots pay attention to others' privacy? A mind-reading technique? I did not use such a little trick, and I wouldn't bother to use it. The scholarly sage shook his head, and said, "It's impossible for me to give up fighting for the position of the wielder of the will." "You can go," Fairy Creation cried, "Teacher, although I do not know who you are talking to, can you first undo the impregnating gaze you used on me? I love my mother, and my mother loves me very much. I have a good grasp of the filial piety chapter." The scholarly sage, Song Shuhang, the scholarly sage waved his hand gently, and Song Shuhang's consciousness returned, which made him wake up from the dreamland state. When he woke up, the demon sage speech was almost over. Song Shuhang murmured, "It's over, I'm really done for this time. I actually slept through the entire demon sage speech." Just as Song Shuhang was thinking about this, wisps of negative and destructive power from all over the demonic tribulation realm condensed and wrapped around him. This was a force that was completely opposite to the power of virtue. Is this a punishment for failing the speech? Song Shuhang was depressed. Senior White 2's voice sounded out, "No. This is the procedure of giving you a talent. Your demon sage speech was a success." "Huh?" Song Shuhang asked in disbelief. His demon sage speech was a success. He had slept through it, so how could he have succeeded? The demons of the netherworld realm are so easily satisfied? They gave me likes even when I was sleeping on the broadcast? Senior White 2 said, "Shuhang, I truly underestimated you." Song Shuhang? Senior White 2 said, "Despite your speech having ended, the 1-hour-long pain of childbirth that you granted to the demons of the netherworld has not ended. In the entire netherworld realm, not a single demon dares to give you a negative review." Huh? The pain of childbirth? Song Shuhang suddenly got a bad feeling. Meanwhile, the negative and destructive power poured into his right eye and condensed into a demonic talent, the embryonic gaze. After getting through the profound sage speech, a tremendous amount of power of virtue would gather around the speaker. Under normal circumstances, the materialization of the 8th stage profound sage's power of virtue would allow them to easily resist the threat of the inner demon tribulation that would come soon after. The netherworld's demonic tribulation realm was a place that received the praise of a great number of evil demons. As such, those who delivered a speech here were able to receive a talent. There were good talents and bad talents, but generally speaking, the talent that would appear would be one that was the most suitable for the 8th stage demon sage receiving it. Senior White 2 curiously asked, "What talent did you get?" Song Shuhang sighed. Embryonic gaze, Senior White 2 asked, "What kind of talent is that?" He had never heard of such a talent. Song Shuhang sighed faintly. "To have awakened such a weird talent, I am also desperate." Senior White 2 said, "Can you show it to me once?" Song Shuhang shook his head, and said, "This ability requires me to cast it on someone. Then test it on someone or something." Senior White 2 silently locked on Mini Skylark and Scarlet Heaven Sword. Scarlet Heaven Sword would have never expected that it would also become a candidate for an experimental subject. Song Shuhang said, "However, there isn't a single suitable target. Even if this embryonic gaze talent is an 8th stage magical technique, I'm only at the 5th stage realm. Therefore, even with its superior qualities, the technique will only have an effect on practitioners who are at the 6th stage at most." Mini Skylark and Scarlet Heaven Sword were too high level, so they should be immune. Senior White 2 curiously said, "Then, just tell me the general workings of this magical technique." Song Shuhang explained, "It should be a force transformation magical technique. With a glance, I can make the target assume the appearance of an embryo, as in the fetus that comes out of a pregnancy." Senior White 2's lips curled. "I thought that it was some rare magical technique, but it seems no different from those polymorph techniques of the witch system. Moreover, even if the practitioner's body were to be changed to that of a small lamb or chicken, their strength would still be unchanged. At most, they would have only changed from being a 5th stage practitioner to a 5th stage lamb. Their basic combat power would still be there, and they could still use flying swords or treasured sabers all the same. In addition, these kinds of magical techniques generally didn't last long, so their practical value wasn't that high." "It's kind of similar." Song Shuhang nodded. "How long can your magical technique last? How effective is it?" Senior White 2 asked further. Song Shuhang replied, "After forcing the target into an embryonic state, they will stay in that form for a period which depends on their strength. I have not tested it yet, so I am not too clear on this. However, their body's defensive power will definitely be greatly reduced, and they will become very fragile. If the other party uses a secret technique that requires some time to build up energy, I can take that opportunity to use the embryonic gaze, and its effect should be pretty good." Senior White 2 replied, "Then, you might as well just use the impregnating gaze, that technique's effect is way better." Song Shuhang nodded, and said, "That's what I was going to talk about next. The reason why I acquired the embryonic gaze talent was mainly due to having learned the impregnating gaze beforehand. As such, it should be possible to use the embryonic gaze talent in conjunction with the impregnating gaze. As for what changes would occur to the magical technique from doing so, I cannot say for sure. However, his instincts told him that it would be best for him to avoid using these two magical techniques together. Because if he did so, consequences could be fatal. A pregnant plus embryonic state combo was no joking matter. Song Shuhang sighed and stood up. The demon sage speech was over, and the same was true for the demonic tribulation. It was time for him to leave the demonic tribulation realm. Song Shuhang asked, "Senior White, if I were to leave the demonic tribulation realm right now, would I be able to leave the Wielder's small black room? His main body had been forcefully pulled into the demonic tribulation realm because of the heaven's tribulation. Therefore, if he left now, was he going to be sent back to the main world? Or was he going to be sent back into the Wielder's small black room? Senior White 2 said, going by the nature of the demonic tribulation realm, you will be sent back to where you have been before you entered it. I'm afraid that you will be sent back into the Wielder's small black room. Song Shuhang said, since that's the case, then I will have to prepare myself. After saying that, he willed, and Song Shuhang too appeared from behind him. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Song Shuhang chuckled. This way, even if this body is captured and sent back into the Wielder's small black room, my clone can still wander around outside. In addition to the clone, he also left the virtuous Lamia outside. Even if the body and clone were captured, the virtuous snake beauty could stroll outside while sharing their senses. While he was speaking, the demonic tribulation realm suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, a big hand suddenly stretched out from nowhere, grabbed Song Shuhang and Song Shuhang too, and threw them both into the Wielder's small black room. The big hand also picked up the virtuous Lamia, there were no exceptions. Song Shuhang, they were all caught in one swoop. In addition to Song Shuhang, Fairy Skylark's old body was also picked up and thrown into another small black room. However, Fairy Skylark's miniature self was not caught, because since the very beginning, the Wielder had been aiming to lock up the liquid metal ball. Since Mini Skylark was completely separate from the liquid metal ball, she naturally did not fall among the ranks of those to be caught. Mini Skylark unwillingly shouted, "Little friend Shuhang, please lend me the scholarly sage's eye." However, it was too late. Song Shuhang had already been thrown into the Wielder's small black room, and Mini Skylark was sent back to the main world. The practitioners of the universe had unknowingly avoided another catastrophe. Senior White 2 had already hidden back inside the world of the Black Lotus, and watched as Song Shuhang and the others were taken away. Afterward, he took out the holy sword of the end and stretched out his hand to imprint his mark on the sword. 33 Divine Beasts Combined Magical Treasure. 33 Divine Beasts Technique, a cultivation technique with 33 branches. I keep on getting a familiar feeling from it. Senior White 2 stretched out his hand, and the holy sword of the end broke down, turning back into 33 different magical treasures. He unceasingly disassembled and reassembled the magical treasures. This holy sword of the end was only one of the possible combinations. Depending on how the magical treasures were combined, they would turn out to have different shapes. Senior White 2 confirmed, sure enough. The idea that sparked the creation of such a magical treasure should have come from me. Just as everyone had their own styles and ways of thinking when writing stories and creating things, after disassembling and assembling it several times, Senior White 2 discovered that the 33 Divine Beasts Combined Magical Treasure was made according to his own style. Senior White 2 said, I'm positive that I have never tinkered with this 33 Divine Beasts Combined Magical Treasure. That leaves only one possibility. The design of this set of magical treasures was something that his counterpart had researched and created. What exactly was that counterpart of mine doing back then? Senior White 2 had a headache because that person had never told him anything about what he was doing. Senior White 2 said, what a terrible personality. We clearly share a huge portion of our memories, so why is there such a great difference in our characters? Can't he just be similar to me, be fond of jokes, fond of sleeping, and fond of taking in a few pets? After putting away the holy sword, he held his chin and fell into thought. White, get out here. Today, I'm definitely going to kill you. The liquid metal ball's roar could be heard at the entrance of the world of the Black Lotus. The liquid metal ball found that it had suddenly lost a part of its memory. It was getting a feeling that this portion of memory was very important, but for some reason, it just couldn't access it. It invoked its authority as a ruler of the netherworld to try to restore that portion of his memory, but it was to no avail. And so, it ran to the world of the Black Lotus, and roared at the other ruler of the netherworld, White. For the liquid metal ball, regardless of what wrong thing had taken place in the world, it was White's fault. There was absolutely nothing wrong with quarreling with White. Senior White too shouted, "Sorry, the White that you are looking for has closed up. Please contact me at a later date." The liquid metal ball yelled, "Come out. Come out here. What was the memory that I've lost? Come out here right now. Let's have a good fight." "Strange, what does your loss of memory have to do with me? Why are you looking for me?" Senior White too said with a guilty conscience. The liquid metal ball responded, "As long as there's something wrong, it's definitely your fault. Anyway, come out here first and let's have a fight." Senior White too gloomily said, "What is up with your bandit logic?" The liquid metal ball replied, "Just get out here already. Today, we shall settle things between us, and only one of us shall be left alive." Senior White too rubbed his temples and looked at the holy sword of the end in his hand. Should I test out the power of this new sword? Senior White too said, "If you want a fight, then let's fight. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Unseal the entrance of the world of the Black Lotus." And so, a battle between the rulers of the netherworld unfolded once again. Meanwhile, after Demon Sage Tyrannical Scholar was thrown into the Wielder's small black room again, the practitioners of the main world and the netherworld realm gradually forgot about his existence. All matters related to Song Shuhang began to fade, including his divinity show and speech. However, due to the Demon Sage show making his presence unforgettable for 1 year, the memories that had seemingly disappeared still left some impressions. "Strange, I remember that I was listening to a speech just now. Someone who had just ascended to the 8th stage was delivering a speech. What's wrong with my stomach? It hurts. Demon Sage Tyrannical Scholar's speech is already over. What's going on? I'm pregnant. Who is Demon Sage Tyrannical Scholar? Am I pregnant with his child?" On this day, the practitioners of the universe firmly remembered that they were pregnant with Demon Sage Tyrannical Scholar's child. However, as for what Demon Sage Tyrannical Scholar looked like, nobody could remember. The surface of the trauma in the hearts of these practitioners grew once again. Inside the Wielder's small black room, Song Shuhang waved, and said, "I'm back." Su Clan 16 said, "Welcome back, Shuhang." Soft Feather said, "Senior Song, where did you go? Did you go to transcend a tribulation just now?" Senior White's clone discovered the improvement of Song Shuhang's realm at a glance. Song Shuhang nodded and said, "I was pulled into the demonic tribulation realm by Fairy Skylark again. It's hard to explain everything in a few words." After saying that, he looked at Senior White's clone, and his mind suddenly stirred. He asked, "Senior White, have you ever thought of becoming the wielder of the will?" Senior White replied, "Of course, the goal of every practitioner is to become the wielder of the will." Song Shuhang asked, "What would you do if you one day became tired of being the wielder?" "Or is it pregnant?" Senior White replied, "I have never been the wielder of the will, so I have no idea what I would do if I got tired of the position. I feel that with my personality, I would probably look for something interesting to do. If there aren't any interesting things around me, I'll make stuff interesting myself." Song Shuhang speculatively asked, "Then, Senior White, would you choose to resign?" "How could that be?" Senior White replied decisively. "It isn't easy to become the wielder of the will, why would I resign? After becoming the wielder of the will, I would be able to tinker with things that normal practitioners would never have a chance of playing with even if they wanted to. The universe is so big, and there are tens of thousands of worlds. Fun and interesting things would have no end. There are even some places that only the wielder of the will can enter and ordinary practitioners can't access. For example, the Wielder's small black room that we're in right now, and other similar spaces. If I were to resign from such a position, would probably become even more bored. Song Shuhang pinched his chin, and said, that makes sense. The wielder of the heavens was the existence with the highest authority, and with that, they could enter all of the secret areas. If they were to leave their post, they would lose the ability to enter those secret areas. Therefore, could the penultimate wielder of the will, the one that Shuhang suspected to be Senior White Two's counterpart, have left for some other reason? There had been so many wielders of the heavens throughout history, and all of them eventually chose to leave their position. Could it be possible that the position wasn't as great as people thought? Could it be some sort of trap? Or, could it be that after getting their hands on the position, they discovered an even higher and farther place, and then went after it? Perhaps after having acquired a greater goal, the previous wielders of the will looked for a way to resign from their position and find a way to reach beyond the realm of wielder of the heavens will. Or again, after becoming the wielder of the will and becoming eternal, they chose to leave their position and continue to do whatever they wanted to do. Like Fairy Skylark with her bone of eternity. Senior White curiously asked, by the way, Shuhang, why did you suddenly ask me this? On the side, Soft Feather suddenly raised her hand, and said, Senior White, don't you think that you might be the child of a wielder of the will? Senior White, Shuhang, have you ascended to the 5th stage? Su Clan 16 noticed Song Shuhang's change. At the center of Song Shuhang's eyebrows, golden mental energy was faintly visible. This was a result of his mental energy having greatly improved after ascending to the 5th stage. As he was still unable to control it as he pleased, some of it ended up leaking. In addition, the innate true yuan in Song Shuhang's body had undergone a transformation and changed into the spiritual power of a 5th stage spiritual emperor. The golden core in his body began to slowly transform his physical body. After a period of meditation, the golden core and spiritual power would allow a 5th stage practitioner's physical body to evolve, and eventually become a spiritual emperor's body. The 5th stage was like a watershed. For practitioners, the 1st stage was a hurdle, which distinguished them from ordinary people as they had officially transcended humanity. The 2nd stage was also a hurdle. After this realm, the power in the practitioner's body would change from the illusory power of blood and chi energy to true chi, and their lifespan would increase to over 200 years. The 5th stage realm was a moat, and the golden core would set one's path. The golden core was the core of a practitioner, and it would transform all of their innate true yuan into spiritual power. In this realm, the practitioner had transcended the need to eat or sleep. The spiritual emperor's body was the biggest watershed between practitioners and ordinary people. The difference between a 5th stage practitioner and an ordinary person was not too obvious in human practitioners. However, it could be clearly seen in monster cultivators as they would experience a major change in this realm. A 5th stage great monster would be able to finally change their form. Yes, I was forced to ascend to the 5th stage realm under the onslaught of Fairy Skylark's heavenly tribulation and demonic tribulation. Song Shuhang still had lingering fear in his mind. This time, if it weren't for everything having taken place in Senior White Two's domain, it was truly unknown as to what would have transpired. The combined magical treasure wouldn't have been assembled. Perhaps he would have failed to transcend his tribulation as well and died. After all, he had yet to make any preparations for transcending the heavenly tribulation. The 5th stage in 4.5 months, Senior White pinched his chin and looked at Song Shuhang. Once they got out of the Wielder's small black room, how great would the pressure that the fellow daoists of the 9 provinces number 1 group felt after finding out that Song Shuhang was already at the 5th stage be. Soft Feather said, Senior Song, you are definitely the child of some wielder of the will. After saying that, she suddenly sensed something. Demon Sage Tyrannical Scholar? There are no hidden dangers, right? Tyrannical Scholar? Su Clan 16 said with some worry. Song Shuhang, can you stop saying that? Song Shuhang sighed, and said, don't worry, I'm completely fine. My will is strong. In addition, you have also seen for yourself that I now have a demon name, Demon Sage Tyrannical Scholar. This was the reward for overcoming the demonic tribulation. Did I miss something interesting again? Soft Feather looked regretful, and asked, by the way, what about your dragon patterns? Senior Song, you hadn't made any preparations for the tribulation, right? Did any problems occur with your core patterns? Song Shuhang replied, my golden core is in a rather special state. I suspect that I originally should have had a patternless golden core. Patternless? Soft Feather asked in doubt. How could that be possible? A golden core should at least have a single pattern. Song Shuhang said, blank golden cores actually exist. Senior White, do you know about patternless golden cores? There was a deep relationship between Senior White and Senior White 2. Since Senior White 2 had a patternless golden core back then, Senior White probably also had a patternless golden core. I don't. I've never heard of patternless golden cores. Senior White shook his head. Su Clan 16 curiously asked, Senior White, how many patterns does your golden core have? I've never seen anyone in the group chat talk about it. That's because my golden core is quite special, and so I never mentioned it to anyone in the group, Senior White replied. However, it doesn't matter if I tell you. I had 10 patterns on my golden core at that time. Su Clan 16 was taken aback. Isn't the maximum number of patterns on a golden core 9? 9 patterns was the upper limit. Even the scholarly sage who had been able to suppress the entire universe only had 9 patterns on his 5th stage golden core. What was with Senior White's 10-patterned golden core? Senior White squeezed his chin, and said, when I ascended to the 5th stage, it was extremely difficult to transcend the heavenly tribulation. After transcending it, my illusory core turned into a golden core, and I had to wait for the core patterns to appear. The core patterns appeared very slowly. The golden core kept on changing and spinning, and then Song Shuhang, Su Clan 16, Soft Feather, the virtuous Lamia, as well as Scarlet Heaven Sword in her abdomen, all perked up their ears to listen to what followed. Senior White said, then, I felt that it was a waste of time to sit and wait for the core patterns to appear, so I closed up and didn't bother checking it for over a year or so. When I woke up, I checked my golden core and discovered that there were 10 core patterns on it. I thought I had counted wrong, but I counted it several times and it was still 10. Song Shuhang subconsciously said, Senior White, did you paint your 10th core pattern? PFFF, how do you draw something like a core pattern? Senior White laughed. With a brush, and you can make it so that it doesn't fade. Song Shuhang looked up at the sky, and said, don't ask me how I know about this. My core patterns were painted by someone else. Soft Feather responded, huh? Su Clan 16 said, huh? Song Shuhang said, my golden core is a bit weird. I don't know why, but the illusory core I had condensed when I was at the 4th stage took on the appearance of a fat whale. Su Clan 16 and Senior White both nodded as they knew about this. Song Shuhang said, then, when I ascended to the 5th stage, the fat whale illusory core became a fat whale golden core. At first, there were 3 core patterns on it. Su Clan 16 was puzzled, and asked, then, what did you mean by patternless golden core? Soft Feather said, only 3? That should be impossible. With Senior Song having reached the 5th stage in 4.5 months, no matter how bad his talent was, it was impossible for him to only have 3 dragon patterns. Senior Song's talent was definitely not too bad. If a person really didn't have any talent for cultivation, even if he was given unlimited resources, it would be impossible for them to achieve a miracle like reaching the 5th stage in 4.5 months. Song Shuhang replied, those 3 dragon patterns weren't from my own talent, one was given by my combined magical treasure, and another was given to me by the virtuous Lamia and the sage seal. Then, the last one was given by the scholarly indestructible body of the Buddha and the holy ape dragon power technique. This means that if the 3 bonuses were to be disregarded, would not have a single dragon pattern. Su Clan 16 asked, what special characteristic does a patternless golden core have? Song Shuhang said, it should be very special, but it has nothing to do with me now as I have 9 patterns. The place where I transcended my tribulation was the demonic tribulation realm, which happened to be that senior's territory. And so, he made a move and gave me 6 more dragon patterns, which he painted on my golden core with a brush. Just like that? Su Clan 16 could only feel that this information was huge, and her worldview was somewhat shattered from hearing it. Senior White heard this, pinched his chin, and fell into thought. Core patterns drawn with a brush. Patternless gold core. Senior White asked, did you ask that senior of yours if he could just give you 10 dragon patterns? Song Shuhang was suddenly taken aback. Yes, if the core patterns could be drawn on, maybe he could have requested 10, 11, or even more dragon patterns. Senior White here was the proof that the limit of 9 dragon patterns could be broken. I never asked him. I had thought that 9 dragon patterns was the limit, so I only asked for 9. Song Shuhang sighed. I feel like I've missed a huge opportunity. Senior Song, can you let me see your 9 painted dragon patterns? Soft Feather became curious. Song Shuhang heard this and smiled. You want to take a look? In that case, direct your mental energy towards me. I will guide it toward my whale core so that you can have a look. He. Soft Feather said, I wanna see. Su Clan 16 said, Shuhang, your smile right now looks strange. Song Shuhang said, it's fine. In a while, 16, you can come in and take a look at the patterns on my golden core as well. They're really interesting. After a while, Soft Feather released her mental energy, directing it toward Song Shuhang's body. Song Shuhang dragged Soft Feather's mental energy, and used the inner sight to enter the location where the whale core was located. Soft Feather said, Senior Song, did your whale core eat too much? Or is it pregnant? Song Shuhang said, it's fine. I already told you that my golden core has the shape of a fat whale. It was already fat, f*ck, what happened to my whale core? It was still alright before. When he saw his fat whale golden core, he was immediately stunned. Although my fat whale was fat before, isn't it too fat now? Its abdomen is a bit too big and too obvious, it's as if it's pregnant. This effect, isn't this the impregnating gaze's effect? When he had entered the dreamland and experienced a part of fairy creation's life, the scholarly sage had used the impregnating gaze on him twice. Fairy creation's dreamland body had become pregnant both times. As such, could it have also influenced his body? Alternatively, when he was delivering the speech, he used the impregnating gaze, and his golden core became pregnant after that? Anyway, this was simply absurd. Soft Feather asked, perhaps it has eaten too much. Senior Song, where are the golden core's dragon patterns? Compared to the pregnant golden core, she was more interested in seeing the painted dragon patterns. Song Shuhang said, give me a moment. The conversation between the two at this time was done telepathically. Song Shuhang temporarily put aside the matter of the whale core becoming pregnant. With his mental command, the armor on his golden core was slowly shed. Golden core armor? This is so cool. Soft Feather's eyes lit up. When I get back, I'm going to ask my dad if there is a way to make it so that my golden core stands out, either that or if there is a way to have golden core armor appear. Of course, this was just a random thought. The golden core armor came down piece by piece, revealing the thick golden core dragon patterns within. The impregnable holy city, the holy sword of the end, the 9 virtues phoenix saber, the virtuous lamia plus the sage seal, the ancient holy apes plus scholarly scriptures, the scholarly sage's eye, the inner world lotus, and the fat whale formed by 33 divine beasts. Each dragon pattern was very distinct, and after seeing it, Soft Feather felt envious. She also wished to condense dragon patterns with so many distinct traits. Smiling, Song Shuhang said, "Next is the 9th dragon pattern. This dragon pattern is very special. Before looking at it, you should prepare yourself mentally." After saying that, he removed the piece of armor that was covering the last dragon pattern. "Prepare myself mentally?" Soft Feather curiously looked at the last dragon pattern. As Song Shuhang had said so, she was even more curious, so she carefully took a look at it. Compared with the previous 8 dragon patterns, this last dragon pattern was much more slender, and its style was much more beautiful as well. When Soft Feather was staring at the dragon pattern, suddenly, the image of a young lady with long legs appeared in front of her. This young lady had long hair that reached all the way to her waist and white skin. Not to boast or anything, but this young lady was very beautiful, and she was just as beautifully dressed. Soft Feather's mental energy fluctuated violently. This young lady with long legs, wasn't this her? How could this be? Senior Song had her painted as the last dragon pattern on his golden core? This was too sudden. SS Senior Song? Soft Feather panicked. She was completely unprepared for this. Having received such a huge impact caused her to stutter. She and Senior Song hit it off well, with them having lots of common topics and a certain urge to seek death. However, they hadn't spent that much time together. She had always felt that the relationship between herself and Senior Song was a normal, senior and junior relationship. But now, Senior Song had carved her as his whale core dragon pattern. Does this mean what I think it means? Soft Feather was so nervous that she was at a loss for words, and had no idea how she was to face this matter. Song Shuhang asked, "How is it? Isn't it exciting?" Soft Feather panicked, and said, "WL. Senior Song. I don't know what to say, isn't this going too quickly?" "I'm not mentally prepared yet," Song Shuhang triumphantly said, He, what did you see?" "What did I see?" "Well, I saw myself." Soft Feather's mental energy fluctuated greatly. However, with it seeming like there was more to the matter from how Song Shuhang was speaking, she calmed down a bit. Song Shuhang said, That's right. This 9th dragon pattern has the attribute of showing oneself. It's rather troublesome to explain, but to put it bluntly, it's pretty much just a mirror. Staring at it allows you to see oneself. Isn't it interesting?" Soft Feather, Song Shuhang said, "Isn't it exciting?" Soft Feather's mind finally calmed down. After a while, she said, "Senior Song. Senior Thrice Reckless is going to cry because of this." Song Shuhang curiously asked, "What does this have to do with Senior Thrice Reckless?" Soft Feather happily said, "I feel that Senior Thrice Reckless' throne of the King of Death Seeking will be usurped by you sooner or later. However, it's indeed exciting." When she saw herself as the last core pattern on Song Shuhang's golden core, she was completely at a loss and began stuttering. Now that she was looking back at it, the excitement was real. It's fun and interesting. It truly was the right choice to have gone on an adventure with Senior Song, Soft Feather said cheerfully. "The next time I have the chance, I will still choose to go out and have fun with Senior Song." Song Shuhang said, Ha, don't tell Senior White and 16 about the effect of the 9th pattern. Let's go out now, I'm going to bring 16 and Senior White in." Soft Feather said, "No problem, I promise that I won't tell them. It'll be more fun this way." Song Shuhang. Soft Feather. Song Shuhang said, "Okay, let's go out first." Soft Feather remarked, "It's a pity. The only thing that can enter the sea of Chi Dantian to have a look at the pattern on the whale core is mental energy. If you could have it materialize and the entire event were to be filmed, it would definitely be very interesting." Song Shuhang responded, "Yes, it's indeed a pity." Soft Feather worriedly asked, "By the way, Senior Song. What if Senior White gets too stirred up and trips?" Song Shuhang replied, "Don't worry. With Senior White's character, even if he sees this kind of thing, he should be able to remain very calm." Soft Feather then asked, "What about 16? What if she's unable to take it that well and ends up wanting to cut people down?" Song Shuhang replied, "That probably isn't going to happen, right?" After a while, Soft Feather's mental energy withdrew from Song Shuhang's golden core. Su Clan 16 curiously asked, "Soft Feather, what did you see?" Soft Feather kept a serious look as she patted Su Clan 16 lightly, and said in a serious tone, "You should go have a look yourself." Su Clan 16. And so, with a face filled with doubt, Su Clan 16's mental energy plunged into Song Shuhang's golden core world. Just like Soft Feather, she first saw the first 8 dragon patterns. After that, Song Shuhang slowly moved away the armor piece that covered the 9th dragon pattern. In the next moment, Su Clan 16 also saw a relatively slender dragon pattern. Just as he did with Soft Feather, before he revealed his 9th dragon pattern, Song Shuhang told Su Clan 16 to prepare herself mentally. Su Clan 16 asked, "Is there something special about this dragon pattern?" She felt like there was some prank going on when Song Shuhang introduced this dragon pattern to her. Song Shuhang softly said, "Just stare at it." 16 continued to stare at the 9th dragon pattern. After a while, the dragon pattern came to life in her eyes. It turned into a lifelike golden dragon that went to soar through the clouds. Then, the color of this golden dragon faded little by little until it eventually turned into a beautiful white dragon. Su Clan 16 suspiciously asked, "Your 9th dragon pattern fades?" "Huh?" Song Shuhang was dumbfounded. Su Clan 16 said, "Eh? Your reaction is so strange. Your 9th dragon pattern suddenly became a lifelike dragon and then faded." Song Shuhang, what the hell did 16 see? Wasn't this dragon pattern supposed to show oneself? When 16 looks at this dragon pattern, isn't she supposed to see her cute self? What's with the dragon pattern fading? Strange, could it be that the 9th dragon pattern lost its power? Song Shuhang thought to himself. He used inner sight and stared at his 9th dragon pattern. In the next moment, the 9th dragon pattern reflected the appearance of a young man with long blue hair. It was working fine as it had taken his appearance. Although he had already shaved his hair, the 9th dragon pattern still reflected the appearance of the real Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang curiously said, "It's working just fine." Su Clan 16 asked, "What special effect does your 9th dragon pattern have?" Song Shuhang said, "It has the ability to reflect oneself. It's like a mirror that can reflect the person who looks at the dragon pattern." After saying that, he suddenly paused. 16 had seen the dragon pattern fade and turned into a white dragon. Since the 9th dragon pattern was working properly, could the fading dragon that 16 had seen be herself? Just as Song Shuhang had thought about this, Su Clan 16 seemed to think of the same thing as well. Her mental energy began to vibrate violently, and it became chaotic. Song Shuhang, he felt like he was playing with fire a bit too much. After all, he was not Senior Thrice Reckless. It was a kind of talent to be able to live after seeking death, and it was very clear that he didn't have this talent. Su Clan 16's mental energy began to calm down, and she softly said, "Have you guessed it?" Song Shuhang said, "Well, I never would have thought that you were a princess of the dragon clan. Does your spirit river Su clan have the bloodline of a dragon?" "Shuhang, you're so silly. You can't be serious with this nonsense." Su Clan 16 laughed. Song Shuhang, actually, it's fine for me to tell you. I never planned on keeping it a secret anyway. I just felt like there was no need to talk about it, Su Clan 16 slowly said. After I failed to transcend the heavenly tribulation of the fourth stage, you brought me a skeletal dragon's withered vine. Originally, it was only meant to heal the injuries I suffered during the heavenly tribulation. However, after using it, some changes occurred to me, and I ended up transforming into a dragon. Song Shuhang said, is it really as simple as you having transformed into a dragon? If it was only that, when she was looking at the mirror, she should have been able to recognize herself. You are still 16, right? Song Shuhang whispered using his mental energy. Su Clan 16 softly replied, I'm still Su Clan 16, and that will never change. After hearing Su Clan 16's reply, Song Shuhang felt a little relieved. He nodded, and then suggested, in a while, should we have Senior White give you a checkup? Su Clan 16 smiled, and said, okay, I'm fine with that. She was still herself, even if she had turned into a dragon, she was still Su Clan 16. Therefore, checkups like this were fine. As she saw that Song Shuhang was somewhat worried for her, she felt warmth in her heart. My dragon transformation state is actually quite similar to your virtuous Lamia state. The white dragon would attach itself to my body like a body of virtue. Then, while it's attached, it helps me and heals the heavenly tribulation injuries. Song Shuhang curiously said, I see. But why did the white dragon appear when you looked at your true self? Why didn't your main body appear? Even when the virtuous Lamia possessed him, when he looked at his true self, he would still see his own appearance rather than fairy times s. After saying that, he glanced at his ninth dragon pattern. What? His mental energy fluctuated violently. In the picture reflected by his ninth dragon pattern, he saw a figure wearing a gorgeous phoenix robe while keeping an elegant, seductive pose on a throne. It was the virtuous Lamia. However, she was not in her snake-tailed form at this time. Her white calves protruded from her robe, and each of her tender toes was visible. Heavens, wasn't it working fine just now? Why did Fairy waiting for a promise suddenly appear? Could it be that the so-called true self in the ninth dragon pattern is just born of one's mind? Does it take what one believes oneself to be? If I were to hypnotize myself, making myself believe that I'm Superman or something, would Superman appear instead? In the picture, Fairy #times blinked at Song Shuhang, and then stretched herself. The phoenix robe was wholly unable to conceal her exquisite figure. After stretching her waist, she suddenly left the throne. The long-lost Shuhang-style scream sounded out. Then, she tilted her head and played dead. Song Shuhang, my liver hurts, and my heart feels stifled. After Fairy #times died, the picture on the ninth dragon pattern changed once more. It was a fairy wearing a loose daoist robe, sitting on top of a lotus flower with a tilted daoist crown on top of her head. Those with OCD would really want to set it straight. On the top of the fairy's head, there was a full moon, which contained the brilliance of her path to immortality. It was Fairy Chenglin. In the picture, Fairy Chenglin's beautiful eyes opened. Her eyes were extremely beautiful, they could be said to be akin to the brightest stars in the night sky that attracted people's eyes and caused them to sink deeply into thought. After opening her eyes, Fairy Chenglin stretched out her right hand to cover her red lips. The beauty is shy and reserved, covering her mouth and smiling? No, I'm being too naive here. A shy Chenglin does not exist. Phew! Chenglin stretched out her hand and blew a kiss to Song Shuhang while saying, I love you the most at #times Song Shuhang. It was a suffocating display of affection. Song Shuhang now felt that not only his liver, but also his other internal organs were throbbing pain. Immediately afterward, the picture changed once again. The picture shown by the 9th dragon pattern transformed back into fairy at #times wearing a phoenix robe and next to a throne. The cute fairy #times was still quietly lying at the foot of the throne, silently playing dead. As if sensing Cheng Lin's display of affection and kisses, she suddenly stretched out her hand to cover her small face, and a red blush appeared on her face. Yeek, yeek, Song Shuhang, what kind of weird cry is this? Fairy #times, your way of acting shy is too unsettling. In contrast, you are more accustomed to playing dead. While he was in thought, the picture shown by the 9th dragon pattern changed again. Fairy Cheng Lin was back on the stage. Fairy Cheng Lin said, unexpectedly, the 9th dragon pattern has this kind of magical ability. It is truly worthy of being a work of a ruler of the netherworld. This time, she stretched out her hands and made a gesture of love on her chest while saying, that's for you, at #times you bothersome soymilk machine, you're the one I like most in this world. What? Soymilk machine? Song Shuhang couldn't help but say, what's with those horrible descriptions? What was she even trying to say when she said soymilk machine? Fairy Cheng Lin said, stop ruining our display of affection. Moreover, you should keep pace with the times. Is there anything better at grinding love than a soymilk machine? Song Shuhang, he was speechless. No, wait. Song Shuhang couldn't help but ask, what are you still doing here? Haven't you already passed away? Previously, when Cheng Lin handed over the inheritance to Yi Si, she said very emotionally that she would disappear completely, and that she would no longer reincarnate or resurrect. She would finally become a part of history. Sure enough, Mother Zhang was right. Beautiful women are too deceptive. Cheng Lin's words should not be trusted. Fairy Cheng Lin retracted the gesture of love on her chest, and made a seal with both hands. Can't you see? I have already completely dissipated. There is no longer a Fairy Cheng Lin in the universe. It has already been inherited by you and Yi Si. The me you see right now, is no longer me. The corners of Song Shuhang's mouth twitched. Lies, just more lies. Really, what happened to the trust between people? Fairy Cheng Lin sighed, and she pointed behind her. Then, a sleeping Yi Si appeared. Fairy Cheng Lin stretched out her hand and lightly brushed Yi Si's long hair. Yi Si has a piece of me with her. The me that used to live in this world has already dissipated. However, Yi Si's strong longing for me stimulated the energy of my fragments. So, what you are seeing now is only an illusion which came to be from Yi Si's longing. At best, it is just a body with partial memories of Cheng Lin. Song Shuhang couldn't help but go silent. Because of lessons he'd learned from the past, he only believed 20% of what Cheng Lin said. Fairy Cheng Lin urged, okay, now stop bothering us. I'm merely a body constructed by thoughts. Perhaps someday, when Yi Si no longer thinks about me, I will completely disappear. I don't have much time left, I want to use most of what I have to talk to times. After some time, I'll go and meet up with Senior Striped Dragon, Song Shuhang said calmly. At that time, Fairy Cheng Lin, whether what you've said is true or false, Senior Striped Dragon will definitely be able to tell. Fairy Cheng Lin, Song Shuhang said, I won't bother you and Fairy waiting for a promise any longer. I'll be going now. After saying that, he quickly withdrew from the state of inner sight without waiting for Fairy Cheng Lin's reply, and brought out Su Clan's 16 mental energy. Su Clan 16 asked, Shuhang, what happened afterward? Your mental power suddenly fluctuated greatly. I saw some pictures that made my heart stifled. Song Shuhang rubbed his brows and smiled bitterly. Soft Feathered got up and said to 16, hee hee, 16, was it exciting? Su Clan 16 smiled sweetly, and replied, it wasn't bad. Soft Feather, what the hell was with 16's sweet smile? She always felt that she and Su Clan 16 were never on the same page. Moreover, she felt like something was off just now because it was Senior Song himself who was shaking violently instead of Sioux Clan's 16. Could it be 16 did something terrible to Senior Song after seeing the 9th dragon pattern? Soft Feather couldn't help but start brainstorming, coming up with tons of different conjectures. At this moment, Senior White coughed lightly, and said, "Ahem, Shuhang, I guess it's my turn." Senior White had been waiting for a long time. He was very curious about what Song Shuhang's dragon patterns looked like, and was even more curious about the 9th dragon pattern that Soft Feather had mentioned. However, in order to maintain his image as a senior, even if it felt like there was a cat scratching his heart, he still had to maintain a calm appearance. This was the style of a senior. Song Shuhang smiled, and said to Senior White, coming right up. Senior White carefully separated a strand of his mental energy and sent it into Song Shuhang's body. He was an 8th stage profound sage, certified by the heavenly will, and his mental energy was so powerful that he had to be careful to avoid injuring Song Shuhang when he sent his spiritual power into his body. Song Shuhang guided Senior White's mental energy into the golden core. At the same time, Soft Feather quietly gestured to 16, after which they stood guard at Senior White's sides. In the case that Senior White was too stimulated and ended up tripping over, they would be able to catch him at a moment's notice. Senior White's mental energy entered Song Shuhang's sea of Qi Dan Tian. Senior White said, "Is this not just a fat version of Sage Monarch Melon Eater?" Song Shuhang said, after cultivating the 33 divine beasts technique to the 4th stage with the huge whale chapter as the foundation, the condensed illusory core ended up looking like this. However, it wasn't this fat before. It might be pregnant now. Pregnant? Senior White had never heard of a golden core that could become pregnant. However, the main goal this time was to look at the patterns on the golden core. Senior White focused his attention on the core patterns of the golden core. There was the impregnable holy city, the holy sword of the end, the 9 virtues phoenix saber, the virtuous lamia plus sage seal, the ancient holy ape plus scholarly scriptures, the scholarly sage's eye, the inner world lotus, and a fat whale made up of 33 divine beasts. Each of these appeared one after another before his eyes. They really are painted on it. Senior White's mental energy touched the rear of the dragon patterns and said, "The painting technique is quite bad, though." Song Shuhang curiously said, "Bad?" "No, I feel like it's already pretty good." Senior White said, "Because the picture you see has been already beautified. The original body of this painting is simply horrible. This painting technique feels rather familiar." Song Shuhang subconsciously asked, "Does it resemble Senior White's own painting skills?" Senior White, Shuhang, if you're any more heart-rending than this, you might just anger Senior White. Ahem, the last dragon pattern. Senior White, please enjoy. Song Shuhang immediately directed Senior White's attention to the 9th dragon pattern. Song Shuhang's method of diversion was extremely weak. However, Senior White still cooperated with him as his main goal was to see Song Shuhang's 9th dragon pattern. When Senior White's gaze fell on the 9th dragon pattern, he paused slightly, and said, This dragon pattern is much more beautiful. However, is there something special about this dragon pattern?" Song Shuhang said, Hee, Senior White, look at this dragon pattern carefully, and you will see that it will change." Senior White stared at the dragon pattern. Then, after a while, the corners of his mouth convulsed unceasingly. Song Shuhang asked, "How is it, Senior White? Isn't it exciting?" Senior White, with his heart stifled, said, "The thing that you were keeping a secret from me was this?" Song Shuhang was stunned. Senior White's tone did not sound right. Could it be that he was like 16, and what he saw through the 9th dragon pattern wasn't himself? Song Shuhang asked, "Senior White, let me ask you a question first. Did you see yourself in the 9th dragon pattern?" Senior White replied, "Yes." So, there isn't anything wrong with the 9th dragon pattern. What exactly did go wrong? Senior White, did you not feel any excitement? Song Shuhang asked tentatively. Senior White sighed, and said, I'll say no more. Here, I will share what I'm seeing with you. When I do, you should be able to understand why I don't feel any excitement. Senior White no longer spoke, and simply established a mental link with Shuhang. Song Shuhang tried to relax his mind. Afterward, Senior White used a secret technique to link Song Shuhang's mental energy with his. Then, a picture appeared in Song Shuhang's mind. It was what seemed to be a child's drawing of a stickman. The stickman's head had the word white. Then, on the stickman's face was written stuff like, the world's most handsome, the world's most attractive, the one that everyone loves, etc. It was a string of narcissistic phrases. Looking at these phrases, one would feel themselves well up with shame. Senior White said, How is it? Do you think I should feel excited? Song Shuhang, Senior White continued to ask, So, are you feeling any excitement? This is so exciting that my little heart might just burst if I'm not careful. Song Shuhang almost burst into tears. Why was Senior White's self portrayed like this? Wait. Senior White has exactly the same appearance as Senior White too. Then, when Senior White sees oneself, wouldn't the image that he sees be the same one that Senior White too sees? At that time, Senior White too had praised the 9th dragon pattern narcissistically. Was he actually praising the stickman? F***ck, Senior White too set me up. If I had not known that your 9th dragon pattern was special, would have already sent you flying into space with disposable meteor sword 008 edition. Now, tell me, what's the special ability of your 9th dragon pattern? Senior White's was very tired, and he wanted to take a break. The special ability of the 9th dragon pattern is to reflect oneself. It's similar to a mirror and can reflect one's true self. Soft Feather saw herself. 16, for some reasons, saw her transformed appearance. Senior White, you're too special, so a picture came out when it was your turn. Song Shuhang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Senior White heard this, pinched his chin, and thought. After a moment, he asked, What about you? What did you see? Song Shuhang added, I can see myself. But if I will it, I can see the virtuous Lamia and my ghost spirit ye see, as well as her mother. Senior White, the things that you can see are so diverse. I might be able to guess the reason why this happened. Senior White thought for a moment, and then said, It might be because I am a clone. The clone was ultimately not the same as the main body. It might be because of this that the main body could not be reflected, and only a drawing appeared. Song Shuhang's eyes lit up when he heard this. Perhaps that really is the case. Then, should we go and look for your main body and try again? Senior White's clone said, The problem is that we can't leave this place for the time being. Huh? Song Shuhang was taken aback, and said, Senior White, weren't you able to send Meteor Sword out? You have even given me forging materials. Senior White's clone calmly said, Meteor Sword can indeed go out, but we can't. This is because it is a magic weapon, but we are not. To be precise, you, Su Clan 16, and Soft Feather can't go out. Since I'm a clone, I can leave this place if my main body released the magical technique. Song Shuhang said, Senior White, don't abandon us. If Senior White cancelled the clone and brought it out of this place, then it would be unknown when they would be able to leave the Wielder's small black room if they had to rely on his Soft Feathers and Su Clan's realm. Perhaps it would take them 1,000, maybe 10,000, years before they could escape. Senior White smiled lightly, and said, Relax, I'm currently researching a new disposable flying sword. Just give me some time for this research, and all of us might be able to get out with it. Sure enough, Senior White was reliable. Senior White's clone said, calculating the time, it should already be October 1st or 2nd in the outside world, right? Immortal Fairy Bieshue's immortal banquet starts on the 7th. We have to hurry up. Song Shuhang said, then, should we leave the golden core space? Senior White replied, let's go. Your 9th core pattern was indeed a bit interesting. After saying that, Song Shuhang guided Senior White's mental energy out of the inner sight state. Right before they left the inner sight state, Song Shuhang had a thought. It seems that the 9th core pattern can always reflect one's true self. If there was no problem with the reflection that Senior White saw, that might just be his true self. Could it be that Senior White's clone was drawn up? Perhaps Senior White's real body also has some relationship with the picture just now. A lot of thoughts flashed through Song Shuhang's mind. When Song Shuhang's consciousness left the golden core space, he saw Soft Feather and Su Clan 16 squatting beside Senior White with nervous expressions. Senior White looked puzzled, and said, "What are the two of you doing?" Soft Feather blinked, and said, "Ha ha ha, it's nothing. I just felt that Senior White was really handsome, so I couldn't resist staring at you for a while." Senior White patted his face. "That's weird, I have completely reduced my charm. It shouldn't be able to affect others." Song Shuhang, Senior White said, "Speaking of which, the date of the immortal feast is getting closer and closer. There are only 5 or 6 days before it begins. We have to quickly research a new version of the disposable flying sword. Song Shuhang asked, "What's the progress on that?" Senior White said, "I have carefully analyzed the giant turtle of disaster and their space-time traversal ability. From that, I have successfully constructed a similar structure on Meteor Sword, allowing it to successfully traverse out of the small black room. I had previously used the connection between your main body and your clone to send the materials to your clone." Soft Feather raised her hand, and said, "However, Meteor Sword can only send out some materials at the moment, and it is unable to transfer living creatures out of the small black room." Senior White nodded, and said, "If I want to bring living creatures out of here, I will need a few more materials." Song Shuhang asked, "What materials? Can they be found within the small black room?" Senior White shook his head. "I have already rummaged through the entire small black room, and I couldn't find the materials I need or anything that might be able to substitute them. I wanted to lure another giant turtle of disaster over to see if I could get some materials from them. However, the giant turtles of disaster are clever, and you can no longer use your hair to lure them over." "Has Senior White successfully caught a giant turtle?" Song Shuhang asked. From Senior White's explanation, he should have been able to successfully lure one giant turtle over and research it. Senior White regretfully said, I was indeed able to lure one over. Unfortunately, as I was halfway through my research, it managed to escape. It's too difficult to trap them when they have a talent like that, space-time traversal. If I had been able to research it for a little while longer, I might have already been able to figure out a way out of here. Then, aren't we in dire straits? The materials we need aren't in the small black room, and we need materials to get out of here." "It's an endless loop," said Song Shuhang. But right when he finished speaking, his eyes suddenly shone. "Right, Meteor Sword. Meteor Sword could be smuggled out of the small black room. As such, it could return to Senior White's main body, acquire the needed materials, and then get back to the small black room." Senior White said, I have already launched Meteor Sword out of here, but my main body is still closing up. As such, only the fellow daoists of the 9 provinces number 1 group will be able to see Meteor Sword and the message attached to it. With some help, we'll be able to get the materials we need." Song Shuhang said, "In other words, it all depends on luck. With Senior White's luck, there will definitely be a senior from the 9 provinces number 1 group that will find Meteor Sword, right?" Senior White said, "Therefore, we can only wait. Once it's sent back, should be able to make a better version of the disposable flying sword rather quickly." Song Shuhang nodded before moving his gaze towards 16 again. Should I have Senior White give 16 a checkup? As he thought of this, he suddenly remembered his secret appraisal technique. Perhaps he could look for an opportunity to use the secret appraisal technique on 16. It would be much simpler and more direct. There was no day or night in the Wielders' small black room. It was October 1st when the Song Shuhang had appeared in the divinity show. Now, based on the time on the phone, 24 hours had passed since his tribulation had ended. If the passage of time in the Wielders' small black room was the same as in the outside world, then it should be the 2nd of October today. Senior White was meditating while thinking of ways to improve the structure of the flying sword. Song Shuhang, Su Clan 16, and Soft Feather practiced at a distance of about a kilometer away from Senior White to avoid disturbing him. Senior Song, your turtle shell is simply a cheat. Soft Feather controlled her sword and flew into the sky. Then, with a swing of her long legs, the sword light turned into a rain of swords. Song Shuhang calmly propped up the Tyrant King Expert's shield to block all of the attacks. Soft Feather called out, 16, an opportunity. Su Clan 16's figure instantly appeared behind Song Shuhang, and a saber light slashed down. Song Shuhang shouted, scholarly indestructible body of the Buddha, holy ape dragon power technique, mutated steel hand technique. The saber light trying to cut his body collapsed into innumerable small strands of saber light. While the three of them were practicing, a hole was suddenly torn open in the small black room. Right after, a figure wrapped in cloth was thrown inside. I can't afford to offend it, but I can't hide from it either, the figure murmured. The figure wrapped in cloth fell from directly above Song Shuhang, Soft Feather, and Su Clan 16. Senior Almighty Merchant. Song Shuhang shouted after seeing this figure. This senior's image was simply too unique, and the cloth that never left his body every time he appeared easily betrayed his identity from a distance. After seeing this big shot, Song Shuhang's mood suddenly improved. Wasn't Senior White lacking some materials to make a version of the disposable flying sword that would be able to bring them out of the Wielders' small black room? Now that the Almighty Merchant was here, this problem had been solved. As long as they had enough spirit stones, no matter what material they needed, it could all be bought from this big shot. *CK, I ran all the way to a small black room, and there's still someone that recognizes me? The Almighty Merchant fell into a panic. After all, he was currently in the middle of an escape, so he had to keep a low profile and avoid making any big moves. The Almighty Merchant lowered his head and looked at Song Shuhang and the others. His gaze first scanned Su Clan 16 and Soft Feather. Among the three present, these two girls were more pleasing to the eyes. No matter who it was, they were likely to look at these two girls first. Who are these two little girls? I don't seem to recognize them, Almighty Merchant silently thought to himself. Right, this is the Wielder's small black room. Since these two girls were locked up in here, then my memory of them should have been affected. It is normal that I am unable to remember them. Finally, when his gaze swept over Song Shuhang, his mind suddenly stirred. Profound Sage Tyrannical Song, Demon Sage Tyrannical Scholar, these two separate 8th stage names popped up from Song Shuhang's body. Nobody under the heavens didn't know of him, but unfortunately, despite having two names, nobody actually knew of him. Profound Sage Tyrannical Song, it's you. The Almighty Merchant still remembered Song Shuhang. It was natural for him to remember Song Shuhang as after having completed his last transaction with him, he was targeted by the ruler of the netherworld. As a result, he couldn't avoid seeking death, being caught, and sent into this small black room. Since he couldn't afford to offend the other party, he could only choose to hide. Unexpectedly, in this small black room, he ended up encountering Profound Sage Tyrannical Song again. Song Shuhang waved his hand vigorously, and said, Senior Almighty Merchant, we truly do have some fate with one another. Almighty Merchant, He clutched tightly onto the sheet of cloth that wrapped him, and then brought out a flying shuttle. In his opinion, profound sage Tyrannical Song was a jinx. He couldn't afford to provoke or offend the other party, so he should quickly leave. Song Shuhang shouted, "Senior Almighty Merchant, I have some business for you." The Almighty Merchant immediately turned around and showed a professional smile. "Business? What is fellow daoist Tyrannical Song buying this time? I can give you a small discount as you are an old customer of mine." After smiling, the Almighty Merchant felt a great urge to slap himself in the face. **CK, this occupational disease of mine really needs to be cured. As soon as he heard the word business, he was unable to stop himself from turning around and showing a warm smile. Song Shuhang said, "It's with a senior of mine. He wants to buy some materials to make a magical treasure." Senior Almighty Merchant, wait a moment. The Almighty Merchant smiled slightly, and said, "No problem, transactions always require patience." Song Shuhang shouted in the distance, Senior White, come here, I am here with an excellent merchant. Senior White, you can see if he has any of the materials that you need." The Almighty Merchant proudly said, "No matter what it is, I will be able to get it for you. Believe in my reputation. I have been the Almighty Merchant for so many years, and I have never failed to live up to my reputation. I'm here." In the distance, Senior White's figure disappeared from where he was with Swish. When he reappeared, he had quietly appeared behind the Almighty Merchant. This was the space-time traversal talent of the giant turtles of disaster. Senior White had learned it after seeing it once. After analyzing the internal structure of a giant turtle, Senior White was able to modify the magical technique and make its effects even better. This magical technique was simpler and more practical than teleportation, and more importantly, it was much more discreet. Even the Almighty Merchant had not been able to sense the activation of the space-time traversal ability. Just as he sensed something, Senior White had already appeared behind him. "Fellow Daoist Almighty Merchant, I need the Transcendent Mercury, Spatial Star, Time Dragon Scale, Forceful Spatial Transference Talisman Stone. I am currently in need of these 4 things, do you have them?" Senior White asked. When Almighty Merchant heard this familiar voice and sensed the familiar aura, a chill ran through his entire body. Even the cloth on his body couldn't bring him any warmth. The Almighty Merchant stiffly turned his head and looked behind him. Behind him was a man with unparalleled charm, long hair that reached his waist, and eyes that were just like stars and had their own special shining effect. He was utterly beautiful from every angle, and calling oneself beautiful would be humiliating if one compared themselves to him. **CK. It's the ruler of the netherworld. I can't offend you, and I can't even hide from you," the Almighty Merchant said in despair. Senior White. Song Shuhang. "No, I won't be defeated so easily. I won't give up without a fight." The Almighty Merchant quickly entered his shuttle. Then, the shuttle sped away with speed beyond what words could describe. Senior White pointed at himself. "Is my face that scary?" Soft Feather said, "No, Senior White is very handsome." Su Clan 16 added, "Unless one is blind, nobody would ever feel that Senior White is scary." Then, why did that guy run away like crazy as soon as he saw me? Senior White pinched his chin, and wondered, did I harm him in the past? However, according to his memory, he had never encountered fellow Daoist Almighty Merchant in the past. Song Shuhang slapped his head. "I might have an idea of what's going on." Senior White too had mentioned to him last time that he was chasing the mobile treasury known as Almighty Merchant. Song Shuhang felt that Senior White too doing such a thing was a tad too foul. However, Senior White too was the ruler of the netherworld. If placed in a movie, he would be the final villain, which would mean that it was in his character to do something like robbing the Almighty Merchant. And besides their temperament, Senior White too and Senior White were almost identical in every other aspect. Therefore, the almighty merchant had probably regarded Senior White as Senior White too. Song Shuhang shouted, "Senior Almighty Merchant, come back. We sincerely want to conduct a transaction with you. We can pay you immediately." Unfortunately, the almighty merchant's immortal boat had already flown far away. Song Shuhang, the almighty merchant escaped, and the transaction was blown away. Senior White suddenly said, "He won't be able to escape." Song Shuhang. Senior White calmly said, 3, 2, 1. Fwoosh! The almighty merchant, who was quickly making an escape on his immortal shuttle, was suddenly stopped. Beside the shuttle, dozens of arms made of mud and rocks emerged, grabbing the shuttle. In order to catch the giant turtles of disaster, I planted several traps nearby. I have yet to clear them away. Senior White shrugged his shoulders. This fellow daoist directly headed towards one of the traps. Song Shuhang, Senior White reached out, grabbed Soft Feather and Su Clan 16, and used the genuine 3 heads and 6 arms magical technique to grab Song Shuhang as well. The space-time traversal magical technique was cast once again, and after a short while, they appeared beside the immortal shuttle. Song Shuhang said, "Senior Almighty Merchant, don't panic. Take a closer look. This Senior White is not the one you're thinking of. We really want to do honest business with you. We aren't here to cheat you." The almighty merchant looked at Senior White and frowned slightly. He had been so flustered before that he had not looked at him carefully. Now, he discovered that this sage monarch White was indeed different from the ruler of the netherworld. This sage monarch White was currently an 8th stage profound sage. There's no need to be afraid. The almighty merchant's heart suddenly calmed down. He stretched out his hand and opened the shuttle, poking his head out and laughing. It was a misunderstanding. Song Shuhang said, "Then, let's resume the transaction. Senior Almighty Merchant, do you have the 4 materials that Senior White requested? Don't forget to give us a discount." The almighty merchant gave an unconstrained smile, and said, "I do have those 4 materials. As for the price, since you're an old customer, there will definitely be a discount. I will give you an honest price. Now, let me calculate it." He then brought out a magical treasure similar to a calculator and started calculating. While he was in the middle of doing so, the almighty merchant's fingers suddenly stiffened. Then, he calmly said, "Fellow daoist Tyrannical Song, you seem to know that I am being chased? Do you know who is chasing me?" Song Shuhang, can I choose not to answer this question? You've gone silent, fellow daoist Tyrannical Song. Almighty Merchant raised his head and stared at Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang responded, "Yes, I have an idea." The almighty merchant asked, "Sure enough. Did it happen after the last transaction with you?" Senior White asked, "Can't we set aside that matter with you and Shuhang, and finish this transaction first?" The almighty merchant turned his head back sharply and smiled brightly at Senior White. "Of course. To allow my customers to get what they need and satisfy them is my main objective." When he finished talking, the almighty merchant shook his head vigorously. "This King occupational disease. How much is the price?" Senior White said. "Money is not a problem, you can quote however many spirit stones you need." "Are you not worried that I would deliberately raise the price?" the almighty merchant said while pressing buttons on his magical treasure and calculating the amount the items would cost. Senior White calmly replied, "It doesn't matter, it's easy to find things like spirit stones. When I'm out of them, I can just dig around and find them. Moreover, no one has ever succeeded in making me go bankrupt in a transaction." The almighty merchant. When facing fellow daoist White, the almighty merchant felt a certain kind of pressure. The other party clearly only had strength at the level of an 8th stage profound sage, but there was this tycoon-like aura coming from his body that had nothing to do with his realm. The almighty merchant said, 69th stage spirit stones. This price is fair and affordable. Senior White nodded without hesitation, and said, "All right, deal." The almighty merchant was stunned slightly. "Deal? Just like that? Don't you want to bargain? It usually goes like this: I quote an inflated price, and then you bargain, and then I reluctantly lower the price. After several repetitions of this, we can finally settle on a price that we'll both be happy with. This is one of the charms of business. This tycoon-like aura of yours makes me feel quite embarrassed." The almighty merchant stretched out his hand and brought out the transcendent Mercury, a spatial star, a time dragon scale, and a forceful spatial transference talisman stone. He then said, "Here are the things you want." At the same time, Senior White handed over 69th stage spirit stones. "And here are the spirit stones." Delivering money with one hand, and receiving the goods with the other. After receiving the spirit stones, the almighty merchant showed a professional smile, and said, "Please confirm the goods." Once the transaction is confirmed, the goods cannot be returned. After I've sold my goods, they are out of my hands, and I am no longer responsible for them. There's no problem with them at all. Senior White checked the 4 materials and nodded. The almighty merchant nodded in reply. After confirming that there weren't any problems with the 69th stage spirit stones he just received, he smiled contentedly. Each time a transaction was completed, he would feel as if he had been completely rejuvenated. Regardless of how tiring or difficult it had been, it was all worth it. More importantly, after the completion of this transaction, he felt like he had slightly ripped off this fellow daoist White. This fellow daoist White was really rich, he didn't even bother to bargain. This kind of customer was the one he liked most. Fellow daoist White, I must say that a patron like you is my favorite. I have a universal summoning talisman right here. If there's ever anything that I can help you with, you can directly notify me through this talisman. It can be used twice, and with this transaction, I will provide you with VIP-level customer treatment in the future. After that, the almighty merchant handed a golden card to Sage White. Senior White stored away the golden card and nodded. "All right, I also like sellers like you who have everything." Almighty merchant showed a professional smile. "It was a pleasure doing business with you." Senior White nodded, and said, "Same." Afterward, Senior White took out the transcendent Mercury and patted it lightly. The transcendent Mercury looked quite a bit like the planet Mercury, but was actually a living being. When Senior White patted it, the transcendent Mercury split into 5, becoming 5 separate transcendent Mercuries. Almighty merchant, what was the deal with this heart-stifling scene? Senior White calmly said, "This transcendent Mercury was in its breeding period. They are creatures that divide to propagate." Senior White was very satisfied with this buy one get 4 free. The almighty merchant. F***ck, I didn't notice that this transcendent Mercury was about to split when I sold it. Senior White put away 1 transcendent Mercury, and then put the other 4 into a water tank before handing them over to Song Shuhang. "Keep these first. You can raise them in your world when you have time. They may be of great use in the future." Song Shuhang nodded. Then, Senior White took out the spatial star, the time dragon scale, and the forceful spatial transference talisman stone. This spatial star is normal, there's nothing special about it. The same goes for this time dragon scale. As for this forceful spatial transference talisman stone, there seems to be something special about it. Senior White held the talisman, and then gently knocked on it. Spatial transference talisman stones were generally used for spatial positioning, and were also used in spatial formations during ancient times. It was a kind of spatial gemstone that had been processed by a 9th-stage tribulation transcender. And this spatial transference talisman seemed to be a bit different from the normal ones. Senior White knocked on it a bit harder. Crack, the outer shell of the gem cracked, revealing a diamond-like object inside. It turns out to be a spatial transference talisman diamond, which is of a much higher level than the stone. No wonder I felt that there was something wrong with its aura. Senior White wiped the crystal diamond with satisfaction. This way, I will have a greater chance for success in my research of the new disposable flying sword. The almighty merchant, damn it, every time I receive goods, I really have to appraise them carefully. How had this spatial transference talisman stone, that was much more valuable than a spatial transference talisman diamond, escaped his eyes? I've lost money big time this time. This spatial transference talisman diamond, alone was worth 69th stage spirit stones, and he could even sell it for 109th stage spirit stones if he raised the price. Now, this diamond plus 5 transcendent mercuries plus the time dragon scale plus the spatial star were only sold for 69th stage spirit stones as a package. The almighty merchant could not help but grip the cloth around him tightly. Despite doing so, he still felt a little cold. This was a chill so harsh that even the cloth on his body could not bring him warmth. Almighty merchant kindly said, "Fellow daoist White, the goods are out of your hand and will not be returned." Senior White stretched out his hand to protect everything, and seriously said, "That's what you said." The almighty merchant said, "No, I wasn't trying to go against that. Since the things that have been sold, they are yours. There is no reason for me to take them back." It was so heart-rending, and his heart was in great pain. To him, fellow daoist White's words seemed to be like a sharp arrow that pierced his heart. Senior White asked, "Then what is it?" Fellow daoist White, how did you identify that the transcendent mercury was in its breeding period, and that there was a diamond hidden in the spatial transference talisman stone? The almighty merchant humbly asked for advice. This time, his eyes had missed these. However, after learning from experience, he would do his best to avoid making the same mistake. Senior White thought for a moment, and said, "Do you want to know?" Almighty merchant nodded, and said, "Yes." Senior White euphemistically said, "Knowledge is priceless." The almighty merchant gritted his teeth, and said, "Fellow daoist, I have a 9th stage spirit stone." Senior White responded, "Deal." The almighty merchant handed back a 9th stage spirit stone in great pain. After Senior White took back the spirit stone, he said, "The same policy applies. Once the goods have been sold, there are no refunds." The almighty merchant said, "I know, I understand." Senior White nodded, and said, "The transcendent mercury is, after all, a living thing. When they are about to split and multiply, they will make a low sound. As long as one listens carefully, one will easily be able to tell. On normal days, a transcendent mercury does not make any sounds." The almighty merchant nodded, and said, "I see." Senior White said, "As for the spatial transference talisman stone, this was a lot more straightforward." "Huh?" The almighty merchant boss was dumbfounded. Senior White said, "It's the same as when ordinary people bet on stones. I relied completely on intuition. When I held the stone, it felt strange, so I knocked on its shell and, as you saw, there was a diamond inside." The almighty merchant, Senior White said, "No refunds." The almighty merchant felt his heart become even more stifled. At the side, Soft Feather was laughing so much that tears were coming out of her eyes. Song Shuhang wanted to laugh as well, but he was too embarrassed to laugh out loud, and could only endure it. "All right, fellow daoist tyrannical song, it's our turn." The almighty merchant grinned. "Little friend, do you know who is chasing me?" Song Shuhang wiped his face, and said, "Information is valuable." He had just learned from Senior White that knowledge was valuable. The almighty merchant felt very tired. "As Senior and I know one another, I can give you a discount, how's that?" Song Shuhang gave a thumbs up. The almighty merchant said, "Piss off." He knew that the ruler of Netherworld Realm had been chasing him, but he couldn't figure out why they were chasing after him even when he had already left the Netherworld Realm. Reasonably speaking, a ruler of the netherworld was stuck inside the netherworld realm, and they wouldn't be able to take even half a step out of it. At this moment, Senior White said, "Done." Song Shuhang turned his head in surprise. So fast? Senior White had just received the 4 materials, right? He and the almighty merchant had merely exchanged a few words, yet Senior White had already produced the new disposable flying sword. Senior White said, "It wasn't actually that fast. I've been mapping out the design of this new flying sword for a long time in my mind. I had already put together the approximate design, and I only needed to install the 4 new materials in the right place. It's not that different from installing a battery." After saying that, he showed his new product to Song Shuhang and others. It was a magical treasure that looked like a cloth bag. "Senior White, weren't you making a disposable flying sword?" Song Shuhang was dumbfounded. This cloth bag was also a kind of flying sword? Senior White said, "This is the framework of the magical treasure." As he said that, the tree of virtue appeared behind him. Senior White plucked some golden virtuous bayberries and gave them to Song Shuhang, Soft Feather, Su Clan 16, and the almighty merchant. This thing surprisingly grew very fast. After dividing the bayberries, Senior White reached out and broke a branch off of the tree of virtue. He peeled it, drew the formation, and branded it with runes. Ever since the tree of virtue entered the stage, Qinggu was finally liberated. She no longer had to provide Senior White with her tender willow branches every so often. After a few breaths of time, Senior White shook his hand and finished making a disposable virtuous flying sword. The final step. Senior White grabbed the disposable virtuous flying sword and stuffed it into the cloth bag. 10, 9, 8, 5, 2, 1. Then, Senior White stretched out his hand and took the flying sword out of the bag. When the virtuous flying sword was taken out, it was shining with colorful light, and had the aura of a giant turtle of disaster. Senior White smiled, and said, "I grandly introduce you all to my new series of disposable flying swords, the small black room-breaking disposable flying sword version 001. It is designed to be able to break out of Wielder's small black room. This thing can leave the Wielder's small black room," the almighty merchant said in disbelief. Senior White confidently said, "Trust my skills." Then, he looked at Song Shuhang, Soft Feather, and Su Clan 16. "Who wants to give it a try first?" Chapter 1379 It decided, it will be you. The almighty merchant warned, "I advise you not to randomly use magical treasures that involve space, as one might end up into a spatial fissure and be stuck there for the rest of their life. And, that's still a relatively good outcome. If one was sent into a chaotic spatial zone, they would directly be shredded to pieces. After all, he had the potential to be an excellent customer. If he died, that would affect his future business." Song Shuhang raised his hand. "Then, let me give it a try." Soft Feather said, "No, I'll do it." She wanted to be the one to take on such an exciting task. Su Clan 16 said, "I'll do it. I still have life-saving means." Song Shuhang triumphantly said, "There's no need to fight over this. Anyway, I am the most suitable for this because I recently mastered a very nice magical technique." Soft Feather curiously asked, "What technique has Senior Song learned?" "The most enviable technique in the 9 provinces number 1 group, the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu," said Song Shuhang while he stretched out his hand and formed a hand seal. Then, Song Shuhang too split out of the main body. Song Shuhang said, "I have always suspected that Senior Northern River's loose cultivator had such a clone. How could he always be online otherwise? Not only Senior Northern River, I also suspect that most of the seniors in the 9 provinces number 1 group have similar clones. The almighty merchant, they're using such a precious magical technique like cloning to chat in a group chat? What is the origin of these guys? Why does each of them seem such a wastrel?" Have I been disconnected from the world of cultivation for too long? I know that my dad has a similar magical technique. However, his is a combination of a puppet technique and a clone technique. Soft Feather raised her hand and exposed her father's group flooding technique. Sioux Clan 16 added, I once heard 7 mention that Senior Yellow Mountain has many clones. Senior White said, I just mastered the clone talent magical technique not too long ago. Song Shuhang, if your clone dies, does it affect your main body? Song Shuhang said, it doesn't. My clone is just like the virtuous Lamia, even if it is destroyed, it will recover after some time. Senior White said, that's the best way of doing this, then. Alright, have your clone take a seat on the flying sword, and I will send it out of the small black room. Song Shuhang said to his clone, go. Song Shuhang too said, Senior White, install a guardrail on the flying sword. I get a little dizzy when I'm on your flying sword, but this is actually more of a psychological issue. My main body might not dare to say it, but I definitely will because I'm the one who's going to be riding the flying sword. Senior White, Song Shuhang too continued, your flying sword is too fast, and it doesn't have any brakes. Every time I sit on your flying sword, I feel like I'm going to die. If there is a guardrail, I will at least feel a bit more comfortable. Senior White, please add a guardrail on it for me. Song Shuhang's clone had perfectly inherited its main body's straightforwardness, perhaps even bringing it to a new level. At this time, Song Shuhang had the urge to choke his clone to death. Go! Senior White made a hand seal. The small black room-breaking disposable flying sword version 001 whizzed through the air, and went under the feet of Song Shuhang too. Song Shuhang's clone screamed as he flew away on the small black room-breaking disposable flying sword version 001, rushing toward the distance. The speed he was moving at was beyond what words could describe. Song Shuhang too exclaimed, long live guard rails. At the next moment, the space-time traversal, magical technique imprinted on the flying sword activated, and the sword disappeared from the small black room together with Song Shuhang too. He really disappeared? The almighty merchant gaped. The Wielder's small black room had been breached? The almighty merchant suddenly became a little uneasy. If the Wielder's small black room could be breached in such a way, didn't that mean that the ruler of the netherworld could chase him all the way inside the small black room as well? No, that can't be. The ruler of the netherworld appearing in the main world was already considered cheating. If he was also to make contact with the Wielder's small black room, he would definitely attract the attention of the Heavens Will Detection program. At that time, the clone of the ruler of the netherworld would definitely be destroyed. Senior White asked, Shuhang, was your clone successfully able to get out? Song Shuhang closed his eyes and sensed his clone, and then replied, not yet, it's still moving through the spatial channel. At this moment, Song Shuhang too was screaming in terror due to the speed being too fast for him to cope with, and him being shuttled through a spatial channel, which made the conditions of travel rather heartrending. Song Shuhang too's throat was almost dry from all the screaming. It was truly difficult to get out of the Wielder's small black room. Even the giant turtles of disaster, who had this special talent, would have to prepare for quite some time before entering the Wielder's small black room. Song Shuhang too flew through the space channel for an entire half an hour before finally seeing light at the end of the tunnel. I'm going out. Song Shuhangtuo's mind stirred. Boom! The small black room-breaking disposable flying sword version 001 exited the spatial channel and entered the main world. Song Shuhang too raised his head and saw the red sun above his head. It worked. I'm free. He shared this information with his main body as soon as he could. Clang! At this moment, the disposable flying sword had lost all of its energy and fell to the ground. Song Shuhang too descended smoothly. The disposable flying sword was made of light of virtue. As such, after its energy was exhausted, it disappeared. After Song Shuhangtuo descended to the ground, his legs went soft, and he was unable to stand properly. In addition, his voice was hoarse, and his throat was especially dry. After shouting for over half an hour, he was very thirsty as well. In the past, the area of his trauma related to disposable flying sword could be said to have been about 150 square meters big, but now it had expanded to over 300 square meters in size. Song Shuhang too muttered, "Flying swords without guardrails are truly evil." After he recovered a little, he turned his head and looked around. At this time, he was in a small tree cluster in the middle of a desert. The desert was dark, and seemed to have endured lightning and fire. Song Shuhang too was getting a familiar feeling from it. He knelt down and stretched out his hand to touch the sand lightly. Song Shuhang confirmed, "It's the heavenly tribulation. Someone should have been here not too long ago." When he said this, his heart suddenly moved. He reached out and touched the small trees around him. These small trees were only about 1 meter in height. They had flourishing new branches. Additionally, on these little trees, there was a wisp of monster aura as well as Song Shuhang's own aura. So, this is the place where the monster tree Miruru transcended its heavenly tribulation? Song Shuhang immediately understood. The last time that Miruru had transcended a heavenly tribulation, its magical treasures and energy had been exhausted. At that time, Song Shuhang had sensed this, so he used the sage seal to impart strength to it. With the support of Song Shuhang's energy, Miruru's momentum rose sharply. Its branches resolutely resisted against the heavenly tribulation, with the fallen branches that fell to the ground turning into small trees. But later, Song Shuhang himself had to face a heavenly tribulation, and so he no longer had time to pay attention to Miruru's heavenly tribulation. He merely maintained the connection with Miruru and himself, and continued to send Miruru a stream of true yuan. However, he had no idea if Miruru succeeded in transcending its tribulation. Song Shuhang thought to himself, "Senior White's disposable flying sword might not have accidentally flown me here. Could it have been attracted by the aura in this place?" He stood up and inspected the small trees. When he stared at the trees, there seemed to be a voice calling him in his mind. Song Shuhang listened to this feeling, and went to the center of the cluster. Finally, in the middle of the forest, he saw a sapling the size of a palm. Beside the sapling was the remnant of the monster tree Miruru. Its body had been turned into charcoal under the heavenly tribulation, and the place where Song Shuhang had stamped the sage seal on its body had disappeared. Miruru's tribulation had ended in failure. The heavenly tribulation was ruthless, and once one failed on the path of cultivation, they would have to face a cruel death. When you stepped onto the path of cultivation, you had to prepare yourself for such a death. Song Shuhang sighed softly. Miruru had some fate with him, but he could never have expected that it would still fall under the heavenly tribulation in the end. Song Shuhang thought, "If I had not joined the 9 provinces #1 group, if I did not have so many seniors supporting me." He knelt down and stretched out his hand to lightly stroke the young sapling. Is this little sapling Miruru's newborn body? Or is it its child? Perhaps this is the continuation of the karma between Miruru and me. Song Shuhang carefully dug out the little sapling from the desert and picked it up. The sapling emitted an aura that caused Song Shuhang to sense some familiarity with it. He planned to transplant the young sapling into his own inner world so that it would have a better environment to grow in. When he dug out the small sapling, Song Shuhang was very careful not to damage its roots. When Song Shuhang dug out the roots of the young sapling, he paused slightly, because the roots of this sapling were a part that had fallen off Miruru. It was the part of it that had his sage seal. It was no wonder that this little sapling made him sense some familiarity. Is this fate? Song Shuhang was moved. He held this young sapling and made a promise. It's decided. If you can reawaken your consciousness and have the opportunity to re-enter the path of cultivation, then I will accept you as a disciple. As for the daoist name I will bestow upon you, it will be daoist priest wood. Daoist priest wood shall be reserved for you. Of the 7 Dao names, another had been gifted. Daoist priest wood Miruru. After it reawakened its consciousness, it would definitely be a cute little girl. Song Shuhang laughed, and said, do your best and grow up. I can't lay a grand formation like the one Daoist priest Scarlet Heaven made for Lady Onion, but within my inner world, I will give you the best environment to grow. I will provide you with the strongest cultivation foundation that I can. In his hands, the young sapling swayed with the wind as if cheering. Song Shuhang held the young sapling, and then returned to inner world, next to the living spring. At this time, Pavilion Master Chu was in a daze. Song Shuhang said, Senior Chu, nice to see you. Pavilion Master Chu responded perfunctorily, she was still in a daze. Song Shuhang did not disturb her any further. He found a piece of fertile land near the living spring, and planted the small tree sapling. After this, he took some water from the living spring and used it to water the sapling. Grow up well, Daoist priest wood. Since the Daoist name Daoist priest wood was now reserved for Miruru, there were only the 2 scholarly Daoist names and Beijing Street Sabresman left for Chu Chu. He was definitely not going to give Chu Chu the Daoist name Beijing Street Sabresman, so when the time came, he would have Chu Chu choose between the 2 scholarly names. Song Shuhang smiled slightly, and his consciousness swept through his inner world once again. Little Kai was still practicing like mad, there was temporarily no saving this silly bird. Nevertheless, he did hope that he could find a way to restore her to normal in the future. Song Shuhang pinched his chin, and said, actually, it is quite interesting to see her practice like mad. Why do I have to restore her back to how she used to be? Little Kai's talent was mediocre, and practicing like mad wasn't necessarily a good thing for her. However, although diligent people might not succeed all the time, it would be much more difficult to do so when one was not diligent. There were 13 tribulation transcenders under the sage. If he gave away his 7 Daoist names in the future, would he also be able to teach 7 tribulation transcenders? The 7 tribulation transcenders under Tyrannical Song? Thinking about it felt quite exciting. I'm thinking of things that are far, very far away in the future. Song Shuhang patted his head. Tribulation transcenders weren't some radishes that one could casually grow. Not even mentioning tribulation transcenders, in the current world of cultivation, 7th stage venerables were already big shots, and 8th stage profound sages were nuclear deterrents that could determine the tide of a battle. Furthermore, he himself was only a little cultivator at the 5th stage. He didn't even know if he could become a tribulation transcender, yet he wanted to teach 7 tribulation transcenders. His dreams were simply too excessive. However, it was good to dream every once in a while. Although he was still rather weak, he still wanted to be someone that had dreams. Dreaming didn't break any laws. After Song Shuhang's consciousness swept across Little Kai, he quickly moved his consciousness elsewhere. He then found Chu Chu sitting cross-legged, practicing the 33 Divine Beasts technique. Chu Chu still wore a black dress and black stockings, and had a short sword on top of her laps. Ever since they first met, Chu Chu's attire had not changed. During this time, her dress and her stockings had been destroyed many times, but she would always have spares on hand. When they broke, she would simply replace them. After practicing, she sighed gently. She still wasn't sure whether it would be better to practice her own cultivation technique or the 33 Divine Beasts technique. When Song Shuhang was about to appraise her, he suddenly disappeared. Therefore, she was currently only practicing the first half of the 2nd volume of the 33 Divine Beasts technique. Chu Chu softly said, I wonder when teacher is coming back. I almost forgot. Before I was suddenly dragged to the demonic tribulation realm by Fairy Skylark, I was just about to appraise Chu Chu's physique. I have to hurry and do this now so that she can practice the cultivation technique better suited for her, Song Shuhang thought to himself. His finger moved slightly as he was about to bring Chu Chu to his side to use the secret appraisal technique on her. At this moment, his mind suddenly stirred. Song Shuhang softly said, 33 divine beasts combined magical treasure, impregnable holy city. Behind him, a shrunken, impregnable holy city projection appeared. The combined magical treasure was still on his main body, and Song Shuhang's clone could only use the power of the projection of the magical treasure. After the holy city's projection appeared, a projection of the holy master ape's sword appeared and pointed in Chu Chu's direction before shaking slightly. Song Shuhang softly said, "So, Chu Chu is fit to practice the ancient ape chapter of the 33 divine beasts technique." This 33 divine beasts technique is somewhat unreasonable. Little Kai was clearly a monster bird, and it would have been reasonable to say that she was fit to practice either of the two types of bird chapters, crane or goose. However, the chapter that she was the most suited to practice was the huge whale chapter. As for Chu Chu, in her entirety, she gave off the feeling of a cat, like a black panther or a black cat. Despite that, what suited her the most was actually the ancient ape chapter. What part of Chu Chu was like an ape? I can't find any at all. Song Shuhang said, "Well, all right. The ancient ape chapter isn't that bad, and at least Chu Chu has a strong talent for swordsmanship. Among the 33 divine beasts' magical treasures, only the holy ape sage's sword is a sword-like magical treasure." After saying that, he stretched out his hand, fetched 2 notepads from the Palace of Winter in his inner world, and quickly wrote on them. The second and third volume of the ancient ape chapter of the 33 divine beasts technique. Chu Chu was now at the second stage 5th Dantian, Dragon Palm Dantian, realm, and these 2 volumes were enough for her current practice. After thinking about it, Song Shuhang copied the Holy Ape Dragon Power Technique and Steel Hands Technique as well. The Holy Ape and the Ancient Ape were a perfect match. Moreover, Little Kai already practiced the Steel Hands Technique and scholarly indestructible body of the Buddha, so he couldn't treat Chu Chu badly. They were both his disciples, and he had to remain fair. If his disciples didn't have an indestructible body after they went under him, he would be embarrassed as their teacher. What was even better was that the material for the ancient ape magical treasure could be acquired from Senior White 2's new pet. He had no need to search everywhere. After Chu Chu reached the 4th stage, Song Shuhang could go to Senior White to exchange for his pet's hair. At most, he would have to prepare some jokes. As long as Senior White 2 was happy, it was not a problem at all. While thinking of this, Song Shuhang stretched out his hand and sent the 2 notebooks, as well as a batch of medicinal pills, to Chu Chu. This batch of medicinal pills was the reward that the seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group gave him for welcoming Senior White when the latter left seclusion. However, most of the medicinal pills were only suitable for those at the 2nd and 3rd stage. For Song Shuhang, who was now at the 5th stage, they were of little use. But now, it just so happened that he could give it to his own disciples for their own cultivation. Chu Chu, who was sighing, suddenly saw the notepad and medicinal pills appear in front of her, and was taken aback. She opened the 2 notebooks, found 3 cultivation techniques recorded on them, and then immediately realized what had happened. She knew that her teacher should have given her these things. Later, when she saw the Holy Ape Dragon Power Technique, her hands trembled. Even though she was born in a small family, she had heard of the fame of the Holy Ape Dragon Power Technique. This was a top-notch body tempering technique that was well known in the entire universe. Chu Chu, who was born in a small family, knew how precious a cultivation technique was. In the past, the illusory sword school had desired to obtain the Chu family's secret sword technique, and had hatched a scheme that forced the Chu family onto the grievance settling platform. It was like a huge sum of money suddenly being placed on the body of an ordinary person. Chu Chu carefully kept the 2 notebooks. She firmly swore, this disciple will do her best to live up to teacher's expectations. In the distance, Song Shuhang nodded slightly. Chu Chu had very good talent, and her talent with the sword was even better. If not for that, she would not have been able to comprehend the wonders of the sword path from the secret sword technique. In addition, Song Shuhang had once entered a dreamland of her life, so he had a good grasp of her character and personality. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Song Shuhang knew more about Chu Chu than her own mother did. Chu Chu was a very good disciple candidate. Originally, Song Shuhang had wanted to recommend her to the seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group, but Chu Chu had chosen to be his student in the end. Not far from Chu Chu, the grown-up Li Yinzhu was sleeping. Song Shuhang saw her sleeping soundly, and quietly left some golden virtuous bayberries beside her. After that, he turned his attention elsewhere. His consciousness swept across the Palace of Winter, and saw that Senior Turtle had already left the Time City, and was now strolling there. Lady Onion's enlightenment stone was stuck to its turtle shell. Then, Lady Onion materialized her small hands, and pasted muddy things on Senior Turtle's face. That muddy thing seems to be a mask. Come to think of it, this seems to be the sea bath mask gift I received when I went to the underwater cultivator market to buy materials. When did Lady Onion and Senior Turtle's relationship become so good? Is she applying a mask for Senior Turtle? Senior Turtle sensed Song Shuhang's consciousness, raised its head, and glanced toward Song Shuhang's position before revealing a bright smile. When a huge sea turtle wearing a mud mask suddenly smiled at you, the picture was simply too spicy to the eyes. Song Shuhang's consciousness continued moving around, and finally reached the Time City. Inside the Time City, Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue was explaining some tricks to the members of the 33 Divine Beasts sect. A true forging master had begun teaching, and the experts from the 33 Divine Beasts sect listened with great interest. However, while Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue was talking, the discussion somehow went off topic. Forging is a boring thing. Only those who can endure such boringness can become proper forging masters, Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue said. However, when we feel bored, we could look for something fun to do. For example, rending the hearts of our customers. Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, 4th Cultivator of True Virtue, Fairy 6th Cultivator of True Virtue cheerfully said, the more hearts you're able to rend, the more refreshing it is to forge magical treasures. Here, I solemnly recommend our heavy metal sect's heart-rending technique, the flaming rune pricing technique. Every time one brings down their hammer, the customer would have to dish out 50 or 100 spirit stones. We can have fun while our customers' hearts ache. She hoped to shift all the pain she had suffered to the people of the 33 Divine Beasts sect. Song Shuhang transferred himself into the Time City at a location not far from Fairy 6th Cultivator of True Virtue. Then, he waved and said, Fairy 6th Cultivator of True Virtue, Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, Senior 4th Cultivator of True Virtue, it's nice to see you. When the excited Fairy 6th Cultivator of True Virtue heard Song Shuhang's voice, her hands suddenly went soft. Fairy 6th Cultivator of True Virtue subconsciously asked, are there new materials? Song Shuhang replied, Fairy 6th Cultivator of True Virtue, the 33 Divine Beasts magical treasure has already been completed. Fairy 6th Cultivator of True Virtue said, right, it has already been completed. Heavens, recently when I hear your voice, it's like hearing the sound of an alarm clock, and my entire body just jolts awake. After Senior Turtle and she built the Tyrant King Expert's shield together, the pet phrase, heavens, had been passed on to the Fairy 6th Cultivator of True Virtue as well. Fairy 6th Cultivator of True Virtue asked, are you satisfied with the 33 Divine Beasts magical treasure? Song Shuhang nodded. Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue's heart suddenly moved. Little friend Shuhang, are you at the 5th stage realm? Song Shuhang nodded, and responded, Fourth cultivator of true virtue asked, then, the 33 divine beasts' magical treasure, did you succeed in combining it? Song Shuhang nodded again. Fairy sixth cultivator of true virtue couldn't help but press her chest, her heart felt so stuffy and stifled. Song Shuhang said, also, it's time for me to pay you. He summoned Senior White 2 in his mind. After a while, Senior White 2 opened the channel between the evil lotus world and the inner world. As soon as he appeared, he reached out and grabbed Song Shuhang, and sniffed him. Yes, it's his smell. Chapter 1381 Let us play a game. Song Shuhang was dumbfounded. Senior White 2 said, did you encounter the almighty merchant? Senior White 2's clone came through the spatial channel. However, only Song Shuhang was able to see his appearance clearly. The seventh cultivator of true virtue, the sixth cultivator of true virtue, and the fourth cultivator of true virtue could only see a black projection. As for those forging masters of the 33 divine beast sect, as soon as Senior White 2 appeared, they all started having trouble breathing, and fainted one by one. The ruler of the netherworld had appeared. Even if it was just a clone, it was not something that anyone could bear. Song Shuhang nodded. Senior White 2 said, it seems you've just come out of the Wielder's small black room. In other words, that guy also ran to that place. What a witty guy. The Wielder's small black room was a forbidden place for Senior White 2. If he dared to make contact with it, he would definitely be caught, suppressed by layers upon layers of seals, and locked inside the small black room as well. Senior White 2 pinched his chin, and said, forget it, I'll let him off this time. I refuse to believe that he's going to stay inside the Wielder's small black room forever. However, just as he finished speaking, he suddenly remembered something. Right, didn't Song Shuhang just come out of the Wielder's small black room? After a while, he should ask Song Shuhang how he got out. Once he mastered this method, he could go to the small black room to catch the almighty merchant. As he thought of this, Senior White 2 got into a rather good mood. He then looked at Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue, and said, are you sure that you want to use the reward on your companion? After she built the 2 sets of the 8th-stage combined magical treasure, it was time for Senior White 2 to keep Song Shuhang's face by paying her. The plan was to have either Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue or Fourth Cultivator of True Virtue released from the shackles of the 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber, reborn, and allowed to cultivate again. However, there was only one quota, and only one of them could benefit from this. Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue firmly said, yes, I'm certain. She did not dare to look directly at the black projection that was Senior White 2. She felt as if he was the combination of the greatest evils in the world, the most terrifying sins, and the most painful experiences. Your choice is very interesting, said Senior White 2. After he said that, several materials appeared on his finger, and then fell on Fourth Cultivator of True Virtue's body. Fourth Cultivator of True Virtue was confused. It had entirely no idea as to what was happening. Release. Senior White 2 said softly. In the next moment, Fourth Cultivator of True Virtue felt its entire body become lighter. In the past, it had failed to transcend the heavenly tribulation of the 5th stage, and it had almost died because of that. However, due to having been the master of the 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber at the time, it was able to continue living thanks to the saber, but at the cost of having to remain at the 4th stage realm forever. But now, it felt that it had been freed from the 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber, and had been truly reborn. Its realm was no longer constrained, it could continue to practice, ascend to the 5th stage, and perhaps even attain higher realms. Is this the opportunity that 6th Cultivator of True Virtue was talking about? 4th Cultivator of True Virtue immediately understood. 6th Cultivator of True Virtue, you gave me this chance to be free? 4th Cultivator of True Virtue stared at her. It knew of the relationship between the sixth and seventh cultivators of true virtue. Seventh cultivator of true virtue had lost a fortune in just preparing materials that would help sixth cultivator of true virtue free herself from the 9 virtues phoenix saber. But now, sixth cultivator of true virtue had actually given it the opportunity to be free? Senior fourth cultivator of true virtue, you have been under the shackles of the 9 virtues phoenix saber for too long, way too long. It was time for you to be free. Also, I still have seventh cultivator of true virtue, he will help me be reborn someday. Fairy sixth cultivator of true virtue crouched beside fourth cultivator of true virtue, stretched out her hand, and patted the white jade lion lightly. Fourth cultivator of true virtue. It couldn't adapt to the suddenly gentle sixth cultivator of true virtue. Fairy sixth cultivator of true virtue softly said, "Thank you for taking care of seventh cultivator of true virtue and me. Ever since we first took over the 9 virtues phoenix saber, it was you that provided us guidance. In fact, in my heart, I have always regarded you as a teacher." Fourth cultivator of true virtue was moved, and its eyes became moist. "Actually, you can use this opportunity first, and then have 7 cultivator of true virtue use the materials he's been acquiring to free me. No, my freedom is a matter that 7th cultivator of true virtue has decided to take into his own hands." Fairy 6th cultivator of true virtue stood up, stretched out her hand, and brushed her long golden hair. "Goodbye, senior 4th cultivator of true virtue." Suddenly, she lifted her beautiful leg and kicked 4th cultivator of true virtue away. 4th cultivator of true virtue was sent flying, and it screamed as it flew hundreds of meters away in a single breath. Song Shuhang. Fairy 6th cultivator of true virtue said, "Phew, I feel much more comfortable now." Sure enough, it still feels great to kick 4th cultivator of true virtue. Song Shuhang. Is she a sadist? Didn't her attitude change a bit too fast there? Fairy 6th cultivator of true virtue asked, "Shuhang, the magical treasure has been completed. When can we leave this place?" "Anytime," Song Shuhang replied. Fairy 6th cultivator of true virtue said, "Then, I guess it's time for me to say goodbye." Her heart had been rent thoroughly in the past few days, so she wanted to look for a nice place to practice. She wanted to have a look at some nice scenery, take a tour in the mountains, have some fun, and restore her shattered heart. Song Shuhang transferred Fairy 6th cultivator of true virtue, 7th cultivator of true virtue, 4th cultivator of true virtue, and the forging masters from the 33 divine beast sect back to the main world over at where Miruru had transcended her tribulation. After seeing that there were no outsiders, Senior White 2 happily asked, "Shuhang, did you come out of the Wielders' small black room just now?" Song Shuhang nodded in reply. Senior White 2 asked, "How did you manage to get out?" Song Shuhang replied, "I relied on the main world's Senior White's special disposable flying sword to cross through space. After flying for half an hour, I finally got out of the Wielders' small black room." "A disposable flying sword?" Senior White 2 asked in confusion. To be precise, it is called the Small Black Room Breaking Disposable Flying Sword version 001. It imitates the space-time traversal talent of the giant turtles of disaster. To get out of the small black room, Song Shuhang replied in detail. Senior White 2 asked, "What's the principle behind it?" He wouldn't be able to get out of that place if he didn't know the principles behind the method. Song Shuhang smiled bitterly, and said, "How am I supposed to understand the principle behind it? The flying sword was made by the main world's Senior White. I don't even have a proper grasp of how disposable flying swords work, so how am I supposed to know of such principles?" Senior White 2 said, "What about the flying sword? Bring it out and show it to me." Song Shuhang said, "Since it's a disposable flying sword, it disappears after it's used." Senior White 2. Senior White 2 then said, "Can you look for a way to get me one so that I can study it?" Song Shuhang said, "My main body is still in the Wielder's small black room. I will send a message back to my main body right now and see if he could ask for a flying sword. But Senior White, do you want a flying sword because you want to enter the Wielder's small black room to catch Senior Almighty Merchant? Senior Almighty Merchant was very cute, and his cloth-wrapped self always seemed very interesting. In addition, he had helped Song Shuhang several times. Although they were fair deals, it could not be denied that if the Almighty Merchant had not sold him the flat imperial hat in time, he would have died in the previous profound sage-level tribulation. It would be very embarrassing to indirectly hurt the Almighty Merchant because of his own reasons. However, the other side was Senior White too, who he had a better relationship with. His relationship with Senior White too was much closer than the one he had with the Almighty Merchant. Yes, I am particularly unwilling to let him run away, Senior White too said frankly. When you ask that other White for a flying sword, you can also tell the Almighty Merchant that I'm going to go in and catch him. Tell him that I'll play hide and seek with him for 4 days. If I manage to catch him in 4 days, then I want that sheet of cloth on his body, as well as 20 treasures. If I do not manage to catch him in 4 days, then I will introduce him to 2 huge business opportunities. Senior White too still remembered that the big-eyed planet and the liquid metal ball, which possessed Skylark's old body, were both locked inside the Wielder's small black rooms. For the Almighty Merchant, both of them were huge opportunities. If the Almighty Merchant had a way to fish out these 2 guys from the Wielder's small black room, it would be quite fun. If that happened, Senior White too could temporarily ignore the Almighty Merchant and try to catch the big-eyed planet. No matter how this went, Senior White too wasn't going to suffer a loss. Senior White, if I tell him, won't it be more difficult for you to catch him? Song Shuhang was confused. Senior White too laughed. Shuhang, if you can't see it at a glance, then you simply can't understand the fun in games. To play games, you have to add some difficulty. If the difficulty is too low, then what's the point of playing? Anyway, just do what I told you to do. Song Shuhang nodded. Okay. Inside the Wielder's small black room, Senior White's clone asked, Shuhang, has your clone gotten out? Song Shuhang happily said, I've received a reply. My clone has successfully returned to the main world. In other words, the small black room-breaking disposable flying sword version 001, made by Senior White was truly effective. Senior White nodded, and said, okay, then let's all get ready to leave. He broke a few branches from his tree of virtue and began to make flying swords. Song Shuhang said, Senior White, can you give me an extra flying sword later? Senior White looked at Song Shuhang curiously. Song Shuhang said, the other Beep Beep wants a flying sword and told me to ask you if you could give him one. Senior White squeezed his chin, and said, all right. But tell him that I want to find a chance to meet him when I get back to the main world. Song Shuhang said, no problem, I will deliver the message. At the side, the Almighty Merchant suddenly felt uneasy. Song Shuhang said, by the way, Almighty Merchant, I have a message for you. Fellow daoist Tyrannical Song, please tell me, Almighty Merchant said. Song Shuhang bashfully said, I'm a bit embarrassed to say this, but the smell you left on my clone was discovered by that person. The Almighty Merchant responded, F***CKU. He knew that profound sage Tyrannical Song was a jinx, nothing good came out of encounters with him. Song Shuhang then relayed what Senior White too said. I didn't have any evil intentions. I could never have expected a problem being born from catching your scent. Anyway, afterward, that person said that he wanted to play a game with you, the Almighty Merchant. He took out a pen and a black notebook, and was about to write down profound sage Tyrannical Song's words on it. But at this time, Senior White had already finished making the several disposable flying swords. So, is everyone ready? Soft Feather replied, all ready. All right, let's go. Senior White made a hand seal. A flying sword appeared beneath the feet of Song Shuhang, Soft Feather, Su Clan 16, and the Almighty Merchant. The Almighty Merchant cried out, Wait, wait. I don't want to go with Tyrannical Song. Whoosh, the flying swords were activated, and everyone was sent flying. Senior White's clone weakly said, "See you all in the main world." After saying that, he brought out a flying sword and grabbed his hand-guided tractor. Soon after, the sword light flashed, following Song Shuhang and the others while carrying the tractor. The tractor contained a large number of treasures that belonged to Soft Feather and Su Clan 16. Then, the energy of Senior White's clone was depleted. "Bon voyage," Senior White's clone said lightly as his black hair moved with the wind and his body began to dissipate. If all his energy were to be exhausted, he would automatically dissipate. "I hope that Song Shuhang and others don't get caught and locked inside the Wielder's small black room again after they get out. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a second Senior White's clone that could help them get out of the small black room." Song Shuhang yelled, 16, Soft Feather, hold on to the flying sword tightly. Don't fall. This is so exciting. Soft Feather yelled as well. They were both yelling, but why was the difference in what they were saying so big? Song Shuhang. Su Clan 16 asked, "I can still manage to hold on. How long is this going to take?" Song Shuhang replied, "When my clone went out, it took half an hour." The Wielder's small black room was isolated from the inner world. Otherwise, Song Shuhang could have used his inner world to move to where his clone was. Su Clan 16 asked, "Where is Senior White? Is he not coming with us?" Song Shuhang replied, "The Senior White in the small black room was a clone, and he will directly dissipate if the magical technique is cancelled." Soft Feather happily exclaimed, "Faster, go faster." It was so wise of her to have come out and played with Senior Song. There were opportunities to have fun and even profit. She liked such things the best. Behind the three, the Almighty Merchant, who was still wrapped in a sheet of cloth, was also sitting on a disposable flying sword. At this moment, he had a thoughtful expression on his face. "No, I can't go out with profound sage Tyrannical Song. What if this sends me straight to the ruler of the netherworld, causing me to be captured? I have to find a way to hide during the next 4 days," the Almighty Merchant said in his mind. As he thought of this, he shouted to Song Shuhang, "Fellow daoist Tyrannical Song, I still have some matters to attend to. I'll be going first. Farewell." After saying that, he stretched out his hand from the sheet, and lay it on the small black room-breaking disposable flying sword version 001. With a thought, he put away the disposable flying sword. Then, his figure fell into the space turbulence. Song Shuhang worriedly called out, "Senior, this is a spatial tunnel. Isn't it very dangerous to do that?" The Almighty Merchant shouted, "Don't worry, I have a secret treasure that can protect me on my body." When the Almighty Merchant jumped down, a secret treasure appeared on his body, and he moved through the turbulence of the spatial channel. Soon enough, he disappeared. Just like when Song Shuhang's clone exited the Wielder's small black room, Song Shuhang, Su Clan 16, and Soft Feather saw the light from the exit after half an hour. Song Shuhang shouted, "We're going out." Half an hour passed so quickly? Soft Feather felt some dismay. Song Shuhang prompted, "When we land, the impact will be relatively powerful, so be prepared." As soon as he said that, the 3 disposable flying swords took them out of the spatial channel and crashed into the ground. Boom! 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 The 3 landed on the sand and blasted out 3 large pits. Song Shuhang thought to himself, "It's a desert. It looks like we landed in the same place where my clone landed." He raised his head and checked their surroundings. Then, he saw the sea not too far away. Song Shuhang, recalling his previous speculation, it seemed that the location where they landed this time was different from where his clone had landed. At his side, Soft Feather and Sioux Clan 16 also emerged from the sandpit. After that, the disposable flying swords under their feet dissipated. Only Song Shuhang still carried a disposable flying sword in his hand. It was the gift prepared for Senior White 2. Soft Feather asked, "Where are we?" "I don't know, it should be somewhere in the main world." "I hope we're still on Earth," Song Shuhang said. "Use a phone to check and see if there's a signal." Sioux Clan 16 shook her head. "I haven't gotten my new phone yet." Her phone had broken in the last underwater expedition with Senior White. She hadn't been able to buy a new phone ever since. Soft Feather waved her mobile phone, and said, "I'm not getting a signal. It looks like we aren't on Earth." Song Shuhang revealed a slight smile. "It's alright, I am here." His clone had landed on Earth. As such, he could use his clone as a way to directly transfer them to Earth through the inner world. Song Shuhang stretched out his hand and prepared to open a channel to the inner world. Along with this, he could give the disposable flying sword to Senior White 2. However, the inner world did not respond to his call. Song Shuhang, there was a problem with this place. Similar to when he was inside the Wielder's small black room and the heavenly tribulation realm, the inner world was blocked. "We're done for. If we can't get into the inner world, how are we supposed to get out of here?" Sioux Clan 16 said, "I'm going to fly my saber to a vantage point and have a look." After saying that, the saber around her waist flew out, and a layer of light emerged on it. 16 lightly jumped on the saber and rose into the air. However, when she flew about 5 meters into the air, she seemed to have hit something, and fell straight down. Song Shuhang used the virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk footwork and gently jumped up to catch Sioux Clan 16. 16 is so petite and light. And her body is soft, cold, and fragrant. Sioux Clan 16 frowned, and said, "There is a space-locking formation. It should be about 4-5 meters tall." Song Shuhang gently put her down. Song Shuhang calmly surmised, "That means there should be practitioners nearby. Let's go look for them." "Which direction should we go in?" Sioux Clan 16 asked while looking around. There was a sea at their back, and then there was sand at their front and sides. "At a time like this, it's my treasure's turn to shine." Soft Feather opened her small bag, and took out a pair of cute sunglasses. "Magical treasure, to see 1,000 miles away, rise another level." Upgraded version. In the past, when Soft Feather had not been at the 4th stage realm, Venerable Spirit Butterfly had specially made this magical treasure for her. With this magical treasure, Soft Feather could use the bird's eye view to find her way. After ascending to the 4th stage realm, Soft Feather could fly on her sword. As such, she could directly rise to high altitude to find her way, causing the old treasure to no longer be of as much use. As a result, Venerable Spirit Butterfly upgraded this small magical treasure, fusing the navigation, detection, and telescope functions into a single magical treasure. Soft Feather wore the magic treasure, and turned on the bird's eye view and detection function to look around. "I found them. There is a plaza at our right where people seem to be gathering. We can go there and take a look," Soft Feather said. Song Shuhang said, "Okay, I'll be in front. You two follow behind me. It's best to prepare ourselves for battle." The people here were unfamiliar to them. In addition, this place was weird. Not only did it block the inner world, but there was also a space-locking formation. Because of all this, Song Shuhang raised his alertness. He had the scholarly indestructible body of the Buddha plus Holy Ape Dragon power technique, coupled with the 33 divine beasts combined magical treasure. Even if he encountered a surprise attack, he would be able to cope with it. Under the guidance of Soft Feather, the three of them approached a plaza cut out from a huge stone. In the plaza, there were figures of all sorts of kinds. There were beast cultivators from the beast realm, human cultivators, wholly humanoid creatures with wings, and some members of the monster race that hadn't assumed human form. In the plaza, everyone, regardless of race, sat together, seemingly waiting for something. After Song Shuhang, Soft Feather, and Su Clan 16 entered the plaza, they did not attract attention. All of the different races in the plaza simply raised their heads to look at the three of them before lowering their heads to communicate in groups of 2s and 3s, or close their eyes to meditate. Soft Feather secretly asked, "Senior Song, have we run into something big?" Song Shuhang nodded. With so many cultivators of different races and systems having gathered together, it really did give off a feeling of something huge taking place. However, the strength of all the cultivators and monster beasts present was not high, and the average was at around the 4th or 5th stage. There was barely anyone at the 6th stage. Soon after Song Shuhang sat down, a monster tiger who was lying next to the three of them suddenly felt something in his heart. It raised its head and stared at Song Shuhang for a while, and then it retreated. "Demon Monarch Tyrannical Scholar," it yelled in horror. After retreating for over 10 meters, its legs were shaking, and its belly was convulsing. Song Shuhang was dumbfounded. "Demon Monarch Tyrannical Scholar? Are you talking about the Demon Monarch Tyrannical Scholar who made everybody in the universe pregnant? Where is he? Have you heard what those fellow daoists outside said?" When Demon Monarch Tyrannical Scholar had delivered his speech, he made every person, monster, demon, and spirit, regardless of gender, become pregnant. He is literally the partner of an entire generation. How did the Demon Monarch Tyrannical Scholar do it? I heard people say that Demon Monarch Tyrannical Scholar has a pair of eyes that are filled with charm and magic. As long as he looks at you, you will become pregnant. Fortunately, this old man has been remaining inside this secret realm in these past few days, isolated from the world. Just how laughable would it have been if I'd have lost my purity by becoming pregnant at such an old age? Wait, that Demon Monarch Tyrannical Scholar has come here? F***ck, where is he? Don't let him see this old man. Otherwise, I'm going to get pregnant. The monster tiger shivered, and said, "Demon Monarch Tyrannical Scholar, don't look at me. I've already been pregnant for a while when I was outside, and I've just recovered. I don't want to be pregnant again. I'm still a child." Song Shuhang. F***ck. What am I supposed to say? I, myself, am very desperate here, alright? Su Clan 16's face contorted as she did her best to hold back her laughter. At the side, Soft Feather was already laughing hysterically. Meanwhile, Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue held Fairy 6th Cultivator of True Virtue in his arms while 4th Cultivator of True Virtue lay down next to them. The three of them were arranged in a row, lying on a stone with a look of despair on their faces. After they were sent out of the inner world, they received the content of Demon Monarch Tyrannical Scholar's speech. And in the end, they chose to watch the rebroadcast. After that. Well, there was no after that. 1383 This is such bad luck. The scholarly sage's eye and the impregnating gaze. I had only seen them in records that were related to the scholarly faction. I could never have expected the effects to be so powerful. Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue had a look of desperation on his face. Experiencing what pregnancy was like as a big man was simply inhuman. What kind of thoughts did the scholarly sage have back then to develop such a scary technique? Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue took out his phone, and opened the 9 Provinces number 1 group chat to see if he could find a fellow daoist in the group to seek comfort from. Then, he discovered that the group had also been wailing in despair. Every member of the group, except those who had closed up or those who were inside special secret realms, had become pregnant. Seniors, even our temple's little Guogua had become pregnant. It was simply cruel, 3 realms, senior brother 3 realms said using great master profound principles account. When I got pregnant, the steering wheel became unstable, and I ended up running people over. Luckily enough I was driving inside my own sect, so the people I ran over were my own people. I am now dealing with the car accident. Fortunately, nobody died. Fairy Dongfang 6 sent a emoji. Daluo sect's true monarch rain moon, it hurts, but being able to experience pregnancy is great. It was especially awesome to see my senior and junior brothers all get pregnant together. I really want to invite Demon Sage Tyrannical Scholar to my Daluo sect and have him deliver a speech. I'm that little white crane at the edge of the earth's end said, damn it, Senior White is still meditating. I really want to see how Senior White looks when he's pregnant. Eternal Fire is very tired and wants to retire. The scholarly faction has taken this opportunity to organize a lecture on the filial piety chapter in the hope of gaining something out of it. After all, the impregnating gaze was originally meant to be used in conjunction with this chapter. However, the feeling of becoming pregnant is truly inhuman. Fairy Lychee, I want to know about what happened with Medicine Master and Purple Mist. Could Medicine Master and Purple Mist have been in the middle of dual cultivating? He. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, Mama Lychee, don't laugh at others. Did you take a selfie when you were pregnant? With your character, you should have definitely taken a beautiful picture, right? Send one to the group and show us. Fairy Lychee, is fellow daoist 7 still at Thrice Reckless place? Please, go ahead and exterminate Thrice Reckless, I just finished. I'm taking a break, Su Clan 7 said coolly. Right, I seem to have recalled who that junior of mine that I forgot about was. I vaguely remember that they should be called Su Clans some number. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber proudly said, 7 is weak scum. After he became pregnant, the pain was so difficult for him to bear that he took such a long time to recover. I'm different. Even if I had become pregnant, I could still manage to be alive and kicking. If I weren't in the wrong, would have taken advantage of that time to teach 7 a lesson. Yellow Mountain is very tired and wants to retire. Can you not mention pregnancy? Every time someone mentions it, my stomach starts hurting. Dongfang Snow, Senior Yellow Mountain, what did you look like when you were pregnant? Were you handsome? I've been studying how to write songs recently, and I'm getting ready to write a Yellow Mountain pregnancy song for you. Yellow Mountain is very tired and wants to retire. Can someone please bring back the quiet and cultured fairy Dongfang Snow? After Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue read the chat records in the group, he felt a lot more comfortable. Suffering alone was never as good as suffering with others. After discovering that everyone had become pregnant, suffered, and felt despair, his heart suddenly felt at peace. Human psychology was truly full of wonders at times. At this moment, Fairy 6th Cultivator of True Virtue softly said, 7th Cultivator of True Virtue. Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue responded, I'm here. Let's not have children in the future, alright? Pregnancy is too painful. Well, perhaps after a few hundred years, this trauma will become smaller and we could have a child, Fairy 6th Cultivator of True Virtue said with tears in her eyes. Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue immediately softly said, sure. We, cultivators, have long lifespans, and our goal is to reach the realm of immortality. We don't really need children. If you really want children in the future, we could choose to accept some cute disciples. Fairy 6th Cultivator of True Virtue smiled happily. Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue turned his head and looked up at the sky. How about holding a discussion in the 9 Provinces number 1 group, with the topic, 10,000 Ways to Kill Demon Sage Tyrannical Song? In the Stone Plaza. In an instant, everyone gathered together and retreated 10 meters away from Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang, Su Clan 16, and Soft Feather were isolated in one side of the plaza. Song Shuhang explained, an accident took place while I was holding the speech. My eyes don't actually have that function, believe me. If you don't believe me, you can look at my eyes and see that you really won't become pregnant. On the opposite side, everyone shook their head frantically as they lowered their eyes. There wasn't a single one of them that dared to directly look at Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang. The demon sage show and demon sage speech were destined to become a dark past that he would never be able to erase. Was it better to go back and stay inside the Wielder's small black room for a few more years, waiting for people to forget about him before coming back? Time passed little by little. At the gate to the plaza, new people would enter every now and then. These people also came from all kinds of paths, and from all kinds of cultivation systems. After the newcomers came in, they saw two camps in the square at a glance. On one side, there were a lot of fellow daoists gathered together, while on the other side, there was a party of youths consisting of one man and two women. Strange, was this one man, two women party very powerful? The newcomers looked at Song Shuhang curiously. Then, the sage name Demon Sage Tyrannical Scholar emerged in their minds. The newcomers would subconsciously reach out and hug their stomachs as they tremblingly said, Demon Sage Tyrannical Scholar. Clearly, these newcomers had heard the Demon Sage speech, and had likely even been hit by the weird light of the scholarly sage's eye, which should have made them become pregnant on the spot. As a result, the newcomers would lower their heads and sneak into the crowd, completely not daring to look at Song Shuhang. On average, the sound of someone entering and saying, Tyrannical Scholar, would be heard every 1 or 2 minutes. Song Shuhang's heart felt stifled. Soon, an entire hour had passed. For Song Shuhang, this hour was longer than any day he had lived through in his life. The gate finally closed. Then, a loud bell rang. The altar in the center of the plaza began to collapse downward, and a huge passage was revealed where the altar had been. The monster tiger happily said, It's here, the road of the trial. With the road of the trial having appeared, they could enter and get as far away from Demon Sage Tyrannical Scholar as they could. Staying in the same plaza as Demon Sage Tyrannical Scholar and breathing the same air as him caused them all to be under great pressure. Demon Sage Tyrannical Scholar could make others pregnant with a single gaze. Didn't that mean that his breath could possibly also cause others to become pregnant? Therefore, from the beginning to the end, the monster tiger had held its breath. It was only now, when it could no longer hold for much longer, that it breathed again. After the road of the trial opened, everyone in the plaza stood up and walked towards the path. However, none of them rushed into it chaotically. Instead, they lined up and entered in an organized manner. At the front of the line was a monk in white clothing. After standing in front of the passage, he took a deep breath, clasped his hands together, bent over, took off the shoes on his feet, and put them away. Afterward, he stepped into the tunnel barefoot. Following the monk was an elf in green clothing. This was exactly the kind of elf with pointed ears that one would see in Western fantasy movies. Their true body was actually a kind of plant that had developed intellect, starting to cultivate. The elf in green similarly took off the shoes on her feet, revealing her white feet before stepping into the passage with a resolute face. When the green-clothed elf was about to step into the passage, a figure suddenly emerged out of thin air. That figure was wrapped in a sheet of cloth, with only his head revealed. I've finally reached the road of the trial. This secret realm that only opens once every 100 years is a great place for me to do business. The corners of the figure's mouth rose. The green-clothed elf frowned slightly before saying something in a foreign language to the man wrapped in cloth. The man wrapped in cloth smiled, and said, Little girl, don't be afraid. I don't mean to cut in line. I'm just here to do some business. You're all entering the road of the trial, right? I have skincare cream here which will definitely be useful for after you finish the road of the trial. It can heal the wounds on your feet and remove the dead skin on them as well. Even those supposedly unhealable scars you might suffer during the road of trial can be erased with this skin cream. Your little feet are so cute, and you clearly care for them. Wouldn't it be a pity if such beautiful feet were to be injured on the road of the trial and left untreated? The green-clothed elf's eyebrows raised. So it's you. My mother has mentioned you, a man wrapped in a sheet who specializes in selling products on the road of the trial. Although your products work well, they will influence the effects of the road of the trial. If you really want to sell to me, then wait until the trial is over before doing so. The man wrapped in the cloth solemnly said, "Little girl, business is also a form of fate. If you miss this opportunity, you won't be able to have another chance." Afterward, he set his sights on the cultivators at the back. "You can call me Almighty Merchant. Before entering the road of the trial, if there's anything that you want to buy, you can buy it from me. The prices will be made affordable. I have hundreds of years of reputation." Song Shuhang called out, "Almighty Merchant, why are you here?" The Almighty Merchant turned his head stiffly and saw Song Shuhang. F***ck, such bad luck. I met this jinx again. The Almighty Merchant gripped his sheet of cloth, then dove into a spatial channel, and disappeared. Song Shuhang, Soft Feather said, "Senior Almighty Merchant is hiding from you, Senior Song." Everyone in the plaza looked at Song Shuhang in even greater horror. This Almighty Merchant, who looked like an unfathomable big shot, had actually been scared off by demon sage Tyrannical Scholar. Was someone as powerful as the Almighty Merchant also unable to stop the impregnating gaze? And so, the people on the plaza accelerated their speed of entering the passage. Song Shuhang, Su Clan 16, and Soft Feather were at the end of the line. Su Clan 16 said, "Let's go in as well." She bent down and took off the shoes and socks on her feet, revealing her jade feet that were petite and cute. Soft Feather also squatted down and unbuttoned her boots, revealing her toes which were slender and flexible, and matched her long legs. 1384 2 Inhuman, no, 2 Incentipede. Su Clan 16 put away her shoes and socks before gently stepping into the passage. When her feet stepped on the ground of the passage, she only felt a tingling sensation coming from the soles of her feet. The road clearly looked smooth and level, but when she stepped on it, it felt like she was stepping on metal spikes. She was at the 4th stage realm, and with her having become a dragon, her physique was extremely close to that of someone in the 5th stage realm. Despite having such a physique, she was unable to ignore the sensation of pain coming from her feet. 16 frowned slightly, and said, "Did the trial begin as soon as I took that first step?" After preparing herself mentally, she took another step forward. There was still a stabbing pain coming from her feet, but it was generally within a range that she could bear. Soft Feather followed behind her, and she similarly put away her footwear and stepped into the passage. She stepped forward, soon walking beside 16. It hurts. As Soft Feather set her other foot in the passage, she felt a stabbing pain, just as if she was stepping on wooden spikes. It hurt and itched. She then maintained a one-legged posture, with one of her feet being slightly lifted while her cute toes wiggled. She looked at her feet, wondering, "The pain came from the soles of my feet. Is this kind of pain some sort of illusion?" Song Shuhang said, "Let me try it out." After he took off his shoes, he strode into the tunnel. In the next moment, he felt as if he was stepping on sharp blades, causing the soles of his feet to hurt. Clang! Instantly, the mutated version of the steel hands technique appeared on Song Shuhang's body, resulting in the soles of his feet taking on a pitch-black metallic color. Not only that, the scholarly indestructible body of the Buddha and the holy ape dragon power technique also came into effect one after the other. The 9 ancient ape projections, which all held scholarly scriptures, emerged and began chanting, singing praises of their master. With the 3 body tempering exercises active, Song Shuhang confidently stepped onto the road again. Then, he screamed, Previously, the road only felt as if it was made of sharp blades, but when he stepped on it this time, it felt like the road was made of chainsaws, ones that were set at full power. The pain was simply unbearable. 16 said, "Does it hurt a lot? I feel like I'm stepping on metal spikes." She lifted her petite foot and raised it toward Song Shuhang. "It hurts a bit, but I can bear it." Her feet were small and well-proportioned, with the soles of her feet looking very soft and with the foot lines clearly visible. Soft Feather chuckled, and said, "I feel like I'm stepping on wooden thorns. It's a bit painful and itchy, and kind of wants to make me laugh." She similarly raised her long feet and showed them to Song Shuhang as her crystal-like toes twisted around. Her feet were of a completely different style from 16. Song Shuhang smiled bitterly, and said, "I feel like I'm stepping on a full-powered chainsaw. It's terrible." "I understand." Su Clan 16 calmly analyzed, and said, "It seems that the stronger one's physique is, the greater the pain they would feel. The intensity of pain that one receives depends on that person's strength. It's a very user-dependent design." That means, Song Shuhang dispersed the scholarly indestructible body of the Buddha, the holy ape dragon power technique, and the mutated version of the steel hands technique. He stepped on the path once again, and as expected, the pain that had been like he was stepping on chainsaws went back to being similar to sharp blades. Song Shuhang confidently said, "This is a lot better. This level of pain is nothing to me." His tolerance for pain was far beyond what others could imagine. Whether it was mental or physical, Song Shuhang had a high tolerance for pain. The amount of blood he had lost and the terrifying level of pain that he would have to endure every time he used the secret appraisal technique were no laughing matter. Have you ever experienced the pain of being hugged to death and having one's bones broken one by one? Back when his mental strength rose too fast, he felt as if his head was pounded on by a big and small hammer every night, causing Song Shuhang's mind to become fully tempered. Therefore, this pain he felt after stepping on the blades was nothing much to him. The interior of the passage was very wide, and the three could walk together side by side. Su Clan 16 was on Song Shuhang's left, while Soft Feather subconsciously shortened the length of her stride, and stood shoulder to shoulder with Song Shuhang on his right. Soft Feather asked, 16 Senior Song, "Do you think we can meet that almighty merchant again?" Song Shuhang asked, "Is there something that you want to buy?" Soft Feather nodded, and said, I feel that the sheet on Senior Almighty Merchant is so interesting. I want to buy one of the same style." Song Shuhang could not help but imagine how Soft Feather would look with only her head exposed while the rest of her body was wrapped in cloth. Song Shuhang couldn't help but laugh out loud. Soft Feather looked at Song Shuhang suspiciously. "Senior Song, what are you laughing at?" Song Shuhang solemnly said, "It's nothing. I feel that the sheet must be unique in its own way, and there's a chance that it's a high-level magical treasure." After all, in addition to Soft Feather, Senior White 2 had also taken a fancy to this sheet. Senior White 2's vision was very sharp. Nothing in his collection was ordinary. Only things like the 33 divine beasts combined magical treasure or the god-slaying cannon, which were unique, entered his eyes. Perhaps the sheet on the almighty merchant's body had the ability to cover up one's aura, an ability so powerful that even the heavens was unable to sense the wearer? "I only need one of the same style, the functions are secondary." Soft Feather chuckled, and said, "I want to buy one for my dad as well. I feel that the almighty merchant's size is similar to my dad's. If my dad were to wear a sheet of the same style, it would definitely be very interesting." Song Shuhang visualized the handsome venerable spirit butterfly wrapped in sheets, and couldn't help but laugh out loud once more. If Soft Feather was the one to buy the sheet for venerable spirit butterfly, it didn't matter whether it looked good on him or not, he would definitely wrap it around his body every day. "Actually, there's also something that I want to buy." Su Clan 16 put her hands behind her back, and looked down at her chest. Song Shuhang said, "Now that you say that, there's actually also something that I want to buy." He wanted to buy a phone for 16. Other than that, when 16 had sent the box of clothes to Fairy Fleeting Life, he had said that he would buy 16 some gifts. The three of them talked as they followed the road of the trial. At a corner that the three could not see, the almighty merchant, who was wrapped in the sheets, sighed quietly and shrank into the shadows. His right hand gripped his left hand tightly. The almighty merchant silently said to himself, don't go out to trade. You absolutely cannot trade with profound sage tyrannical song. However, his merchant's soul made him unable to stop himself from wanting to go out and trade with Song Shuhang. All three of them were quality customers, and they all seemed to want to buy some things. Especially the petite and cute girl and the girl with long legs both seemed to be rich customers. Allowing patrons to get what they wanted was the greatest happiness to the almighty merchant. His life's meaning was to trade. However, whenever he came in contact with profound sage tyrannical song, his luck would always be horrible. The almighty merchant softly said, "Patience, I need to be patient, victory is acquired through persistence." There were 3 secrets to completing a transaction. 1. Persistence. 2. Shamelessness. 3. To persist in being shameless. This was the secret to becoming successful in trading. He just needed to stick to the next section of the road of the trial. After the first section, the road of thorns, there was the road of the lost. At the next section, the 3 would definitely split up. At that time, he could quietly complete transactions with the 2 girls. As for profound sage tyrannical song, he wanted to trade with him? Not happening. Profound sage tyrannical song was blacklisted. The 3 marched steadily, and as they were halfway through the road of thorns, they saw someone. It was a 5-meter-long centipede spirit, but it didn't look scary at all, it had a chibi style to it. I never would have thought that I would also stop here, and this is even only the first section of the road. The centipede spirit sighed faintly, and said, "Sure enough, it's just as my dad said, if someone from our family has yet to acquire their 5th stage form, coming to the road of the trial is simply asking for trouble. This secret realm is too inhuman, no, too incentipede." Song Shuhang glanced at the centipede spirit in silence. Its failure was understandable. It was at the 4th stage realm, but because of its carapace, its physique was way stronger than those of monster cultivators of the same realm. This wasn't all, it was even a variant species. Song Shuhang roughly counted, and found that it had a total of 500 pairs of feet. The pain on this road would be felt through one's feet. What human cultivators needed to endure was only pain coming from 2 feet, and something like that monster tiger from before would also only need to endure the pain from 4 feet at most, and it could even choose to stand on 2 feet. However, this centipede spirit had to endure pain coming from each of its 500 pairs of feet. It was like taking in as much as one could possibly get. For it to have been able to get here showed that it already had a decent amount of resoluteness. For other races, this road of thorns could be passed by gritting their teeth and forbearance. They could train their will while walking. However, for this centipede spirit, every inch it traveled was filled with sharp pain. Song Shuhang cupped his fists towards the chibi centipede spirit, and then continued onward. In this passage, time lost significance. The passage seemed to have no end. They would go through one corner after the other, but they could still not see the end. "Are we there yet?" Soft Feather frowned slightly. With her lively character, she was getting quite bored. Song Shuhang smiled slightly. "Calm down, this is also a kind of trial. It's part of the training of one's heart." The centuries of lonely onion life he went through made Song Shuhang able to easily persist through boredom. Moreover, he wasn't alone this time, as he was accompanied by Su Clan 16 and Soft Feather. Su Clan 16 said, the improvement of one's will is clearly part of this trial. In addition, it can also slightly improve one's physique. I wonder which world in the universe this road of the trial is in. When she was in the Spirit River Su Clan, she had never heard of such a secret realm. Song Shuhang laughed, and said, while walking on this road, I suddenly remembered a story I read in the past. Soft Feather's eyes lit up. Senior Song, tell us about it. I'm so bored. Song Shuhang grinned evilly, and said, this story is called The Diary of the Ascetic Senior Monk. This story was a story that ended with a giant anticlimax. Song Shuhang talked as they moved forward. The Diary of the Ascetic Senior Monk was written from the perspective of an onlooker rather than the protagonist. It was a story about the hardships in the process of becoming a senior monk. Song Shuhang said, a long, long time ago, there was a senior monk. He had a bald head, wore thin linen cloth, and walked barefoot. His body was thin, but his eyes were bright and full of energy and spirit. Soft Feather asked, that looks like a very ordinary monk. Is this story interesting? Su Clan 16 covered her mouth and chuckled. Shuhang, you're also still a baldy. Song Shuhang subconsciously touched his bald head. No need to fear. I have the hair growing technique. In the future, when the blue hair problem is solved, I won't have any problem with growing my hair as much as I want. As long as I am willing, I could even grow it until it reaches my waist. Soft Feather grinned, and said, is Senior Song going to get married after his hair reaches his waist? Song Shuhang rubbed his temples. Why should I marry someone? Well, I am the only seedling in my family. Of course, I'd eventually get myself a wife. The fine tradition of the 9 provinces number 1 group, sudden topic changing. Soon, you won't be the only seedling anymore. Suddenly, a voice sounded from behind Song Shuhang. It was a strange voice, erratic, and made one feel as if the speaker was smirking. Song Shuhang turned his head but saw no one. Song Shuhang doubtfully said, was that an auditory hallucination? Soft Feather said, no, I heard it too. Just now, there was a voice saying that you wouldn't be the only seedling. Su Clan 16 nodded. I heard that too. Song Shuhang said, what does that mean? I'm not the only seedling. Could it be that my parents are going to have another child? Although the second child policy was revised a few years ago, my parents said that they were no longer prepared to have another child, because I was already in junior high at the time. Soft Feather poked Song Shuhang, and said, Senior Song, after we got locked inside the Wielders' small black room, everyone in the universe forgot about us. Could Auntie and Uncle have forgotten about you? Song Shuhang froze. Su Clan 16 said, also, Auntie and Uncle have been drinking spirit green tea and living spring water, so they should be getting younger and younger as time passes. Because Song Shuhang was kind to 16, Su Clan 7 had quietly arranged some disciples to live near Song Shuhang's home to protect Song Shuhang's parents. As such, 16 was privy to the intelligence on Papa Song and Mama Song becoming younger and younger as well. Soft Feather clapped her hands. Auntie and Uncle forgot about Senior Song, and they've also been getting younger and younger. Well, according to Detective Soft Feather's inference, when Senior Song gets home, Auntie might already be pregnant. I wonder if it's a younger brother or younger sister. Song Shuhang immediately knelt down, the possibility of it happening was too great. What was he supposed to do if he returned home and found that he had an extra brother or sister? Song Shuhang pondered for a moment. In fact, after thinking about it carefully, he felt quite moved. Having a younger brother or younger sister would be cute. He could take them out to play secretly, such as letting them secretly fly through the skies on a sword, and making them laugh happily in the sky. Or he could take them into the sea, wrap them in the sword light, and then run to the depths of the seabed in a single breath, allowing them to experience the beauty of the underwater world up close. And he was even at the 5th stage now, so it was no problem for him to directly go to space. With him, he could have his younger brother or sister experience a dreamlike life at a very young age. While other children were dreaming of Superman, or immortals, or heroes, he could directly have his younger brother or sister experience the life in their dreams. Not good. I'm suddenly really looking forward to having a sibling. 16 asked, if aunt gives birth to a son, can you get married into a girl's family? Song Shuhang was confused. Huh. From your expression, I understand. 16 squeezed her chin, and said, then, can you accept a mutual marriage? Mutual marriage? Song Shuhang continued to be confused. 16 gestured with both of her hands, and said, the woman will marry into the man's family and have a wedding. Then, the man will marry into the woman's family and have another similar wedding. It was an inconceivable wedding plan. Is there really such a thing? Song Shuhang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Su Clan 16 said, there is. It can deal with those old customs. Song Shuhang curiously said, old customs? Soft Feather chuckled, and said, Senior Song, you know too little about the world of cultivation. In some cultivation families, there are some old ways of thinking like, secret techniques cannot be leaked outside, daughters are to be married off to another family, so secret cultivation techniques can only passed on to males, and, after a daughter learns the unique cultivation technique of her family, she also has to try to avoid having it spread elsewhere. While chuckling, she suddenly had an epiphany. Is 16 trying to marry Senior Song? Is the relationship between 16 and Senior Song already that good? Why did I not know this? So that's the case. Song Shuhang understood. In fact, these old ways of thinking weren't wrong for a family, because it was this way of thinking that allowed a family to last longer. After all, cultivation families were different from sects, and they had to pay more attention to prevent their cultivation techniques from spreading. Actually, there is a solution to this. Soft Feather raised one finger, and said, if you're strong enough, you won't face any trouble at all. If you're at least a 7th stage venerable. No, an 8th stage profound sage, you would have no problem. And if you're a 9th stage tribulation transcender, no matter which sect or family you're trying to join, everyone will agree. Even if you wanted to marry the female head of that family, nobody would object. If the Spirit River Sioux clan also hid an existence at her father's level, then there would be total assurance once one was an 8th stage profound sage. Sioux clan 16 said, that makes sense. Song Shuhang said, what makes sense? You think 9th stage tribulation transcenders are that common? There aren't even any tribulation transcenders in our 9 provinces number 1 group, and when it comes to profound sages, there are only the newly ascended Senior White and Senior 7th cultivator of true virtue. If you're pushing it, there's also Senior Spirit Butterfly, who will soon ascend. Soft Feather cupped her hands toward Song Shuhang. Profound Sage Tyrannical Song, it's an honor to meet you. Song Shuhang, you're rending my heart, Soft Feather. Sioux Clan 16 lowered her head and fell into thought. There was no need to become a tribulation transcender, and she only had to become a 7th stage venerable to possess the qualifications to speak. If she were to become a profound sage, no one in the Spirit River Sioux clan would stop her. We've gone off topic. Soft Feather clapped her hands, and said, Senior Song, continue telling your story. Song Shuhang said, I thought that you had already forgotten about the main topic. Sioux Clan 16 said, keep on talking, we'll listen. Song Shuhang said, then I will continue. Then, he began to talk about the bitter ascetic life of the senior monk. For example, walking in the snow without eating or drinking for dozens of days. The senior monk also walked in the forest of pointed stones barefoot, sleeping and eating in the open. The senior monk then encountered some monsters and defeated them, but did not kill the monsters, and only subdued them. The senior monk walked a long distance, and finally reached a terrifying jungle with all kinds of poisonous insects. After entering it, the senior monk was immediately poisoned and almost died. Because the original work had used a lot of vivid vocabulary to describe the state of the monk, Song Shuhang couldn't skip this section when he told this story. The poisoned senior monk's lips turned purple, his face became bluish-black, he had grave difficulty in breathing, and he would let out agonizing cries every now and then while desperately gripping the ground with his fingers. Su Clan 16, Soft Feather. The two women felt that there was something wrong with this story. Wasn't the process of the monk's suffering a bit too detailed? Did the author find pleasure in writing about the suffering of the senior monk? Song Shuhang said, the poisoned monk's chance at life was a mere 1 out of 10, but in the end, he overcame the poison with his strong willpower and regained his vitality. An illusory voice behind him suddenly interrupted, nonsense. If mere will could overcome poison, then what would be the use of antidotes? Nowadays, it's simply bullshit if one doesn't look for an antidote and rely solely on their will. Song Shuhang turned his head and glanced behind him again. An expert had been following them, and the strength of this expert was so profound that Song Shuhang could not even sense his existence. Soft Feather exclaimed, "Senior Almighty Merchant? There's something I want to buy." The voice that had interrupted in complaint suddenly disappeared. Song Shuhang, it really was him. Su Clan 16 squinted her eyes, and said, "Shuhang, continue the story." From listening to this story, she seemed to have been enlightened on something, but there was still a layer of paper in between, and she was unable to completely understand what that thing was. She wanted to finish listening to the story. And so, Song Shuhang continued. The senior monk walked barefoot through mountains, swamps, and deserts, and swam across seas. He encountered storms, survived lightning strikes, crossed seas of fire, and was even buried alive by sandstorms. His experience was simply Spartan, and would cause others to prostrate themselves in admiration. Finally, Song Shuhang licked the corner of his mouth. After so long, the most interesting part had finally come. When Soft Feather heard the word "finally," her interest was drawn. What did the senior monk get after going through such experiences? Su Clan 16 also pricked up her ears. She felt that she was about to be enlightened soon, she just needed a tiny bit more. In the end, he died. Even his bones rotted in the mud. He used up his life to end his ascetic practice. His soul achieved sublimation. This is the greatest ascetic practice. Song Shuhang read the contents of the last page of the diary of the ascetic senior monk without changing a word. The almighty merchant couldn't help but complain, "WTF, how can one listen to such a story? He actually died?" Soft Feather said, "I feel that was quite an interesting turn of events, one that would cause people to have the urge to complain." At this moment, Su Clan 16 suddenly stretched out her hand and pointed towards the air. In the air, a white light flashed faintly. Immediately after that, power of virtue was fed back to 16 from that white light. A little white dragon flashed behind her. Song Shuhang's eyes widened. 16, you understood something? The diary of the ascetic senior monk contained the soul-ferrying technique, but it had to be used in conjunction with Ksitigarbha's soul-ferrying scripture to be effective. But 16 hadn't mastered Ksitigarbha's soul-ferrying scripture, so how did she use the soul-ferrying technique? 16 softly said, "Is this the soul-ferrying technique?" While talking, the three of them took the last step. The road of thorns had been completed. The light on Song Shuhang's body skyrocketed, and the 10th ancient great ape and scholarly scripture took shape behind him. Soft Feather's body also flashed with colorful light, and her physique was strengthened. A white dragon loomed behind 16. Then, on top of her head, two cute little dragon horns emerged. Chapter 1386 Domineering Gold, stylish silver. It was a pair of cute, crystal-clear little dragon horns that seemed to be made from crystals. Soft Feather stared at the little horns on 16's head, and asked, 16, are you all right? Su Clan 16 nodded, and said, it's just my physique getting enhanced. This road of the trial really is very effective. Soft Feather pointed at 16's head. No. I'm talking about the little horns on top of your head. After hearing that, Su Clan 16 reached out to feel her head, and touched the little horns on her head. When she touched the little horns, she couldn't help but let out a sound. Newborn horns were very sensitive. Immediately afterward, Su Clan 16 became hot, and a steamy mist was emitted from her body. The mist enveloped her body. Flying among clouds and mist was originally a dragon's instinct. Soft Feather said, there seems to be something wrong with your current state. Also, this mist is very hot. She was quite near Su Clan 16, and was able to feel the frightening heat of the mist. There's something wrong. Su Clan 16's face flushed. As soon as her voice fell, her body threw itself forward. At the side, Song Shuhang had already been on standby, and reached out to catch Su Clan 16. The light of the steel hands technique flickered on his arm. The steel hands technique was a magical technique for forging ironware, so whenever Song Shuhang's hand came in contact with high temperatures, it would automatically activate. However, as soon as it was activated, Song Shuhang took the initiative to cancel it. The steel hands technique would make his hands as hard as steel, so if he were to catch 16 in such a state, it would be rather uncomfortable for her. Song Shuhang frowned, and asked, it's really hot. Could it be because of the white dragon? The little white dragon was now attached to 16 in a form similar to how the virtuous Lamia was attached to Song Shuhang. Thanks to the blessing of the little white dragon, 16's heavenly tribulation injuries were healed. However, Song Shuhang was a little worried about the little white dragon seizing 16's body. I should check on 16's status. Song Shuhang issued a mental command, and the fingertip portion of the defiant whale warrior glove on his right hand opened up, revealing his fingertips. His fingers touched Su Clan's 16 somewhere along her waist, and the secret appraisal technique was activated. Afterward, a golden rune flashed from his eyes, revolved around Su Clan 16, turned into a clock which turned in reverse, and then revolved around her once more. Subsequently, the rune returned to Song Shuhang, and the secret appraisal technique was completed. Only a small wound appeared on Song Shuhang's arm, and it healed before any blood could even come out. The price of appraising 16 is so low? Is it because I am more familiar with 16, and there isn't much new information, resulting in the price becoming rather low? At this time, the result of the appraisal appeared in Song Shuhang's mind. Su Clan 16's dress, Model A-16. It was designed by Spirit River Su Clan's Master of Immortal Clothing, Fairy Peanut, who learned directly from the clothing design master, Fairy Winter Melon. She is known to be the best at designing, and has even become known as the Empress of Fashion. The Model A-16 was specially designed for fairies with a petite figure. When wearing it, even if one doesn't have many curves, it can still be very attractive. The clothing would also be able to accentuate the petite fairy's small waist amazingly. In addition, the position of the neckline is set just right such that the petite fairy's sexy clavicle would be shown. Look carefully, don't you think that it is a very attractive part of a girl's body? Song Shuhang couldn't help but set his gaze on 16's clavicle. 16's clavicle was V-shaped and very attractive. It was as if there was a deep vortex inside the collarbone, and there was magic that strongly attracted people's eyes. Wait, stop. Song Shuhang shook his head vigorously. Flips table, bastard. He had pressed his hand on Su Clan 16's waist to check on 16's status, but the secret appraisal technique had appraised 16's dress instead. Why am I getting the feeling that this secret appraisal technique is getting cheaper and cheaper? Sure enough, the things that slow-witted Song have tinkered with are just like him, they become increasingly messed up. Soft Feather curiously asked, Senior Song, what's wrong? Song Shuhang replied, I was going to appraise 16th status just now, but a small mishap had happened with the secret appraisal technique. I'm going to try one more time. Is that the secret technique that causes you to spurt blood out after you use it? If so, then I will prepare a healing technique for Senior Song. Soft Feather quickly stretched out her hands and started chanting, preparing a healing technique. Song Shuhang knelt down slightly, and the fingertips of his right hand touched 16th's small hand while carrying 16 with one arm. It was soft and cold. 16th's body was red, and it was even emitting hot steam. However, her skin was cool and comfortable. Secret appraisal technique. Song Shuhang performed the secret appraisal technique once again. A golden rune fell on 16 once more, and it turned into a clock working counterclockwise. This time, hundreds of wounds broke out all over Song Shuhang's body. The cost of appraising Su Clan's 16 was much higher than he thought. The whale body transformation spell, on the defiant whale warrior glove, was automatically triggered, and spiritual energy turned into rain that fell on Song Shuhang. At the same time, Soft Feather reached out and pressed on Song Shuhang's body, using the Spirit Butterfly Island's secret healing technique to speed up the healing of Song Shuhang's wounds. The wounds on Song Shuhang's body quickly recovered. However, the mental, tenfold pain had not disappeared, and continued to assault his senses. Fortunately, it's still within a tolerable range, Song Shuhang thought to himself. Afterward, the information retrieved by the secret appraisal technique appeared in his mind. Su Clan's 16, the most talented disciple of the Su Clan's younger generation. She possesses great potential, is at the 4th stage innate realm, is 1.502 meters tall, and is proficient at saber techniques and painting. This was 16's most basic information. After ascending to the 4th stage, 16 had grown a little bit. She grew a total of 0.002 meters, congratulations. This was the first wave of results from the secret appraisal technique. When he saw this, Song Shuhang was put at ease. Because 16 was still 16. Immediately afterward, more in-depth appraisal information emerged in his mind. 4 months ago, Su Clan 16 took the skeletal dragon's withered vine to heal her heavenly tribulation wounds. She was then influenced by the virtuous white dragon, causing her body to partially dragonize. The virtuous white dragon comes from Beep Beep Beep, exclusive content 1, because it involves the privacy of Song Beep. This part of the content has been omitted, please understand. Exclusive content 2, because this part of the content involves gossip related to Song Beep and Dragon Beep. Cultivators under 180 years of age are prohibited from browsing. Song Shuhang. Enraged, flips table. Wait, no, flips the ground, bastard. Give me back the original secret appraisal technique. However, if he calmed down and thought about it, it was not without gain. At least he knew that the virtuous white dragon was related to slow-witted Song. Moreover, there was some gossip involving the two. Slow-witted Song and the dragon. Song Shuhang immediately linked this to that other clue related to slow-witted Song and ancestral golden dragon, the one Yu Jiaojiao found in the Dragon King Palace. The ancestral golden dragon should be similar to Pavilion Master Chu. Both of them had been conquered by slow-witted Song. Unlike Pavilion Master Chu, the ancestral golden dragon had long had the strength of an immortal, and had even been a top powerhouse in the ancient heavenly city. Slow-witted Song was still very weak, so he should have hugged the ancestral golden dragon's thigh. It was a great mystery as to how that guy had managed to take the ancestral golden dragon's heart. Afterward, every time slow-witted Song was beaten up, he would go to ancestral golden dragon to request assistance. From the clues left behind, the ancestral golden dragon should have come forward more than once to defeat slow-witted Song's enemies. In addition, when it came to the white dragon, Song Shuhang also had a clue for this. In his memory, he saw this same white dragon in the crystal coffin on the mysterious island. Song Shuhang asked himself, is this white dragon related to the ancestral golden dragon? While he was in though, an illusory virtuous white dragon gathered on Su clan's 16th body. It was an extremely beautiful white dragon. It had a slender dragon body, and exuded a noble aura. Correct, it was the white dragon he had seen in the crystal coffin. Song Shuhang silently thought to himself, combined with the clues Yu Jiaojiao acquired in the Dragon King Palace, this white dragon is probably a reincarnation of the ancestral golden dragon, or a daughter, or a descendant, or something of the sort. Similar to the Great Northern Emperor, the ancestral golden dragon probably used death to get out of the game that had been going on in the ancient heavenly city. The virtuous white dragon slightly lowered her head. Her bright eyes stared right at him. She clearly had her own will, just like the virtuous Lamia. Song Shuhang raised his head and stared right back at the white dragon. Song Shuhang was the first to speak. I'll say this in advance, I am not slow-witted Song. I do not carry his faults. You have already beaten me by mistake once, and if you beat me by mistake again this time, there will be a falling out. The white dragon blinked and continued to stare at Song Shuhang. After a while, she turned her head again, looked at Soft Feather, and blinked again, because, at this time, the curious Soft Feather was poking her dragon tail. Ha! When she saw the white dragon stare at her, Soft Feather smiled embarrassedly. It's so real, it feels like I'm really touching a dragon. The white dragon slightly retracted her tail, and then turned back to look at Song Shuhang. Does the color white look good? A gentle big sister's voice sounded in the minds of Song Shuhang and Soft Feather. Song Shuhang nodded. White is naturally beautiful. At the side, Soft Feather said, white is pretty good looking, but I think that gold is better. Domineering gold, stylish silver. Silver white is merely fashionable, but not domineering. It's too ordinary. Domineering gold, stylish silver. This sentence, a little guy had once said this same sentence to me. The voice continued to ring in Song Shuhang and Soft Feather's minds. Song Shuhang subconsciously asked, slow-witted Song? That was the fool. The white dragon gently said, do you know that a very long time ago, when I had been born, I was actually a white dragon? Song Shuhang, wait, the ancestral golden dragon was a white dragon when she was a child? He suddenly had a bad hunch. Later, some fool said to me, domineering gold, fashionable silver. Then one day, I woke up and found that I had become a golden dragon. That day, for the first time, I beat that idiot until he cried. The voice of the white dragon was so warm that it made people's bones go soft. Soft Feather blinked. Did you become golden overnight? Were you dyed? Song Shuhang nodded, and said, should be. It was truly to wonder what method slow-witted Song had used to have turned a white dragon into a golden dragon, and what was even more terrifying was that the ancestral golden dragon had no way of clearing away the golden color on its body even after a long time has passed. The white dragon even ended up becoming known as the ancestral golden dragon in the records of the dragon family due to it. This was truly heart-rending. Just where did slow-witted Song buy such a dyeing material? And where did he learn his painting skills to have been able to paint an entire white dragon until it completely became a golden dragon? Anyway, the ancestral golden dragon had only beat him up until he cried, and that could already be considered to have been giving him a lot of face. If it was him who had been dyed instead, he would definitely have made slow-witted Song pay by dyeing him gold. No, it would be best to dye him silver instead. It would cause him to be called stylish silver for the rest of his life. Still, where could such dyes even be bought? At that time, slow-witted Song hadn't been that powerful yet, and he was at a level where he would still frequently be beaten up by other people and forced to run to the ancestral golden dragon for help. Therefore, with his strength, there should not have been any way for him to turn the white dragon, who was at least a tribulation transcender, into a golden dragon. So, where did he get his dyes? It seemed that there was only one person who could sell such a thing in the entire universe. The almighty merchant. Could he have been the one to sell it to slow-witted Song? The merchant wrapped in sheets appeared in Song Shuhang's mind in an instant. Cough, well, there was no need to mention this. The almighty merchant had been very miserable recently. If he sold him out, there was a chance that the ancestral golden dragon would also end up chasing the almighty merchant. The almighty merchant was very cute, so he had to take care of him. Song Shuhang asked, then, Senior White Dragon, why are you possessing 16? He quickly changed the subject. If they continued discussing the issue of dying, Soft Feather might have a flash of realization and recall the almighty merchant. With Soft Feather's character, she might just sell him out. The white dragon softly said, "Don't worry. This is not my method of reincarnation. My method of reincarnation remains in the dragon tomb. I'm still waiting for that fool to find me." Song Shuhang's heart felt stifled. Sure enough, the one in the coffin was really the white dragon. Was she waiting for slow-witted Song to go and wake her up? Song Shuhang said, "What if slow-witted Song never goes to the dragon tomb to look for you?" The white dragon raised her head slightly. "I will wait for him," Song Shuhang suggested. "It isn't a good idea to wait for him forever. Wouldn't it be better to set a deadline, like several hundred years, maybe several thousand years, or something of the sort? Or maybe have it so that if slow-witted Song still hasn't come after a certain number of years, then you can go and beat him up until he cries?" The white dragon lowered her head to look at Song Shuhang. Then, with a smile, she said, "There are many karmic ties between you and slow-witted Song. Is it really okay for you to screw him like this?" Song Shuhang lightly said, "On this point, Senior Thrice Reckless from the 9 Provinces #1 group has a famous saying. If you seek death, then you must accept the consequences. Before you seek death, you must mentally prepare yourself to endure the consequences." Soft Feather raised her hand, and said, "Senior Song, the second half of the sentence is my famous quote, not Senior Thrice Reckless. We aren't children, so before we seek death, we must have the consequences in mind." Song Shuhang. The white dragon lowered her head slightly and gently touched Soft Feather's forehead with her own. The white dragon seemed to like Soft Feather. Song Shuhang asked, "In that case, Senior White Dragon, what's going on with 16's dragon transformation?" What he was the most worried about was this problem. 16, who was originally a human cultivator, now actually saw the white dragon's appearance when she saw her true self. The white dragon explained, "As for little 16's dragon transformation, I was merely a trigger. She took the skeletal dragon's withered vine, she already had a true dragon bloodline. When I borrowed her power of virtue to take shape, the true dragon bloodline in her body was activated." 16 has true dragon blood? Song Shuhang scratched his head. He remembered asking 16 before if the Spirit River Sioux clan had a dragon bloodline, and 16 had denied it. Wait. Even if the Spirit River Sioux clan didn't have a true dragon bloodline, that didn't necessarily mean that 16's mother didn't. Perhaps her true dragon blood came from her mother's line? Nevertheless, after hearing the white dragon's detailed explanation, Song Shuhang was finally relieved. Even if she turned into a dragon, it was not due to external factors. It was merely 16 unearthing her true dragon bloodline rather than undergoing a mutation. The white dragon said, "If little 16 didn't have true dragon blood, would not have been able to have my body of virtue possess and protect her." However, due to the white dragon possessing 16, 16's character has been affected for some time. The recent 16 was often gentle and watery, and sometimes her voice was even soft and crisp, this was all due to the white dragon's possession. This effect wouldn't last that long, it would only last for 2 to 3 months at most before disappearing. Therefore, the white dragon did not mention this. Thank you for giving me the answers I wanted, Senior White Dragon. I can finally rest assured. Song Shuhang lifted 16 up, and said, Soft Feather, should we wait for 16 to wake up, or should we continue the road of the trial? Soft Feather said, the opportunity to partake in this trial is hard to come by. I feel like it would be best to wait for 16 to wake up. Song Shuhang nodded. The effects of the road of the trial were so good that if you missed them, you would have to wait several hundred years to try again. And so, Song Shuhang and Soft Feather found a place to sit and rest at the end of the road of thorns. As the first stage of the trial was over, the tingling sensation from the road of thorns disappeared. Song Shuhang held 16 in his arms and put her on his lap. Soft Feather sat next to Song Shuhang. Senior Song, you can put a part of 16's body on me. This will make it easier for her to rest. Song Shuhang asked, how am I supposed to do that? Soft Feather happily said, here, I'll do it, Senior Song, don't move. I wonder why she's so happy. After a while, Soft Feather and Song Shuhang were sitting side by side, their legs beside one another. As soon as the two of them laid their legs flatly beside one another, Song Shuhang's legs could clearly be seen to be shorter. Obviously, he could barely be regarded as a long-legged man. Afterward, 16's head was laid on Soft Feather's thighs, while her legs rested on Song Shuhang's feet. Soft Feather said, all right, let's wait for 16 to wake up. Song Shuhang. The white dragon said, little 16 will soon wake up. This road of the trial will allow her to awaken her bloodline earlier, as well as her dragon transformation process to go faster. Song Shuhang nodded. At this time, Su Clan 16 suddenly let out a sweet groan. Song Shuhang. He turned his head and looked at Soft Feather. Soft Feather was carefully pinching one of the small horns on Su Clan 16's head. She squeezed it lightly, which caused 16 to involuntarily let out a sound. She rubbed her small horns with her fingers, and Su Clan 16 would make noises constantly. Soft Feather, quickly, stop. Stop. Song Shuhang hurriedly told her. He knew that there was something wrong with Soft Feather's happy expression from a while back. Huh. Senior Song, do you also find it funny when I rub 16's horn? Soft Feather blinked and smiled. Ha ha ha. The white dragon laughed. She lowered her head slightly again, and gently bumped Soft Feather. Soft Feather reluctantly removed her hand from 16's small horn. 16 is so cute. Song Shuhang. Soft Feather said, Senior Song, one last time. I'm going to pinch 16's dragon horns, can you use your phone to help me record a video? Song Shuhang shook his head again and again, he had learned his lesson. Some time ago, his brain had gone haywire, and he had accompanied Soft Feather to make Senior White wear various different types of hairstyles, and also made a Senior White emoticon package. He would definitely not do such a thing again. Soft Feather said, then. Senior Song, you can be the one to pinch her horns, and I'll be the one to take the video, is that all right? Song Shuhang shook his head vigorously. What if the dragon horns were a sacred and inviolable place for 16? Senior Song, you have changed, Soft Feather said with a sad look. Back then, you cooperated with me to shoot Senior White's pictures with different hairstyles. You've become pedantic now. Song Shuhang said, I'm not pedantic. Also, trying to use words to lure me to your side won't work. I will never cooperate with you in making a video. Soft Feather stuck her tongue out. Afterward, she clapped her hands, and an illusory ghost spirit appeared beside her. It was the ghost spirit Soft Feather had captured with Song Shuhang. Soft Feather triumphantly said, Senior Song, if you aren't going to help me, then I'll do it myself." After saying that, she gave her phone to her ghost spirit. Her ghost spirit skillfully turned on the camera function of the phone. In the meantime, Soft Feather carefully and gently squeezed Su Clan 16's horns. "Ah," Su Clan 16 exclaimed. Song Shuhang. "Ha ha ha. The white dragon." She had no intention of stopping Soft Feather at all. Pampering_kid.jpg Soft Feather turned her head, and said, "Senior Song, do you really not want to come and give it a try? It feels great." Song Shuhang waved his hand, and said, "No." At this moment, the white dragon softly said, Something's happening again." A beautiful dragon mark appeared on 16's forehead. The gentle voice of the white dragon sounded in Song Shuhang and Soft Feather's minds. "Little 16's aptitude is better than I thought. She will soon enter the dormant evolution stage, which might last anywhere from a few days to a month." "It's going to take so long?" Song Shuhang sighed. If that was the case, then they could only carry 16 through the next portion of the road of the trial. Song Shuhang said, "Let's go, Soft Feather. Let's continue the road of the trial and see if we can leave this secret realm after we reach the end of the trial." Soft Feather reluctantly said, "Okay." Then, she squeezed 16's dragon horn carefully one last time. "They feel amazing. I really want to have a pair of dragon horns myself." Buzz. Suddenly, a surge of electricity came from 16. Soft Feather and Song Shuhang, who were in physical contact with 16, were hit by the surge of electricity. Soft Feather's eyes rolled backward, and she softly slumped down. Song Shuhang was numbed all over by the electric current, but he pulled through by relying on his will. Looking at the unconscious Soft Feather and the dormant 16, Song Shuhang silently let out a sigh. "Should I carry one on my back and hold the other one?" "Hold one and carry the other." He didn't have 3 heads and 6 arms. The 3 heads and 6 arms form that he had created had the word, pseudo, with it. Also, Soft Feather and Su Clan 16 weren't kids, therefore, Song Shuhang could only choose to go with another option. Song Shuhang shouted, "Come out, divine lobster's chariot." From his combined magic treasure, the impregnable holy city, the divine chariot rushed out and descended in front of Song Shuhang. 2 lifelike lobsters were pulling the cart. No, it was actually a shrimp and a dragon. Song Shuhang gently placed 16 and Soft Feather on the chariot. Then, he pulled the chariot while walking and continued treading on the road of the trial. On the chariot, the virtuous white dragon shrank in size and went to guard Su Clan 16. At the same time, she also sized up Song Shuhang, as well as Soft Feather. The first stage of the road of the trial was the Road of the Thorns, after which there was a series of trials such as the Road of Storms, the Poisonous Jungle, the Road of Lightning, and the Mountain of Flames. One step after the other, Song Shuhang pulled the divine chariot forward while facing challenging circumstances. The effects of the road of the trial were truly amazing. It was really a pity that Soft Feather and Su Clan 16 were missing such an opportunity. And like that, time flew by. 2 days later. Friday, October 4th, China's weather, unknown. Song Shuhang finally cleared the trial road and arrived at the exit. When he stepped out, he only felt a sensation of lightness take over his entire body. It was as if he had finally rid himself of a heavy burden. After this single trip to the road of the trial, his physique had been strengthened greatly. Behind him, another ancient holy ape projection had appeared. There were now 11 ancient holy ape projections lined up in a row, with the especially large ape given to him by Senior White 2 right in the middle. To each side of the large holy ape were 5 smaller holy apes, neatly lined up. This arrangement was simply a great treat to the eyes for those with OCD. Song Shuhang softly said, "It's finally over." He looked into the distance and saw a vast grassland beyond the exit of the trial. This grassland seemed to be in the sky, with clouds and mist visible in all directions. Song Shuhang frowned, and said, "Where is this place?" He could feel a sense of familiarity coming from this place. While he was talking, the virtuous Lamia silently appeared and spread her arms around him to protect him. Song Shuhang asked, "Is there danger?" "I'm getting a bad feeling. I feel like there's something targeting and peeping at us," Scarlet Heaven Sword replied in place of the virtuous Lamia. Song Shuhang turned his head and looked at Su Clan 16 and Soft Feather. At this time, the virtuous White Dragon similarly went to protect 16. Song Shuhang couldn't help but rub his eyebrows. 16 is asleep, and I guess it's understandable if she still hasn't woken up. However, why is Soft Feather still unconscious? It's already been 2 days. The electric charge that 16 had released wasn't even that powerful, yet Soft Feather has been unconscious for 2 days now. Was she really that weak? The White Dragon gently said, "I'm also getting the feeling that we're getting peeped on." Inner world. Song Shuhang stretched out his hand and pushed at the air. Now that they'd left the road of the trial, could he finally access the inner world? If he could, then he could use his cloned spatial coordinates and directly teleport to the main world. In order to keep his clone as a moving teleport checkpoint, he had not cancelled the technique. However, the inner world still did not respond, and was still blocked. He was still unable to use his life-saving trump card. Song Shuhang sighed, and asked, "Which direction are you getting that feeling from?" While he was talking, the virtuous Lamia and the White Dragon nearly simultaneously turned their heads, focusing their gazes on Soft Feather, who was out cold. In the next moment, the White Dragon rolled up Su Clan 16 and rose into the sky. The virtuous Lamia also picked Song Shuhang up and retreated a fair distance away. The two of them seemed to have sensed something extremely dangerous. That peeping feeling was coming from Soft Feather? On the Divine Lobster's chariot, Soft Feather, who was originally unconscious, slowly opened her eyes. Her pupils were completely black, without any white to be seen. The entirety of her eyes was black. These weren't Soft Feather's eyes. "Who are you?" At the same time, Song Shuhang pulled out the tyrant Cuttlefish's twin blades. The impregnable holy city was looming right behind him. The seals on it were currently active, and it was in its 5th stage state. Nevertheless, Song Shuhang was ready to go. Soft Feather chuckled, and said, "Ayaya, Senior Song, I am Soft Feather." As she said this, strange colors filled her black pupils. "Return to the trial area." Song Shuhang ordered the Divine Lobster chariot in his mind. Since this strange Soft Feather emerged only after they left the road of the trial, perhaps the goal of whatever had possessed her was to leave that area. If it was so, then they had to send her back to the road of the trial. Without wasting any time, the Divine Lobster chariot headed back to the road of the trial at its top speed. "That's a smart choice, but it's too late." Soft Feather chuckled. Then, she stretched out her hand and pressed on the chariot. It was as if her thin hand weighed thousands of tons. The divine chariot was instantly forced down, with its 4 wheels sinking deep into the ground. If it weren't for it having been made of 8th-stage materials, it might have already collapsed. Song Shuhang retrieved the divine chariot with a mental command. "It wasn't easy for me to free myself from the road of the trial. Do you think I'm going to just let you force me back into there all willy-nilly?" Soft Feather stretched herself, with her hair fluttering in the air. Song Shuhang gravely said, "Who are you? Where is Soft Feather?" When exactly was it that Soft Feather had been substituted by someone else? Or perhaps she was possessed? That is a great question. Soft Feather flung her hair backward. Then, she domineeringly said, "I am the Heavenly Emperor." Following her words, a kind of dignified energy exuded from her body, making it impossible for people to directly look at her. This pressure seemed to be material, causing others to have difficulty breathing. Scarlet Heaven Sword couldn't help but ask, "What kind of messy self-introduction is that?" Song Shuhang smiled bitterly. The way she delivered her introduction isn't important here. She said she's the Heavenly Emperor. While holding Song Shuhang, the virtuous Lamia's hands were slightly trembling, and while protecting Su Clan 16, the white dragon could be seen to be in an unnatural state. The virtuous Lamia, fairy #times, was the #1 beauty of the ancient heavenly city. Meanwhile, the ancestral golden dragon was an immortal of the ancient heavenly city, with a status equal to that of the great northern emperor. Judging from their reactions, the soft feather in front of them was really the heavenly emperor, the ruler of the ancient heavenly city. But, why was the heavenly emperor in the road of the trial? After the destruction of ancient heavenly city, why had she never shown herself? Could it be that she was sealed inside the road of the trial? The white dragon was silent for a moment before saying, "So that's the case. Was the sense of familiarity I was getting from that little girl's body all because of you? Slow-witted Song's aura is your weakness. As long as you sense his aura, even if that aura is greatly covered up, it will make you subconsciously let down your guard, paralyzing your senses. What has happened is the greatest proof of this, as it was by using this method that I was able to successfully hide right under your nose." The corners of soft feather, Heavenly Emperor version, mouth rose. The white dragon's voice deepened. "That's my reverse scale." Soft feather, Heavenly Emperor edition, put her hands behind her back, and calmly said, "The reverse scale, while the hardest part of a dragon, is also its most fragile part, so, it's still a weakness." The white dragon stopped speaking, and simply went to guard Su Clan 16 closely. "When did you possess soft feather?" Song Shuhang gripped his twin blades tightly. The ancient heavenly city had fallen, and the heavenly emperor's path to immortality had been destroyed. As soon as the imperial pearl encountered him, it would shatter, so there was something wrong with the state of the heavenly emperor. If he gave his all, he might have a chance. Soft feather, Heavenly Emperor edition, softly said, he, ever since you stepped into the trial grounds." Song Shuhang. Soft feather, Heavenly Emperor edition, stared at Song Shuhang. "You are in existence with great fortune. The reason why I was able to get out of the road of the trial was all because of you. Over the years, countless practitioners have entered, but no one has ever been successful in bringing me out. It was only you and your special chariot that was successful in doing so." Sure enough, the reason the Heavenly Emperor had only appeared now was that she was stuck in the road of the trial, without a way to get out. "Then Senior, when will you get out of Soft Feather's body?" Song Shuhang said. "Since you have successfully gotten out of the trial grounds, you no longer need to continue possessing her body, right? Well, let me think about it. I'm afraid that it might take a while." Soft Feather, Heavenly Emperor version, had her index finger touch her chin and blinked. Song Shuhang asked, "How long is it going to take?" Using a sweet voice, Soft Feather, Heavenly Emperor version, replied, "If you really want to know, then I'll tell you. I require an entire lifetime." Song Shuhang. It appeared that it really was no accident that the ancient heavenly city had fallen that year. With the heavenly emperor having such a character, the city was bound to fall sooner or later. Even if the ruler of the netherworld had not taken action, there would definitely have been other forces that would have destroyed the heavenly city. At this time, Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "Senior Heavenly Emperor, is it really all that fun for a big man like you to possess a little girl's body?" Who told you that I was a big man?" Soft Feather, Heavenly Emperor version, smiled and pointed to herself. "Ever since the beginning, I was the Heavenly Emperor, and if I were to go by the human's way of dividing gender, I would be female. Do you not believe me? Or do you feel that the Heavenly Emperor has to be male? Such a misogynist way of thinking is very dangerous. I would even go so far as to call it deadly." Scarlet Heaven Sword. Soft Feather, Heavenly Emperor version, said to Song Shuhang, "Don't worry, young tyrannical song. After I rebuild the heavenly city, I will let you be a member of my harem. I will not let you down. This is my promise to you." At this moment, a voice in Song Shuhang's mind urgently said, "She is buying time." It was Fairy Chenglin's voice. Her saying that she could disappear at any time was truly a lie. She was in a mysterious state and accompanying Yi Si. Fairy Chenglin continued, "Send her back to the trial grounds. She's in an extremely weakened state, so don't be frightened by her aura. Remain calm, Song Shuhang." Chenglin said in Song Shuhang's mind. Chenglin was one of the perpetrators of the destruction of the heavenly city. She knew many secrets about it that even a great number of big shots living in the heavenly city didn't. Most importantly, she and the heavenly emperor were sworn enemies. The heavenly emperor had yet to notice Chenglin, who was residing within Song Shuhang's body. Otherwise, she would have definitely tried to kill Song Shuhang first. The only thing here that's relatively troublesome here is that she is residing within Soft Feather's body, Song Shuhang said. Moreover, I might not be able to defeat her. No matter how weak she might be, she's still the heavenly emperor. Although he said that, he still quickly made his move. The impregnable holy city appeared behind him. The tyrant wild boar's ram was in front, while the divine lobster's chariot appeared beneath his feet once more. Everything was ready. You will first have to make her pregnant and let her have a taste of the terrifying means of the scholarly sage. Since she's possessing Soft Feather's body, which is only at the 4th stage, she will inevitably be hit and affected by the impregnating gaze. Then, it'll be time to run her over. You have no choice but to send the heavenly emperor back into the trial grounds if you want to save Soft Feather. Chenglin continued to encourage Song Shuhang. While Chenglin was speaking, Song Shuhang had already controlled the impregnable holy city to run over Soft Feather. Fairy Chenglin was right. To save Soft Feather, he had to ram the heavenly emperor back into the trial lands. At this time, there was no room for hesitation. Rumble, the tyrant wild boar's ram slammed into the heavenly emperor-possessed Soft Feather, and the divine lobster's chariot followed right behind it. Then, the huge holy city was next up behind the chariot. The three were in a line, rushing forward with great speed. Impregnable holy city, rush. Behind Song Shuhang, the 11 ancient holy apes opened their scholarly scriptures and chanted in order to raise their master's momentum. You have quite the temper, I like it. I have decided. When I recreate my palace in the future, I shall name you Tyrannical Concubine. Soft Feather stretched out her hand and used her white palm to block the tyrant wild boar's ram. The ram made contact, but it was unable to force Soft Feather back even half a step. What is with that name, Tyrannical Concubine? That name sounds horrible. It's not over yet. Song Shuhang gritted his teeth as he brought out his sage seal, ready to lift the seals on the impregnable holy city in one breath. Once he did so, the 8th stage level holy city would crash into the heavenly emperor, and that should at least force her back even the smallest bit. Stop dreaming. Do you really think that I've never seen the 33 divine beasts combined magical treasure before? The heavenly emperor smiled, and calmly stretched out her hand in front of her. A majestic rune appeared in front of her. The white dragon's voice sounded in Song Shuhang's ears. That's the imperial rune that belongs to the heavenly emperor, be careful. Song Shuhang boldly said, no matter what rune it might be, after the holy city starts moving, there is no stopping it. He could see that this imperial rune contained the power of the law, and was at the same level as the sage's scholarly rune. However, after the impregnable holy city initiated a charge, there was no way to break. The heavenly emperor looked at Song Shuhang with a smile, with her hands behind her back. The temperament of a great expert who could suppress the entire world radiated from her body. This was the self-confidence and temperament of the strong. Boom! The divine lobster's chariot crashed into the defense formed by the imperial rune. Despite the dragon and shrimp at the front of the divine chariot nearly collapsing, the defenses raised by the imperial rune barely budged. Song Shuhang felt his chest tighten. The backlash of the attack nearly caused him to fall apart in exhaustion. Behind him, the seals on the impregnable holy city began to disappear. The sixth stage seal was undone. After that, it was the turn of the seventh stage seal. The spiritual energy in Song Shuhang's body was quickly consumed. The heavenly emperor said with her hands behind her back, "Even if you lift those seals, it's useless." Aha! Suddenly, something came out of thin air and slammed into the heavenly emperor's body. She was completely caught off guard. When that thing appeared, it appeared quietly without causing any spatial fluctuations. It was as if it had always been there. After the heavenly emperor was hit by that thing, she retreated again and again. What is that thing? The heavenly emperor's dark eyes flickered. She grabbed the object with her slender hand and finally stopped it. Ha ha ha, fool. The corners of Song Shuhang's mouth rose. This is the hand-guided tractor assault. Ha! The heavenly emperor hurled away the hand-guided tractor in her hand, and the treasures in the carriage fell to the ground. These treasures were exactly the ones that Song Shuhang, Su Clan 16, Soft Feather, and Senior White's clone had collected when they were in the Wielder's small black room. 2 days ago, Senior White's clone used the small black room-breaking disposable flying sword version 001 to send the trio plus the almighty merchant out of the small black room, and then used another flying sword to send the hand-guided tractor out. However, for some reason, the hand-guided tractor had been stuck in the spatial channel all this while, and was only able to come out at this moment. Due to the items within the tractor belonging to Su Clan 16 and Soft Feather, when Senior White's clone had sent this tractor out, he made it so that it locked onto Soft Feather and 16 and used them as coordinates. In the end, the hand-guided tractor suddenly burst out and hit Soft Feather's body. The space-time traversal ability of the giant turtles of disaster was truly strange. Even the Heavenly Emperor had not been able to sense it coming. The Heavenly Emperor calmly said, "I have to admit that the timing of the appearance of this hand-guided tractor is very strange. However, that still won't work." While speaking, she shifted her position. Before, her location was in a straight line with the trial grounds, and a strong impact would have been able to knock her back to the road of the trial. After being hit by the hand-guided tractor, she no longer dared to handle things in such a way. After all, she had yet to recover and regain her status as the invincible Heavenly Emperor. Therefore, she changed her position to avoid possibly being hit and getting sent straight back into the trial grounds. Impregnating gaze. At this moment, Song Shuhang's left eye lit up. He did not borrow the power of the scholarly sage's eye this time, as he had directly inherited the technique from the scholarly sage while he was in fairy creation's dreamland. A strange light shot out. The Heavenly Emperor laughed, and said, "The scholarly sage's impregnating gaze. You sure can do a lot of things." After impregnating gaze hit the imperial rune, it couldn't penetrate it at all. The strange light quickly disappeared. The Heavenly Emperor calmly said, "I advise you to stop. If the seals on the magical treasure behind you are undone, you will be sucked dry of your spiritual energy." While she was talking, Song Shuhang vanished from where he stood. He vanished without causing any spatial fluctuations. The Heavenly Emperor frowned. She spread her spiritual consciousness and searched around. At this moment, Song Shuhang suddenly appeared right in front of her. Since the divine lobster's chariot was already damaged, Song Shuhang wore a full set of armor and slammed into the Heavenly Emperor with his body instead. Under his feet was a virtuous flying sword. It was the disposable flying sword that he requested from Senior White for Senior White 2. He invoked the power of this disposable flying sword, used a short-distance space-time traversal to ignore the Imperial rune, and appeared in front of the Heavenly Emperor. Interesting, you've still got a trick like this. The Heavenly Emperor didn't avoid it. Instead, she opened her arms and hugged Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang slammed into Soft Feather's chest, but it was as if he had hit an iron pillar, and the force from the impact made him vomit blood. Behind him, the impregnable holy city also violently rushed forward. At this time, the seventh stage seal of the holy city was already undone. Without the assistance of miniature Skylark, Song Shuhang did not dare to undo any more seals. If he did so, he really would be drained to death. Boom! The impregnable holy city crashed, creating a bottomless pit, and causing smoke and dust to fill the air. In the distance, the white dragon rolled 16 up while staring at the place where the holy city fell. After a while, the impregnable holy city disappeared. Due to Song Shuhang's energy being exhausted, the holy city dissipated and returned to his body. Inside the pit, Heavenly Emperor version, Soft Feather gently hugged the unconscious Song Shuhang. The white dragon's voice sounded. "Put him down. Are you ordering me?" Soft Feather, Heavenly Emperor version raised her head, and her dark eyes stared at the white dragon. The white dragon stared back at the Heavenly Emperor while its figure swelled. The Heavenly Emperor calmly said, "You care about him? But he isn't slow-witted Song." The white dragon did not make a sound, simply making a faint golden luster appear on her white body. "Alright, since you want me to put him down, then so be it." The Heavenly Emperor slowly released him. The moment she let go, a spatial gate appeared under Song Shuhang, directly swallowing him up. The Heavenly Emperor smiled slightly, and said, "If you can't catch him, don't blame me." The white dragon rolled 16 up. Then, her figure flashed, and she followed Song Shuhang into the spatial gate. "It appears you've got another weakness, fellow daoist golden dragon." The Heavenly Emperor closed the spatial gate with satisfaction. "It's time to leave." The Heavenly Emperor stretched out her hand, and opened another spatial gate, ready to leave. However, when she opened the spatial gate, a loud voice rang in the void. "Pervading heaven and earth is a righteous spirit, mixed and manifold, it assumes various forms." At the same time, a huge golden hand squeezed out of the space. Below, it makes rivers and mountains, above, it makes the sun and stars. Another huge golden hand appeared. In the world of man, it is what Mencius called flood-like, surging forth to fill all that lies beneath the blue sky. These huge golden hands suddenly grabbed Soft Feather's shoulders. When the Great Way is tranquil and peaceful, it inspires the bright court with harmony. A huge man that was 3 meters tall appeared. He did not come out through a spatial gate, but forcefully exited space in a violent way. There was a distinct face print left on the space. With how violently space was treated, if space had had intelligence, it would have long cried in pain. This brawny man was wearing a scholarly robe and a scholarly cap on his head. "Who are you?" Heavenly Emperor version, Soft Feather frowned. She tried to struggle free, but couldn't remove the huge hands that were on her shoulders. "Have you forgotten me? You really are forgetful, O ancient Heavenly Emperor." The golden scholar smiled while showing his white teeth. "Cheng Lin." The Heavenly Emperor squeezed out these 2 words through her teeth. "Wrong, wrong, I am not Cheng Lin." The golden scholar looked at the Heavenly Emperor profoundly, and said, "Fool, I am you." The Heavenly Emperor. 1390. Because Song 2 sounds very silly, this statement was stifling and even more so an insult to one's intelligence. The Heavenly Emperor said, "Do you think that I'm an idiot? Did you mistake me for a monkey or something?" The golden scholar smiled slightly, and said, "I know you might not believe my words, but that is the harsh truth. I am you, and you are me. We are one." The Heavenly Emperor. The golden scholar said, "I even have proof. Come, let me show you the proof of us being one and the same." Then, He stretched out his hand and assumed a pose that made him look as if he was picking a flower. The golden scholar solemnly said, "Imperial pearl, appear." In the next moment, the imperial pearl appeared between his fingers, shining brightly and exuding a strong aura of life. The pearl lives as the emperor lives, and the pearl dies as the emperor dies, the golden scholar said majestically. The pearl lives as I live, and the pearl dies as I die. The imperial pearl was the symbol of the ruler of the ancient heavenly city, the heavenly emperor. It was a treasure that the heavenly emperor had created by relying on her path. As long as the imperial pearl existed, the heavenly emperor was alive. Even if the ancient heavenly city was destroyed, the heavenly emperor could still one day come back and recreate her heavenly palace. There were still a great number of survivors that remained in the universe. Even until now, some of them were waiting for the return of the heavenly emperor and the reconstruction of the ancient heavenly city. The golden scholar grabbed the heavenly emperor's shoulder with one hand, clenched his other fist, and passionately said, "Now, history has already opened a new chapter. So many years after the collapse of ancient heavenly city, you and I finally meet. It is time for the two of us to merge into one and proclaim the heavenly emperor's return to the universe and announce the reconstruction of the ancient heavenly city to the survivors." The heavenly emperor said, "You want to fuse with me?" The golden scholar said, "It isn't a matter of fusing, but of merging into one. This is because we were originally one." After that, he spread his arms. "Rejoice and relax your mind. You will feel that you and I mutually attract one another as we are both fragments. And today, we can finally return to one." Then, the golden scholar and the heavenly emperor started to resonate with one another. The two actually had the same origin. What a joke! At this moment, hundreds of imperial runes appeared on the heavenly emperor's body. The runes were like sabers and cut off the resonance. The golden scholar murmured, "Tisk, this really is troublesome. I knew that it wouldn't be easy." The heavenly emperor solemnly said, "Who are you?" "Who am I?" Great question. The golden scholar grabbed the heavenly emperor's shoulders with both his hands to prevent her from escaping. Then, he whispered into the heavenly emperor's ear, "You're the only one I'll be telling this. Make sure not to tell others. In fact, I am Song 1. Death-seeking song?" The heavenly emperor frowned and stared at the golden scholar. She had tried to guess the identity of the golden scholar before her, and had even thought up many possibilities of who he might be. However, she completely did not expect him to be that death-seeking slow-witted song from the ancient heavenly city. Slow-witted Song smiled. "I'm glad that you still remember me. It seems that even after returning to life, you've still retained a decent portion of your memory." The heavenly emperor frowned. Once she thought about it carefully, she realized that she had lost a great portion of her memories, and there seemed to be some that were very important among these lost memories. The heavenly emperor stared at the golden scholar in front of her. "What do you want? Or more specifically, what do you want from me?" The golden scholar calmly said, "I already told you. I want to be one with you. Do you want to be in my harem too?" The heavenly emperor smiled. The golden scholar said, "You're too naive, heavenly emperor. Allow me to open your eyes to an entirely new world today." After saying that, he stretched out his hand and let go of the heavenly emperor's shoulder. The heavenly emperor retreated again and again, distancing herself from the golden scholar. However, after she retreated about 10 meters back, she felt like she hit an invisible barrier. "It's useless for you to try to escape. When I appeared, there was already a ceiling formation placed around this place, and this formation was made specifically for you. Now, watch my technique." The golden scholar stretched out his hands, put his hands on his chest, and made a gesture of affection. "I love you, heavenly emperor." The heavenly emperor. Just now, she subconsciously tried to condense the imperial rune defense, but nothing happened. What exactly had slow-witted Song been up to after the ancient heavenly city was destroyed? Her memory was fuzzy, and it appeared that she had forgotten many things. Nevertheless, she continued to hear alarm bells ringing in her mind due to the guy in front of her. After a long while, the golden scholar still maintained the affectionate gesture. No response. The heavenly emperor. What reaction did you think I was going to have? Apologies, the signal must not have been that good just now. After all, my state right now is very special. There are times when I forcefully enter the main world that the signal is relatively weak, said the golden scholar. After that, he once again made an affectionate gesture, and said, I love you, heavenly emperor. This time, something happened to the heavenly emperor's body. Her heartbeat began to accelerate, and her body unceasingly resonated with the golden scholar's body. This time, even the imperial rune could not isolate the resonance between the two. She now had no way of blocking the golden scholar. The golden scholar strode towards the heavenly emperor. He stretched out his hand and pressed it on the imperial rune. Like an obedient sheep, the rune moved to his side without any resistance. The heavenly emperor's eyes blurred, and her consciousness began to fade. The golden scholar laughed, and said, I told you. We are one. What did you do to me? The heavenly emperor's breathing quickened. Before the ancient heavenly city fell, you and I merged together. That's right, I'm talking about the you before your revival. The golden scholar smiled slightly. The heavenly emperor solemnly said, depending on your skills? It really is unbelievable, right? But that's the truth. I have been waiting for your resurrected body to appear. As long as we merge together, we can become truly complete. The heavenly emperor and Song One will both become history. The golden scholar stretched out his hand. Then, a figure was forcibly summoned from Soft Feather's body. The golden scholar smiled, and said, from today onward, we are Divine Ghost Song 3. Why Song 3? Soft Feather asked loudly in a daze. The heavenly emperor's consciousness was stripped away from the possessed body and started to recover. While recovering, she heard the name Divine Ghost Song 3, and asked this question subconsciously. The golden scholar replied, because Song 2 sounds very silly. He reached out and tapped Soft Feather gently in the middle of her brows. Subsequently, her eyes shut, and she fell back into a deep sleep. As the heavenly emperor was merged with the golden scholar's body, his body grew a bit larger and reached 4 meters in height. He softly said, October 4th is indeed my lucky day. The plan has been a success, and the next step is the final step. He stretched out his hand and waved it. Then, a red golden space appeared behind him. That patch of space stretched out unendingly, with its depth beyond what the eye could see. It was as if a huge gate to an entirely new world had opened up. Within the gate, tens of thousands of golden armored fighters were lined up. These golden armored soldiers didn't say a word, but their auras were rising, shaking the world. At the front of the golden armored soldiers, there were 7 strong existences standing side by side. These 7 had wheels of light floating by their heads, concealing their countenances. These 7 were all immortals. On the far left was the Great Northern Emperor. The Great Northern Emperor still looked the same. As he wasn't smiling, he looked particularly cold. Cool as ice and very handsome. The third one from the left was the Great Western Emperor. He was wearing a scarlet robe, and his cuffs seemed to hide 2 suns. The Great Western Emperor took a step forward, and said, Your Majesty, did you succeed? I've succeeded. The golden scholar smiled slightly. After waiting for so many years, she has finally come out. Time is limited, we must enter the final stage. Get ready, I want to complete your paths. Except for the Great Northern Emperor, the other 6 immortals all stepped forward, waiting for the golden scholar to make a move. The great Northern Emperor softly said, I shall protect everyone. He was a special existence. With the resurrection formation activated by Song Shuhang, there was now a great Northern Emperor in the main world. He had already freed himself from the path of the Heavenly Emperor. The Golden Scholar used his fingers as a pen to quickly draw an imperial rune in the air. Whether it was the imperial pearl or the imperial rune, he had long mastered how to create them. This imperial rune was very complex, consisting of nearly 10,000 different runes. When the Golden Scholar finished writing, the golden color on his body dimmed significantly. It was clear that he had expended a lot of energy in doing the previous action. The Golden Scholar said, sign it. The second immortal came forward and stretched out his hand, which had 2 gold chains tied around the wrist. After taking a step forward, at the lower portion of the imperial rune contract, he signed with his daoist name, Great Soul-Seizing Emperor. Then, the Great Western Emperor stepped forward, stretched his arms out of the burning cuffs, and signed with his daoist name, Great Western Emperor. After they signed their daoist names, the bright moons above the heads of the 2 immortals became more complete. It was as if the flaws in their bodies were fixed. Their path became perfect. After the Great Western Emperor, the 4th immortal took a deep breath and moved forward, stretching out her finger from her robe. We have waited for this day for too long. It hasn't been that long. For us immortals, what does time even mean? The Golden Scholar smiled slightly. Quickly, sign it and sell your soul to me. If you want me to sell you my soul, you should first fix your other relationships. The 4th immortal wrote her daoist name on the contract, Daoist Priestess Flat Peach. When the daoist name was signed, the moonlight will behind her became complete. The 4th immortal said, when you finish sorting out your relationships with Pavilion Master Chu, Big Sister Golden Dragon, Fairy Qinglin, Little Sister White Bone, and so on, that's when you can come back for my soul. Her voice was low and gentle. It was a fairy maiden. The Golden Scholar. Ha! Daoist Priestess Flat Peach stepped back after signing her name. The 5th immortal came forward, stretched out his finger, and got ready to sign his daoist name. As the 5th immortal started writing his daoist name, a majestic voice came from within the Golden Scholar's body. The path of time. As the Emperor, I order the wheel of light to reverse. In the next moment, the space around the Golden Scholar began to twist and turn. Time began to reverse for the Golden Scholar. It was as if someone was rewinding a movie. The Heavenly Emperor, who had just fused with his body, started to separate from him again. With a serious face, the Golden Scholar shouted, Path of Time, obey me. Inside his body, a similar power of time began to spread and go against the Heavenly Emperor's light will reversal, magical technique. The Heavenly Emperor's power wanted to free itself from the Golden Scholar's body, while the Golden Scholar's power wanted to keep the Heavenly Emperor in place. The 2 different forces of time were in a stalemate. Within the Golden Scholar's body, a woman's voice sounded, it's too risky for you to forcibly absorb the Heavenly Emperor this way. You should spend some time with the Heavenly Emperor and figure things out so that you can have a much smoother merging. The Golden Scholar smiled bitterly, and said, I know, but we don't have the time to figure things out. I have to take advantage of the Heavenly Emperor's weakened state to complete everyone's path. Otherwise, it's going to be difficult to find an opportunity to do so in the future. Moreover, if I let the Heavenly Emperor leave this place, I'm afraid that none of you will ever be able to be free in the future. Inside the Golden Scholar's body, the woman sighed. I'll take charge of keeping hold of the Heavenly Emperor. Before she frees herself, you have to continue with the Imperial Rune contract and finish things quickly. The Golden Scholar said, thank you. The woman said, is there still any need for such politeness between you and me? If you really want to thank me, then when are you going to deal with Fairy White Dragon's matter? The Golden Scholar, the woman chuckled. Then, she replaced the Golden Scholar in suppressing and keeping hold of the Heavenly Emperor. The Golden Scholar once again used his strength to maintain the Imperial rune contract. The Golden Scholar urged, "Hurry, hurry." The fifth immortal stretched out his hand and got ready to write down his daoist name. However, just as he raised his hand, his figure began to get petrified. In the blink of an eye, half of his body had become a stone statue. It wasn't only him, the bodies of the sixth and seventh immortals also became stone. It looks like it's already too late. The fifth immortal smiled at the Golden Scholar and sighed. The Golden Scholar said anxiously, "No, it's not too late. Quickly write down your daoist name, don't give up on saving yourself." The fifth immortal slowly replied, "I can no longer move." Let alone writing, he couldn't even lift a finger. At this time, half of the Heavenly Emperor's body had broken free from the Golden Scholar. She slowly said, "I see. You and I are the same, we're both fragments. Death-seeking song, I've truly underestimated you. I did not notice this point during our time in Heavenly City." The Golden Scholar gritted his teeth, and said, "Because I am different from you." The Heavenly Emperor slowly said, "We are indeed different from one another. We might have the same origin, but we have long been divided, and we have developed our own personalities. We are already different individuals." When Song Shuhang met Striped Dragon too, the latter had asked him to help him collect Chenglin's fragments. Back then, he also mentioned that the Heavenly Emperor of the ancient Heavenly City was secretly collecting Chenglin's fragments. Moreover, the concept and the methods by which the ancient Heavenly City was constructed were very similar to that of the new world created by the third wielder of the will, the Striped Dragon. And so, Striped Dragon too speculated that the Heavenly Emperor might have acquired a great amount of information from Chenglin fragments, which then allowed her to create her path and the ancient Heavenly City. And now, it seemed like the Heavenly Emperor herself was one of the fragments. The Golden Scholar called out, "Suppress her." At the same time, the Great Northern Emperor, the Great Soul-Seizing Emperor, the Great Western Emperor, and Daoist Priestess Flat Peach all moved in unison to return the petrified 5th, 6th, and 7th immortals behind the 70,000 golden armored soldiers. The Golden Scholar clasped his hands and forcibly closed the red golden space. "I can't suppress her any longer." The voice of the woman inside him said, "The Heavenly Emperor's reincarnated body still contains another power." The Heavenly Emperor was not a mere fragment. Within her body, there was another kind of power that was too powerful to stop. With the assistance of this power, the Heavenly Emperor successfully freed herself from the Golden Scholar. The Golden Scholar gritted his teeth and said, "Without the assistance of this other power, the resurrected body of the Heavenly Emperor would not have been able to remain hidden for so long without being discovered. This is something we've speculated long ago." After the Heavenly Emperor's projection got free, she casually made a move. Soft Feather's body, which was on the ground, was summoned over. "Don't even think about it." The Golden Scholar took a step forward and brought out a scripture page, which he then sent to protect Soft Feather. With that, Soft Feather's body was set in place, and the Heavenly Emperor could no longer summon her. However, from Soft Feather's body, an illusory figure was pulled out and brought to the Heavenly Emperor's body. It was Soft Feather's ghost spirit. Soft Feather's ghost spirit danced and gesticulated in joy while being forcibly absorbed by the Heavenly Emperor. The Heavenly Emperor's resurrected body merged with the ghost spirit. The appearance of Soft Feather's ghost spirit changed, turning into that of a majestic woman wearing a golden dragon robe, as well as a flat imperial hat. That flat imperial hat looked just like the one that the virtuous Lamia had. In midair, the Heavenly Emperor opened her eyes. They were pitch black, without a hint of white in them. She lowered her head and stared at the Golden Scholar. The corners of her mouth raised. "I seem to have remembered some very interesting things. Anyway. You failed, Song 1." While she spoke, a projection of the ancient Heavenly City appeared behind her. It was a projection of her path to immortality. The heavenly emperor said, since you failed, you must pay the price. When the projection of the ancient heavenly city appeared, the fifth, sixth, and seventh immortals, who had turned into statues and were inside the red golden space, turned into sand. Then, the figures of the three immortals appeared in the projection of the ancient heavenly city. The golden scholar called out, "No. They belong to me." Song 1. The heavenly emperor stretched out her hand and pressed it on her lips. Even you are to be mine. One day in the future, we shall merge once again. However, at that time, I will be the dominant one. The golden scholar did not spout any nonsense, and instead, instantly erupted with attacks. Tens of thousands of different magical techniques and martial arts covered the heavenly emperor. All the colors in the world faded. In that small stretch of space, only the light effects from the countless magical techniques and martial arts were visible. While facing the tens of thousands of attacks, the heavenly emperor simply stood there, with her hands behind her back. In the air, a pair of golden hands emerged and protected her. All of the magical techniques, martial arts, and intent attacks were annihilated and disappeared as soon as they encountered the huge golden hands. The big golden hands then held the heavenly emperor and brought her with them as they slowly retreated into a spatial channel. Your Majesty, there is still hope. So don't be discouraged. Your Majesty, don't cry. Stand tall and rub one out. Behind the heavenly emperor, within the projection of the ancient heavenly city, the three immortals comforted the golden scholar. Perhaps for us, this is also a way to achieve freedom. While they were speaking, the heavenly emperor disappeared and took away the three immortals with her. The golden scholar stood there in a daze. After a while, the red golden space opened behind him again. The golden scholar turned his head, smiled bitterly, and said, "Are the seeds of their paths still there?" The great northern emperor nodded slightly, spreading his hands and revealing three small balls. Inside each of the small balls, there was a strange plant growing. The golden scholar said, "Fortunately, their path seeds are still there. There is still hope." The great western emperor said, "Your Majesty, I did tell you earlier that you have no fate with the scholarly faction. You have to avoid wearing scholarly clothing the next time. You wore it this time, and an accident ended up taking place." Fairy Flat Peach said, "Senior Western Emperor, don't beat His Majesty when he's down. Can't you see that he's on the verge of crying? You're supposed to comfort him at a time like this." The great Western Emperor sighed, his solemn face showing gentleness. "All right, Your Majesty. Don't cry, stand tall and rub one out. Their path seeds are still here, so we still have a chance. We will definitely be able to rescue them." The golden scholar raised his head, and looked at the sky, the sadness on his face becoming stronger. "Is 'stand tall and rub one out' the only line you know to comfort others? Who invented this line? Do you believe me if I say that I'm going to turn whoever came up with that line into ashes?" At this moment, the great northern emperor frowned and asked, "Who did those golden arms belong to? Were they from an ally of the heavenly emperor?" The golden scholar sighed faintly. After a long while, he said, "I suspect that those golden hands were the materialization of the current, Wielder." Fairy Flat Peach asked doubtfully, "Isn't there a problem with the current, Wielder? Why would they make a move to save the heavenly emperor?" The golden scholar said, "The one who currently holds that position is in a programmed state, and they merely follow the will of the heavens. However, don't forget that they were not born like this. Before they entered this programmed state, they definitely arranged some contingency plan." The voice of the woman within the golden scholar asked, "Why do you have such a guess?" The golden scholar said, "If I were in their place and found that I was lacking a part, I would definitely find a way to supplement that which I'm missing. It would be impossible for me to leave things be." The great northern emperor rubbed his brows, and said, "Do you mean that the heavenly emperor and the ancient heavenly city are the Wielder's contingency plan to supplement that missing part?" This was bad news. This meant that they had to save their companions from the current wielder of the will. Even if the current wielder lacked a part and was already in a programmed state, it was still the wielder of the heavens' will. In the entire universe, who could afford to fight the wielder of the heavens' will? The great Western Emperor said, "I have a question. If the ancient heavenly city was part of their contingency plan, how is it possible that it was destroyed?" The golden scholar looked up at the sky, and said mysteriously, "Perhaps it's because someone destroyed their plan and wanted to use the ancient heavenly city for their own benefit? Or perhaps there is an even more complicated reason." After saying that, his figure squeezed back into space. In the same way that he came, he squeezed into space and gradually disappeared. Only a dead heavenly city was a good heavenly city. Inside the spatial turbulence, the white dragon protected Su Clan 16, while the virtuous Lamia protected Song Shuhang as they swam through the chaotic space. At this time, spatial fluctuations came from ahead. Afterward, the pair of golden hands that protected the heavenly emperor earlier appeared. The white dragon stared at the heavenly emperor vigilantly. The virtuous Lamia dispersed and turned into light of virtue, covering Song Shuhang. The golden hands opened, revealing the heavenly emperor, who was standing on the palms of the hands and exuding an imperial aura. She looked at Song Shuhang and the white dragon. "Yo, fairy golden dragon, we meet again." The heavenly emperor waved at the white dragon before moving her gaze to Song Shuhang, who was unconscious. While staring at Song Shuhang, she fell into thought. After a long while, she suddenly asked, "Fairy golden dragon, who is this profound sage tyrannical song? Do I know him?" "Huh?" The white dragon was dumbfounded. "You were fighting him a few minutes ago, and now you ask me who Tyrannical Song is?" The heavenly emperor rubbed her brows, and said, "Strange, could I have forgotten something? I feel like I was looking for him for something." It wasn't only Song Shuhang, as the same also went for Su Clan 16, who was right beside him. She couldn't remember where she'd seen them before. The white dragon was taken aback, and then she thought of a possibility. Could it be the effects of the Wielder's small black room? After Song Shuhang, Su Clan 16, and Soft Feather were imprisoned there, in the minds of the practitioners of the universe, the memories of these three had become vague. Their names became blank, and their faces in every picture, even those with others, were erased. The Wielder's small black room could be said to have completely erased the traces of the existence of these three. It was an enhanced version of Scholar DM's cultivation technique. Now, even though the three of them had exited the small black room, they had done so by smuggling themselves out, and after they got out, they directly got sent into a special secret realm. Then, they were banished into some spatial turbulence. And so, the three of them had yet to properly step into the main world. Could it be that the effects of the Wielder's small black room had yet to dissipate on the three of them? As such, despite the heavenly emperor having just seen them, she managed to forget about them. As for why the heavenly emperor could recognize the ancestral golden dragon, it was because the ancestral golden dragon's body was still in the underground dragon tomb on the mysterious island, and her existence had never been erased. The heavenly emperor looked at Song Shuhang, and asked, "Why do I feel like this profound sage tyrannical song helped me?" Fairy White Dragon calmly replied, "He was the one who freed you from the trial grounds." "So that's the case." The heavenly emperor pondered, and then said, "Then, did we have a fight? I know that the method by which I left the trial grounds required me to take possession of a companion of his." Fairy White Dragon calmly replied, "Yes." Tisk, the heavenly emperor rubbed her eyebrows again. "This resurrected body appears to have some problems. It seems like I keep on losing memories." During the exchange between the heavenly emperor and the white dragon, Song Shuhang regained consciousness. The spiritual energy in his body had been drained by the 33 divine beasts' combined magical treasure. As such, at this time, he was so weak that he couldn't even lift his fingers. The heavenly emperor looked at Song Shuhang. "You're awake, profound sage tyrannical song. Song Shuhang was shocked when he heard this voice. Then, he raised his head and looked at the heavenly emperor. At this time, the heavenly emperor no longer looked like soft feather. In addition to that, her aura was also now very different from hers. Could the heavenly emperor have stopped possessing soft feather's body? If that was the case, it was good news. The heavenly emperor said, "Profound sage tyrannical song, I like you very much." Song Shuhang subconsciously replied, "I don't have the hobby of joining other people's harems." Did I say that I would take you into my harem? The heavenly emperor laughed, and said, "I just feel that you are very much in line with my taste. Would you like to join me? We can recreate the heavenly city. Then, one day in the future, when I reign over the world once more, I guarantee that you can reach the immortal realm." At the side, the white dragon replied in Song Shuhang's stead, "It's impossible." The heavenly emperor slowly said, "You won't be an immortal that's fused with the path of the ancient heavenly city, but an immortal with their own complete path." "How's that?" The white dragon's sister coldly said, "The path of an immortal can only be comprehended by relying on oneself. Whom do you think you're trying to coax here? It appears that you don't know anything about me. I am the heavenly emperor, I naturally have my own means," the heavenly emperor said while stretching out her hand to pick a flower. Afterward, an imperial pearl appeared between her fingers. She handed this imperial pearl to Song Shuhang. "As long as you want to, you can always contact me through it." The imperial pearl, Song Shuhang. This thing would turn into dust if it touched him. If he caught it and the pearl crumbled, would the heavenly emperor think that he was provoking her? While Song Shuhang was hesitating, the heavenly emperor forcibly stuffed the imperial pearl into his hands. But this time, the imperial pearl did not break. This imperial pearl exuded a powerful aura of life despite it being cold in his hands. The heavenly emperor said, "We shall meet again if fate permits it," profound sage tyrannical song. After that, she turned around and stood on the big golden hands again. The golden hands closed. A spatial crack opened in the void, and the pair of golden hands disappeared with the heavenly emperor. "She's gone." The white dragon relaxed. Song Shuhang curiously asked, "Where are we right now?" The white dragon gently said, "We're in the middle of a turbulent stream of space. You've consumed a lot of energy, so you should rest for a while. I'm looking for a way out of here." "What about soft feather?" Song Shuhang was a little worried. The white dragon said, "Looking at the state of the heavenly emperor just now, she seems to have stopped possessing soft feather's body. There's a chance that soft feather is still where we left her. We can go back as soon as we find a passage." While they were talking, the virtuous Lamia reappeared and gave Song Shuhang a warm hug. The white dragon softly said, "Go ahead and rest for a while. When we're back in the main world, I'll wake you up." Song Shuhang nodded. Feeling exhausted, he closed his eyes and fell asleep. In his dream, Song Shuhang became a ghostly mass. He found himself in a very advanced instrument, surrounded by countless lights from the instrument that were sweeping his body and measuring his data. When the light swept over him, he felt uncomfortable. He subconsciously wanted to avoid it, but his ghostly body remained motionless. This feeling. Am I in a dreamland? The number of dreamlands he'd been in recently had increased, and Song Shuhang had more or less understood its rules. Unlike ordinary dreams, the dreamland was real, but he was unable to control his body there. Whom am I dreaming about right now? Some ghost? Have I been in contact with ghostly creatures recently? I don't think I have. Song Shuhang's dreamland ability needed something to trigger it. This trigger could be anything, a drop of blood, touching a ghost spirit, or even his ghost spirit making contact with other creatures. In short, before entering someone's dreamland, he would have to make contact with them. It was impossible for him to enter the dreamland of someone he had never made contact with. However, I haven't come into contact with any ghosts recently, right? The time inside the dreamland flew by. Every day, different instruments would come in to scan Song Shuhang's ghostly body. Sometimes, they would cruelly cut out a small piece from the ghost's body, and throw it into another instrument for testing. After each test, the cut body part would be returned. Strangely, as soon as the body part came back to the ghost, it would actively fuse and return to how it was before. Heavens, how much time has passed. This was probably the second most intolerable dream after Lady Onion's dream. Lady Onion had been rooted alone on the top of a mountain, being exposed to the wind and the sun for hundreds of years. But this time, he was a trapped ghost that was being studied day and night. Although it wasn't as boring as Lady Onion's life, it wasn't fun either. Song Shuhang thought to himself, actually, this is worse than Lady Onion's life. At least Lady Onion was like a hermit, quietly standing on the top of a mountain. Song Shuhang, who was idle and bored, enjoyed being researched every day and observed the ever-changing instruments in the research room. There was no concept of time in this research room. It was unknown how much time it took, but there was eventually a change. On the smooth wall of the research room, a door opened. Then, a ball rolled in from the entrance. The ball had a silvery white body with a metallic luster. It looked like a sphere made of metal, but its surface looked like it was flowing. It was as if its body was liquid. It was the liquid metal ball. However, this liquid metal ball was different from the one in the netherworld. The one in the netherworld was a black metal ball, but the one in front of him was silvery white. The wielder of the will. Song Shuhang's mind immediately realized. This was the current wielder of the will. In the ancient era, it had suddenly appeared and contested with the scholarly sage for the position of wielder of the will. The current wielder of the will was incomparably mysterious. Nobody knew anything about it. Its birth, its origin, which cultivation system it belonged to, and what special abilities it possessed, everything was a mystery. It wasn't a human, ghost, beast, monster, demon, or spirit. It was simply something out of this world. It wasn't only its body, the way that it attacked and its cultivation system were completely different from any other system too. The scholarly sage fought it for 10 years, and was eventually defeated due to exhaustion. Other than during the battle with the scholarly sage, nobody in the universe had ever seen it. It suddenly appeared and suddenly became the wielder of the will, and it never appeared in front of anyone since then. The only matter related to it was the destruction of the scholarly faction. The crippling of the prosperous scholarly faction had been something that the ruler of the netherworld, Liquid Metal Ball II, had done by using its only opportunity to enter the main world. According to the speculations of the great experts in the universe, the current wielder of the will had entered a programmed state. Moreover, not long ago, the heavens changed again, and it appeared that the wielder would soon leave its position. The wielder of the will Liquid Metal Ball arrived in front of Song Shuhang's ghostly body, and softly said, a fragment of the masterpiece of the third wielder of the will. The first true ghost spirit in the world, the divine ghost. A fragment of the divine ghost? The masterpiece of the third wielder of the will? Wait, does this mean that this is Cheng Lin's fragment? Cheng Lin was the third wielder's method of freeing himself. Eventually, he used Cheng Lin to reincarnate Striped Dragon II, freeing him from the restrictions of being the ruler of the netherworld. Afterward, Cheng Lin broke into fragments and never fully recovered. Is Wielder of the Will Liquid Metal Ball studying the divine ghost fragment? What does it want to do? Song Shuhang was a little curious, but he immediately focused and tried to maintain a clear state of mind. His dreamland ability was very strange. It wasn't something as simple as becoming someone else while asleep. When he entered a dreamland, if the person he was dreaming of came in contact with a powerful tribulation transcender or immortal, there was a certain chance that he would be sensed by the other party. The liquid metal ball was the wielder of the heaven's will, the most powerful existence in the entire universe. There had been times before when tribulation transcenders and immortals would sense Song Shuhang, so the wielder of the will would definitely be able to do so as well. Song Shuhang strived to maintain a clear mind and allow himself to be a bystander, in hopes of avoiding attracting the attention of the wielder of the will liquid metal ball. The liquid metal ball rolled over to an instrument at the side, and several tentacles stretched out from it, which then pressed crazily on the interface. The liquid metal ball softly said, "The memories that can be acquired from this fragment are very chaotic. Among them, the only ones that have any use are the methods by which the third wielder of the will constructed a new world and some messy methods of rebirth. However, these are not what I want. Now that I have already become the wielder of the heaven's will, why would I want to escape the duties that come with my position? The only thing I need to do now is to complete myself." It couldn't understand the point of the various escape plans designed by the third wielder of the will. Since he had become a wielder of the will, obtaining an eternal body, why would he want to leave his position? Wielder of the will liquid metal ball could not understand the thoughts of the third wielder of the will and the other various wielders. At this time, it has already become the wielder of the heaven's will, and the sage has long been defeated. However, the sage seems to have managed to gnaw away at a part of its existence before dying. A thought flashed in Song Shuhang's mind before he quickly concealed his consciousness. The liquid metal ball wondered, still. The third wielder of the will's divine ghost project and his method of constructing a new world might be able to sort out a way to supplement my flaws. The liquid metal ball entered a thinking mode, and it transformed into a tall humanoid figure made of metal. After that, it began to twist around and dance a strange dance. It danced while thinking about life, finding inspiration as it danced. Whether it was wielder of the will liquid metal ball, or the netherworld's fat ball, they both loved to dance. As the liquid metal ball was the wielder of the heaven's will, as it danced, visions and phenomena accompanied it. For example, auspicious clouds emerged, heavenly music sounded, golden lotuses grew, and more. The wielder of the will was an existence that had its own soundtrack and light effects. After dancing, wielder of the will liquid metal ball stopped and shrank into a ball again. The liquid metal ball said, "Since the problem is that there is a part of myself that is missing and irretrievable, then I'll have to substitute that part with the parts of other creatures." Hundreds of arms stretched out from its body, and they began to unceasingly write in the air. Song Shuhang could not recognize the words it was writing. The liquid metal ball constantly wrote, modified, and revised the text. During this time, it would occasionally disappear. Was it fulfilling its duties as the wielder of the will? Anyway, when it returned, it would get right back to revising the text in the air. If it had spare time, it would cut out a part from the divine ghost fragment and research it, and if not that, it would go through the memories it had acquired from the fragment. In this way, more than a year passed. During this year, Song Shuhang was in constant fear, afraid that his existence would attract the attention of wielder of the will liquid metal ball. Many times he suspected that the liquid metal ball had already discovered and simply ignored him. Or, could it be that the liquid metal ball directly regarded him, who was in the divine ghost fragment, as Cheng Lin's consciousness? In short, Song Shuhang lived through this year. Wielder of the will liquid metal ball suddenly said, "It's done." In front of him, there was an entire text written in the script of the ancient era. There were so many characters that the entire thing covered the whole research room. Song Shuhang was illiterate when it came to this script, but for over a year, he had used the powerful memory of a cultivator to forcibly remember all of the ancient runes as patterns and had kept them in mind. The liquid metal ball softly said, "Wielder of the heavens will completion plan. Heavenly City Project." Heavenly City Project? Song Shuhang's heart skipped a beat. Was the naming a coincidence? Or, was this Heavenly City Project referring to the ancient Heavenly City? The liquid metal ball softly said, "This whole project is feasible. The only thing I need to carry out this project is a protagonist. This protagonist will create the heavenly city, integrate it with the path of immortals, and complete what I lack. After saying that, the liquid metal ball opened a box. There were many eyes inside the box, big ones, small ones, all sorts of eyes. The liquid metal ball said, the experimental products of the second wielder of the will. With them, I can save myself a lot of time and skip some steps. Out of all of the wielders of the heavens will, the liquid metal ball was the most special one. When the other wielders had been proving themselves, almost every one of them did so by being showy and suppressing the entire universe. Almost every single one of them was a scholarly sage-like existence, cool, very cool, cool to the extreme. They would defeat all the practitioners in the world and ascend to the position of the wielder of the will with incredible momentum. The liquid metal ball could not compare to the scholarly sage in battle prowess, and even though it became the wielder of the will, part of its existence was gnawed away. It was the only wielder of the will that was lacking something. After becoming the wielder of the will, the liquid metal ball began its search for ways to remedy its lacking parts. As soon as it became the wielder, it used its authority to collect many treasures left over by previous wielders of the heavens will. It collected some of the treasures of the second, third, and sixth wielder of the will. The first wielder of the heavens will remained a mystery, with them being from a time that was too long ago. There were no records of them anywhere in the universe. The liquid metal ball suspected that before the first wielder of the will disappeared, they had taken the initiative to erase all information about them. Even the liquid metal ball could not find anything related to them. The second wielder of the will had similarly erased traces of their name. However, they still left a lot of things, such as the primordial treasure, big-eyed planet, that wandered the universe while preaching. The liquid metal ball had once seized this primordial treasure to conduct research on it for some period of time, but nothing substantial came out of that research. The treasure was a weapon. It should have been something that the second wielder of the will could not bear to destroy, and ended up leaving behind before disappearing. In addition to the big-eyed planet, the second wielder of the will had also left behind a great number of I-type experimental products of various levels. High-grade ones like demon eye kings had the capability of becoming tribulation transcenders, while low-grade ones like spongy eye monsters were only first-stage creatures. There were also some unique existences such as cyclops, seabed giant-eyed pseudo-deities, and the sort. It could be seen from this that the second wielder of the will had a special interest in eyes. Then, there was the third wielder of the will, who had left behind an even greater number of things. From these things, the liquid metal ball inferred that the third wielder of the will should have had the form of a dragon. Some of the things that were left behind were the golden lotus and the black lotus. These two objects were once key items for a plan of the third wielder of the will to free himself, but there was a huge chance that this plan was flawed, causing him to ultimately abandon it. Besides that, there were the fragments of the divine ghost that it was currently studying. There was also the mysterious, 9 virtues phoenix saber. In addition, the third wielder of the will had created countless large and small spaces during his tenure. These spaces were all byproducts of his experiment on the golden lotus and the black lotus. Only the wielders of the will had access to these spaces. Later, after some further improvements and reinforcement by the succeeding wielders of the will, these large and small spaces eventually became small black rooms. Compared to the second wielder of the will, who was obsessed with eyes, the third wielder of the will was more like an inventor and researcher. His inventions and research involved many aspects, and he was an all-rounder. There was not much left behind by the fourth and fifth wielders of the heavens will. For the liquid metal ball, who was set on completing itself, the things left behind by the fourth and fifth wielders of the will were of little to no interest, and had a low research value. The sixth wielder of the will was another very special existence. Almost every wielder of the will had obtained their position by suppressing the entire universe. The liquid metal ball was an exception to this, and the sixth wielder of the will was also an exception. Furthermore, the sixth had been even more exceptional than the liquid metal ball. According to the research of the liquid metal ball, the way by which the sixth wielder of the will acquired his position was by trading. That's right, it turned out that the position of wielder of the will could also be obtained through trading. As for the things that were left behind by the sixth wielder of the will, there were three types to them. The first type was related to the power virtue. As there were some creatures with bodies made of virtue, they had some research value. And so, wielder of the will liquid metal ball had collected some. The second type was a primordial treasure. This was another primordial treasure with little research value. Apart from having the highest non-spatial flight speed in the universe, it didn't have anything else to it. The third type was related to trading, and did not have any research value either. The seventh wielder of the will was the one right before the liquid metal ball. This wielder of the will had suddenly left his position due to no longer being interested. This one was a fool. The liquid metal ball said this about his predecessor. The liquid metal ball took out a handful of eyeballs. The experimental products of the second wielder of the will can be turned into great subordinates after some modifications. It placed an eyeball into a coffin-like instrument. I will have this one assume human form. It shall be the one to lead the Heavenly City project. The liquid metal ball then placed the lid on the instrument. While speaking, its mind stirred. The scholarly faction was destroyed, and the responsible is the other me in the netherworld realm. The liquid metal ball's body shook gently to express its disapproval. Destroying the scholarly faction is a waste of time. It would have been better to use that time to study the remains of the scholarly sage and see if there was anything worth researching in there. Anyway, since the scholarly faction was destroyed, I should make the best use of this opportunity. After saying that, it opened the coffin instrument. From within it, a humanoid creature crawled out. The arms of this humanoid creature were covered with large and small eyes. The liquid metal ball said, "The Heavenly City project begins." Well, I guess I will have to first test the feasibility of this project. This humanoid creature stood blankly in front of the liquid metal ball. It was breathing, had a heartbeat, and an aura of life, but it seemed to be soulless and rigid. The liquid metal ball stretched out its hand and brought it over. The final step. In order to have it adapt to the laws of the universe, it would be best to have it go through the process of reincarnation and growth. After saying that, the liquid metal ball reached out and opened a spatial gate. This humanoid creature was shrunk down until it was the size of a small dot, then thrown into the spatial gate, and it was gone just like that. Song Shuhang watched the entire process. That guy with eyes on both of his hands. Wasn't he that immortal from the ancient heavenly city, the one chasing after Chenglin? However, wasn't he a monster hunter? In addition, I remember that this guy had brought over some monster hunters, and destroyed the crystal-clear water pavilion. Song Shuhang's mind stirred. This guy was a creation of a wielder of the will? After doing this, the liquid metal ball disappeared, and went to deal with its duties as the wielder of the will. But this time, when it was away, Song Shuhang's divine ghost fragment was not studied or cut apart. Then, several years passed. The liquid metal ball seemed to have forgotten about the Heavenly City project. In the past few years, everything in the research room had come to a halt. Song Shuhang experienced being a green onion again. Besides boredom, there was only other boredom. At this moment, he missed the days when he was cut apart and studied. Come on, don't pity me, come and study me. So bored, I really want to be studied. During the past few years, in his boredom, he went through the timeline in his mind. The former wielder of the will retired. The scholarly sage and the liquid metal ball competed for the position of the wielder of the will. After the liquid metal ball became the wielder of the heaven's will, it found that part of it was lacking, and began making plans to make up for what it lacked. During this time, the scholarly faction was flattened by the ruler of the netherworld, liquid metal ball 2. Afterward, the monster hunter that had likely destroyed the crystal-clear water pavilion and was chasing after Chenglin, the immortal with jet-black arms covered in eyes, came about. If the various guesses were correct, the destruction of the crystal-clear water pavilion should have happened within this time, with one of Fairy Chenglin's fragments hibernating in Yi Si's body. By estimation, these events all occurred within 10 years. The destruction of the crystal-clear water pavilion was probably related to the liquid metal ball's Heavenly City project. Song Shuhang sighed. Time flew by. Dust accumulated on Song Shuhang's body. He only knew that the time he spent in this research room was probably not much shorter than the time he had spent rooted on that mountain as Lady Onion. Another 100 years. During this time, his will became a lot firmer. In addition to that, he could now clear his mind at any time. How long is this going to take? When is this dreamland going to end? Did the liquid metal ball forget about the Heavenly City project? At this time, the door to the research room opened, and the liquid metal ball rolled in. It still carried the majesty of the wielder of the will, but this time there was a mechanical feel to it. It softly said, 107 experimental products have been used, and none of them succeeded. Could it be that the protagonist of the Heavenly City can only be a divine ghost fragment of the third wielder of the will? However, these fragments do not belong to me. The hidden dangers are too great. In addition, this was the work of the third wielder of the will. Even if it had repeatedly analyzed, dissected, and studied it for many years, there was no guarantee that there wasn't anything hidden left behind. In a sense, inventors could be equated with lunatics. Their lunacy wasn't something to be looked lightly upon. If I really want to make this fragment the executor of the Heavenly City project, I will also have to give it a protagonist's consciousness. On the liquid metal ball, a pair of arms stretched out and pressed on the instrument where the divine ghost fragment was located. The instrument's cover was removed, and the fragment which Song Shuhang was attached to was grabbed. Wielder of the will liquid metal ball, depressedly said, if this had been before I had become the wielder of the will, I would have just cut a part of myself, merged it with this fragment, and let it take control of this fragment. However, having become the wielder of the will, my body has become eternal, and there is no longer any way to cut it. Obviously, with it having a liquefied body, separating itself into parts was one of its innate abilities. However, after becoming the wielder of the will, because of the wielder of the will's eternal body, its liquefied body became undamageable. Its body could no longer be cut into parts, and there was no way for it to separate itself. In this way, the innate talent which it was proudest of was rendered useless. And so, I guess this is the only thing I can do. Wielder of the will liquid metal ball, grabbed the divine ghost fragment and had something akin to a mouth emerge from its body. A bad feeling rose in Song Shuhang's heart. In the next moment, the liquid metal ball swallowed the divine ghost fragment in a single bite. Hey! Weren't you giving the divine ghost fragment a consciousness? What are you trying to do by directly swallowing it whole? Are you planning on sheeting it out after a while? Fortunately, the liquid metal ball didn't have such a habit. Or it could be that it might not have this function at all. After it swallowed the fragment was modified by the power of the law belonging to wielder of the will liquid metal ball. Although it was the creation of the third wielder of the will, the divine ghost fragment had already been broken down, and it was forcibly modified by the current wielder of the heaven's will. The divine ghost fragment did not have any power to resist, so it was subject to whatever changes and modifications the wielder of the will desired. This procedure took a considerable amount of time. After all, it was a creation of another wielder of the will. It was something that was created by a senior of the same level, so it made sense that it took some time to modify it. Song Shuhang did not know how much time passed during this entire process. Anyway, this was not a good memory. It was rather uncomfortable to be swallowed whole into the abdomen of a giant beast. Finally, a day came when the divine ghost fragment was vomited out by the liquid metal ball. It was originally just a small group of ghostly mass, but after being spat out, it rapidly changed. In an instant, it became a tall man. The man was handsome and had an appearance that inspired faith in others. The man looked just like a natural leader. The liquid metal ball thought to itself, the ghost fragments originally came from a female. However, after receiving my modifications, I changed the setting and turned into a male. From this day onward, you will be the leader of my heavenly city project. Since it is a heavenly city, you shall be known as the Emperor. The Heavenly Emperor. Henceforth, you will be the Heavenly Emperor, it said solemnly to the man who had transformed from the divine ghost fragment afterward. The Heavenly Emperor? Song Shuhang's mind fell into turmoil. Wasn't the Heavenly Emperor female? Why does this one have a male appearance? Or perhaps this male Heavenly Emperor right here isn't the same as the one that I know? The liquid metal ball smiled slightly. Are you shocked? You are worthy of being a creation of the third wielder of the will. Even a single fragment actually had the ability to evolve into an independent consciousness. However, from now on, you will become a part of me. While it spoke, Song Shuhang sensed the divine ghost fragment vibrate. The fragment stood upright, standing respectfully beside the liquid metal ball. A brand new will was produced in its body, a will dominated by the liquid metal ball. Just like the previous time with the guy that had jet black arms covered in eyes, a spatial gate was opened. Afterward, the divine ghost fragment which Song Shuhang had taken possession of was thrown into the spatial gate by the liquid metal ball so that it could enter the reincarnation process. The reincarnation here was different from the 6 paths of reincarnation in the myths. This was the wielder of the wills using his own qualifications to allow the divine ghost fragment to mix into the main world. It was equivalent to placing a legal stamp on something being smuggled in. Song Shuhang was very interested in the process of reincarnation. His intuition told him that the mysteries of resurrection techniques could be found within. If he could understand the process of resurrection in detail, he might be able to develop his own resurrection technique in the future, allowing the safety of his life to improve by several levels. Unfortunately, during the whole process of reincarnation, he could only see darkness. After finally recovering from the dark screen interface, the plot had already undergone a large jump. The Heavenly Emperor had already grown into a 6-year-old boy. It was the long-lost dreamland time jump. If this time jump had occurred while he was being studied and dissected, how good would that have been? Besides that, is the subject of my dreamland this time not Fairy Chenglin, but the Heavenly Emperor? Song Shuhang said in his mind. If the person of the dreamland this time was the Heavenly Emperor, then was the trigger the Imperial Pearl? When the Heavenly Emperor was 6 years old, a strange man with 2 pupils in each eye came before him, took him away, made him his disciple, and then guided him on the path of cultivation. Song Shuhang felt happy. Every time he entered a dreamland, the biggest gain he would get was the cultivation experience. The dreamland wasn't reality, so only experiences and knowledge could be brought back. The improvements to his will and the cultivation experiences were the biggest treasures of every dreamland. The cultivation experience of the Heavenly Emperor was simply a huge gold mine. The strange man with double pupils began to teach the Heavenly Emperor a set of body-tempering techniques. Across the universe, no matter which system it was, no matter which path it was, the first stage realm was always mostly similar. It was the process of opening the apertures of one's body, tempering one's body, and then activating the energy, such as true energy, holy light, magical power, demonic power, beast chi, and so on, within one's body. What the strange man taught the Heavenly Emperor was a body-tempering technique of the cultivation system. Due to Wielder of the Will Liquid Metal Ball's Heavenly City project being based on the cultivation system, the foundation of the Heavenly Emperor was naturally that of the cultivation system. In addition, the ghost fragment was also a product of the cultivation system. The body tempering technique practiced by the Heavenly Emperor was a technique tailor-made for him. Song Shuhang relied on his dreamland state to thoroughly master this set of body tempering techniques. However, after a careful look, he found that the value of this body tempering technique was not as high as of the basic Buddhist fist technique. The basic Buddhist fist technique was a well-known body tempering technique in the world of cultivation, and it had a wide range of applicability. However, the Heavenly Emperor's body tempering technique was limited to his own use. If it were passed on to others, its effect would be greatly reduced. Unless one could find someone with the same physique as the Heavenly Emperor, there wasn't much point to practicing it. It took about 20 days for the young Heavenly Emperor to temper his body, open his apertures, and break through to the second stage realm. Song Shuhang thought to himself, awesome, this achievement is second only to the scholarly sage. It took the scholarly sage 15 days to break through from the first stage to the second stage. In comparison, the Heavenly Emperor took 5 more days to do the same. After breaking through to the second stage, the Heavenly Emperor practiced the following cultivation technique provided by the strange man. This technique was another one that was tailor-made for the Heavenly Emperor. It did not have a name, and did not seem to have any special attributes. Its benefits lay in the huge amounts of true qi it provided. 2 years later, the Heavenly Emperor steadily grew and broke through to the third stage realm while being 8 years old. His talent isn't as good as the scholarly sage's. The sage only took a single year to complete this step. Song Shuhang subconsciously compared the Heavenly Emperor with the scholarly sage. This was because according to the historical records of the cultivation world, the Heavenly Emperor had reached a realm that was comparable to that of the scholarly sage. However, the Heavenly Emperor did not beat up all of the immortals of the universe like the scholarly sage. Because of this, in people's minds, he was considered to be slightly weaker than the scholarly sage, but the two were undoubtedly existences at the same level. He did not compare the Heavenly Emperor with himself, because his experience was simply a marvel, and nothing could be compared to it. After ascending to the second stage, the Heavenly Emperor began the next round of boring practice. Practicing day and night. Taking some medicinal pills. Then practicing day and night. After another 4 years, he ascended to the fourth stage. Then, it took him another 5 years to successfully condense a golden core with 9 dragon patterns and become a 5th stage spiritual emperor. Before becoming a 5th stage spiritual emperor, he had not practiced even a single magical technique, and other than the basic body tempering fist routines, he had not practiced a single martial skill. Song Shuhang, who was in a dreamland state, sighed. He had firmly remembered the cultivation techniques of the Heavenly Emperor, but the value of these techniques wasn't that high. It could be said that they were exclusive to the Heavenly Emperor. Even if Song Shuhang obtained the techniques, he would not be able to impart them to his disciples. Imparting these techniques exclusive to the Heavenly Emperor would not be as effective as imparting the 33 divine beasts technique that he had. Therefore, apart from experiencing the process of the Heavenly Emperor's cultivation from the first stage to the 5th stage, and the various experiences he went through, he had not gained much. Song Shuhang thought, actually, the process of the Heavenly Emperor's cultivation from the first stage to the 5th stage is somewhat valuable to me. It had only taken him 5 months to go from the first stage to his current realm, the 5th stage. There was no problem with his will, physique, and cultivation techniques, but he had ascended too quickly, and this always made it hard for him to have a peace of mind. 5 months ago, he was just an ordinary college student. Yet now, he was already a 5th stage spiritual emperor. If he joined a huge sect like the Limitless Demon sect, he could become a peak master. And sect masters of small sects like the Moon Saber sect were only at the 4th stage realm. If he were to now meet the Moon Saber sect master, the original owner of the treasured saber broken tyrant, Song Shuhang could defeat him with one hand. Now, with the help of the Heavenly Emperor's over 10 years of cultivation experience, that troubling feeling he had in his mind disappeared. If he were to be compared to a treasured saber, the over 10 years of experience he got during this process made him much sharper. After the fifth stage realm, the strange man with the double pupils left the Heavenly Emperor. This strange man was originally a failed experiment of Wielder of the liquid metal ball, and his main task was to guide the Heavenly Emperor to the fifth stage. After the fifth stage, the hidden power in the Heavenly Emperor's body would begin to awaken. These powers had been sealed when he went through the reincarnation process. The power that was sealed had two parts, one of which was the power of the divine ghost fragment, while the other was the power of the protagonist consciousness branded by Wielder of the liquid metal ball. These two powers became one, and began to impart the inheritance to the Heavenly Emperor and guide him on his mission. After being promoted to the fifth stage, the Heavenly Emperor began to come into contact with the hidden power in his body while practicing. The young Heavenly Emperor was taken into the depths of his consciousness space. In his consciousness space, a voice began to teach him. The fifth stage realm was a very important realm. After condensing the golden core, the number of dragon patterns on the core was related to the future achievements of a cultivator. And the next step, the golden core composition, was also related to the strength of the cultivator. The first phase of the golden core was the solid golden core. After condensing the golden core, the practitioner would have a composition form on their golden core according to their desire. Every practitioner had different desires. Even for those who cultivated the same technique, the composition they had would be completely different, and the strength of their golden core would vary in the future. Because it was related to one's willpower, practitioners at the golden core realm valued it greatly. Before constructing one's golden core composition, they would do everything possible to find opportunities to hone their will. Every stroke in the golden core composition should be without regrets, as there was no opportunity to change it later. Although there was no basis for this belief, most practitioners believed that the more complicated a composition was, the stronger they would be. When the golden core composition was completed, the solid golden core of a fifth stage practitioner would become rounder and firmer. Then, the golden core would acquire a purple and gold color. This was the second phase of the golden core, the purple golden core. The last stroke of the golden core composition was particularly important. This was the finishing touch before the composition was completed, and it had the effect of activating the whole golden core composition. More than half of the fifth stage practitioners were unable to advance because they were stuck at the final stroke of their golden core composition. It wasn't that they didn't want to do the last stroke, but that they didn't know how to. They lacked a final smidge of understanding. Song Shuhang was now at this stage, although he had only ascended, and he had yet to figure out how to construct his own golden core composition. He wasn't in a hurry, though. Originally, he planned to spend a few months to stabilize his realm and will before trying to compose his golden core composition. But now, as he was possessing the body of the young Heavenly Emperor, he had the chance to personally experience the process of creating one's golden core composition. In the consciousness space, the voice guided the young Heavenly Emperor to draw the strokes on his golden core. At the center of the composition was a majestic palace. It was the core palace of the heavenly city. Taking this palace as a starting point and extending in all directions, different palaces appeared on the young Heavenly Emperor's golden core. His golden core composition was the heavenly city. From the Heavenly Emperor's first stage to the fifth stage, the biggest feature of his cultivation techniques was the vast amount of energy. With that, he had enough spiritual power to support the creation of the vast composition on the golden core. Song Shuhang thought to himself, "This is so cool." Chapter 1395 Experience the Cruelty of Death, Youngster. Through the dreamland, Song Shuhang was able to experience and memorize the steps that the Heavenly Emperor took to form his golden core composition. If Song Shuhang wanted, he could draw a similar, heavenly city composition, on his golden core when he returned to the main world. After all, he had experienced the entire process of the Heavenly Emperor's cultivation from the first stage to the fifth stage, as well as the knowledge that the Heavenly Emperor acquired and the practice he went through. If he wanted to imitate the Heavenly Emperor, after he rid himself of the interference of his own experience and desire, he could guarantee that he could achieve an imitation at least 70% similar. In addition, because of his rich experience, the hundreds of years of will tempering, and the precious encounters with death, his heavenly city composition would be even more gorgeous and complex. Imitations could indeed be better than the original. The only question was if he would dare to do it or not. At this time, the Heavenly Emperor had already done his best to complete 99% of the composition on his golden core. A majestic, heavenly city had appeared on his golden core. The composition now only missed the final stroke. It could take fifth-stage practitioners tens, several hundred, or even over 1,000 years to complete their golden core composition. There was no room for regret in the process of creating one's golden core composition. Moreover, one's will could be continuously strengthened through practice, and the changes in a fifth-stage practitioner's will would bring about changes to the details of the final golden core composition. It sounded cool to complete one's golden core composition in one go, but the best choice of action was to complete the golden core composition in several stages as one waited for their willpower to reach an optimal state. Taking a step back, it was also true that most practitioners' spiritual power was not enough to allow them to complete their golden core composition in a single try. This operation was simply too extravagant. After the Heavenly Emperor completed 99% of the golden core composition, he stopped meditating. Now, the last step, the young Heavenly Emperor said softly, because he had been practicing since he was 6, his physical growth had been greatly stalled. At this time, the fifth-stage Heavenly Emperor only had the appearance of a child that was 12 to 13 years old. For the final stroke of his golden core composition, even if he possessed the divine ghost fragment inheritance, he had no way of doing it in one breath. The final stroke required not only talent, but also fate and comprehension, and these could not be accomplished by simply being in a meditative state. The only exception was this person that did not have any dragon patterns on their golden core. Due to them being too embarrassed to show around their golden core that had no dragon patterns on it, they entered a state of seclusion and went from the fifth stage to the sixth stage during that single session. However, such an occurrence was one of a kind across the entire universe. The young Heavenly Emperor said, speaking of enlightenment, there is nothing that can stimulate a person's potential better than facing death. I need to look for trials and look for opportunities to face death. Song Shuhang. This sounded very reasonable. However, there was an underlying meaning to this statement. There was nothing better at stimulating one's potential than seeking death. Senior Thrice Reckless was considered to be a member with great potential in the 9 provinces number 1 group. Could he have been seeking death to stimulate his potential? The Heavenly Emperor said, however, where am I supposed to find these opportunities? Because the strange man with the double pupils had already left the young Heavenly Emperor, the Heavenly Emperor no longer had anyone to act as a guide or a master for him. As such, he now had to rely on himself for everything. The young Heavenly Emperor's eyes lit up, and he said, right, at a time like this, I could pray to God. Were such thoughts instilled in the young Heavenly Emperor's mind before he reached the age of 6? He's already become a 5th-stage spiritual emperor, yet he's praying to God. His brain works in a strange way. Song Shuhang had skipped everything that had happened before the Heavenly Emperor reached the age of 6. The young Heavenly Emperor put his palms together and began to pray. He said, God, please tell me how to find opportunities to face death. However, no one responded to the young Heavenly Emperor's prayer. In this world, there was indeed an existence like the Wielder of the Heavens Will, who was comparable to God. Moreover, there were also immortals and 9th-stage tribulation transcenders that could be compared to gods to some extent. But currently, there wasn't any big shot that was bored enough to respond to the young Heavenly Emperor. The young Heavenly Emperor thought to himself, was my prayer not sincere enough? After pondering for a while, the young heavenly emperor's eyes suddenly shone. Right, sacrifices are required. To pray to God, one needs to prepare sacrifices first. After that, one needs to build an altar to have a dialogue with God. Then, the young heavenly emperor ran out happily to look for sacrifices. Song Shuhang. Other than knowledge that pertained to cultivation, it appeared that the strange man with double pupils had not taught the young heavenly emperor anything else. Perhaps he would inherit a wealth of knowledge from the divine ghost fragment and the protagonist consciousness of, Wielder of the Will liquid metal ball, as the seal in his body was released bit by bit, but he was completely clueless for now. The young heavenly emperor ran out, moving around in the mountains and forests. He managed to pick up some precious natural treasures, which were rather common during the ancient era. While he was picking up natural treasures, he also managed to take down some guardian beasts. Although he had never practiced magical techniques, him being at the 5th stage realm and having the basic body tempering fist technique was enough to bully these guardian beasts which were only at the 3rd stage. After returning to where he had initially closed up, the young heavenly emperor piled up some stones to make an altar, and threw the natural treasures and guardian beasts onto it. The young heavenly emperor solemnly said, "God, I am here to pray to you. Please guide me to the next step. I would like to go through near-death experiences. It would be best if this opportunity was close to me because I might lose my way if it is too far away." This scene was definitely part of the dark and shameful past of the future heavenly emperor. Unfortunately, there weren't any tribulation transcenders or immortals passing by. It was unknown why, but, Wielder of the Will liquid metal ball, did not respond to the prayers of the young heavenly emperor. It was reasonable to assume that the Heavenly City project was very important to it, and so it should have always been paying some attention to the young heavenly emperor. However, it did not respond this time. In this way, the young heavenly emperor performed the ritual, which he believed to be very sincere, 3 times and still got nothing. The young heavenly emperor sat cross-legged, wondering, and said, "Strange, what did go wrong?" Song Shuhang inwardly ranted, "It's because you have no talent when it comes to seeking death. How can you just ask others to help you with something like seeking death? This kind of thing should come from within one's heart. For example, Senior Thrice Reckless is a natural when it comes to seeking death, it comes from the bottom of his heart. It is the highest level of death-seeking." When he finished ranting, the young heavenly emperor suddenly got up from the ground and jumped up. "God, is that you? Did you hear my prayer?" Song Shuhang. Was there really a tribulation transcender or immortal passing by? Or was it the Wielder of the Will replying to the young heavenly emperor? The young heavenly emperor asked, "But, God, what is the talent for seeking death? Where do I get it?" Song Shuhang. The young heavenly emperor then asked, "God, can you please explain what it means to seek death?" Song Shuhang. Could the heavenly emperor have sensed his existence just like how daoist priest Scarlet Heaven and the scholarly sage had? Was he communicating with him? At this point in time, the heavenly emperor only has strength at the 5th stage. How can he sense my existence? Should I test it? Song Shuhang said, "To seek death is a sickness, which is also known as the thrice reckless disease. It is terribly contagious. If you really want to try seeking death, go to the highest mountain peak, seal your spiritual power, then leap off the peak. During this leap of faith, you will experience what it is to be near death." The heavenly emperor said, "I understand." And so, the young heavenly emperor got up and ran to the highest mountain peak in his vicinity. It was a steep cliff, the kind that would definitely break one's body if they jumped off of it. The heavenly emperor took a deep breath and began to seal his spiritual power. While sealing his spiritual power, he mused, "Wait, why do I know how to seal my spiritual power? I don't think I've studied the method before." It was as if he always knew it. Just as he wanted to seal his spiritual power, the method to seal spiritual power appeared in his mind. The young heavenly emperor roared and leaped off the cliff. It doesn't matter. Let's go. On the way down, the young heavenly emperor felt death take him into its arms. He lightly said, "Is this the feeling of death? I seem to have awakened something within my body." He felt that he seemed to have grasped the last smidge of comprehension and enlightenment he needed to complete the last stroke for his golden core composition. All right, I can stop now. However, he didn't know how to stop. He didn't even know how to ride a flying sword. Actually, he hadn't even refined his life-bound magical treasure yet. Boom! The young heavenly emperor came crashing down to the ground, creating a huge hole. Since all of his spiritual power had been sealed, he had completely relied on his fifth-stage body to resist the impact of the fall. The young heavenly emperor vomited blood, and his right hand trembled as he grabbed the ground in front of him, trying to get out of the hole. He did everything he could to take 2 steps. After that, his head tilted, and he fainted. Song Shuhang's vision also went black. If you don't seek death, then you won't die. Why did he not understand such a simple truth? He had taken possession of the heavenly emperor, so he would naturally feel everything that the heavenly emperor experienced. He felt the weakness that the heavenly emperor felt when he sealed his own spiritual power, and he felt his determination as he jumped off the cliff. There was also the bungee jumping experience that could make others feel despair. Finally, when the heavenly emperor's body hit the ground, Song Shuhang also felt the force of the impact himself. I'm dying. Song Shuhang's mind similarly went blank. When Song Shuhang opened his eyes again, he found that he had temporarily left the dreamland. For some reason, he had a sense of foreboding in his heart that the dreamland might not have ended yet. I hope it's just me thinking too much. He really didn't want to get too tied up with the heavenly emperor. If I have the chance, I should tell Senior White too about the liquid metal balls, Heavenly City project. I'm getting a feeling that the Heavenly City project isn't over yet, especially with the heavenly emperor having been reborn in a female form. However, since the ancient Heavenly City was destroyed, the Heavenly City project couldn't possibly continue any further, right? The white dragon's gentle voice sounded. You're awake? Song Shuhang turned his head slightly and saw Su Clan 16's figure wrapped within the white dragon. 16 was still in an evolutionary coma. As for him, he was being protected by the virtuous Lamia. How long was I asleep? Song Shuhang rubbed his temples. This time, the dreamland had exhausted him physically and mentally, and the experience of being researched for hundreds of years was still vivid in his mind. This time was even worse than the time he had been Lady Onion. The white dragon gently said, "It's almost been an entire day. According to the time outside, today is October 5th. Song Shuhang asked, October 5th already? Fairy Bieshua's immortal feast is on the 7th. I've been looking forward to it for over half a year. I really don't want to miss it. Have we not found the exit yet? I have found it just now." Sister White Dragon smiled. After saying that, the white dragon lowered her head slightly before using her dragon horn to open a spatial gate. In the next moment, she took Song Shuhang and Su Clan 16 back to the space of the trial grounds. The aftermath of the battle was still there, and the surrounding spiritual power was in a chaotic state. The place might require a long period of time to recover. Soft Feather had curled up into a ball, and her long black hair covered her body. She was sleeping soundly. Song Shuhang let out a breath of relief after seeing that Soft Feather was safe. He descended to the ground, brought out the divine lobster's chariot, picked up Soft Feather, and put her in the chariot. After that, he took 16 and placed her next to Soft Feather. Song Shuhang said, "Now, it's time to leave this secret realm." At this moment, the white dragon suddenly said, "The grassland outside this secret realm should be a fragment of the ancient heavenly city." Song Shuhang squeezed his chin, and said, "A fragment of the ancient heavenly city? So that's the case. It was no wonder that he got a familiar feeling after he had left the trial grounds. Song Shuhang asked, Sister White Dragon, can you shrink down the ancient heavenly city fragment and take it away? The White Dragon shook her head, and said, if my main body was here, something of such a level could be achieved easily, but now I am merely a materialization of virtue. However, I can leave the coordinates of this place to you. If your strength reaches a high enough level in the future, you can directly come here and take away this fragment. Song Shuhang said, thank you. The White Dragon smiled slightly. Don't thank me so quickly. The Heavenly Emperor has revived. She might take away the ancient heavenly city fragment before anyone else can. Song Shuhang nodded, and said, then, when we return to the main world, I will look for someone to help me collect the ancient heavenly city fragment. Under the guidance of the White Dragon, Song Shuhang walked to the end of the grassland. When he stretched out his hand to press on the barrier, he found himself passing through space. In the next moment, he was back in the main world. Beijing Street, Wenzhou City, China. I'm back. This is the smell of home. Song Shuhang stretched his body happily. Now, should I go back home and have a look? If he drove the Divine Lobster's chariot on Wenzhou City Road, it would definitely be very eye-catching. An ancient chariot covered in gold with a shrimp and a dragon pulling it. It was definitely too conspicuous and not something he could use. Moreover, it was possible that a police officer would stop the chariot and charge them for driving an illegally modified vehicle. As such, Song Shuhang transferred the Divine Lobster's chariot back to the inner world. Since Soft Feather and Su Clan 16 were both still unconscious, he was planning on waiting until he got back home before releasing the two women. Su Clan 16 was transferred to the inner world, but the White Dragon did not follow. Like the virtuous Lamia, she had the ability to leave her master and move around. The White Dragon hid her figure and floated above Song Shuhang's head, curiously looking at the changes that had happened to the world. Song Shuhang walked towards his home and took out his phone. With his phone finally being back in the main world, the time displayed on it automatically synced with the world's time. October 5, 2019, 9:32 a.m., Saturday. Overcast to cloudy weather. Song Shuhang softly said, although it's a holiday today, my parents are definitely already awake at this time. The White Dragon softly asked, is your immortal cave nearby? Song Shuhang smiled, and said, My home is on Beijing Street. However, it isn't an immortal cave. He walked briskly and soon arrived at the door of his home. Song Shuhang stood at the entrance and looked at the door, experiencing a conflicting feeling of both familiarity and unfamiliarity. The after-effects of the dreamland, Song Shuhang sighed softly. It was just the door to his home which he hadn't seen in a month, but he felt as if he had been away for several hundred years, causing him to have the feeling of having left home when he was young and returned when he'd already grown old. I'm back, Song Shuhang said softly as he reached out and pressed the doorbell. Coming. It was Mama Song who opened the door. It was a younger-looking Mama Song, and it felt as if time had reversed. When Mama Song had been younger, she had been a school belle. Now, when Song Shuhang stood next to one another, they looked like siblings. Song Shuhang took a deep breath and excitedly said, Mom, I'm back. The feeling of seeing one's mother after not seeing her for several hundred years was simply beyond words. If he had a more affectionate personality, he would definitely have plunged into his mother's arms and cried out loud. Mama Song looked at the tall young man in front of her with a confused look. After a while, she said, Who are you? Who are you? Are you? You? Mama Song's words echoed in Song Shuhang's ears. It's me, Shuhang. Has my appearance changed? Song Shuhang subconsciously touched his face. Could it be that his appearance had changed while he was possessing the Heavenly Emperor in the Dreamland, thus causing his mother to be unable to recognize him? Shuhang? This name sounds quite familiar. Mama Song stared at Song Shuhang, and her eyes suddenly lit up. Tyrannical Song? Your name is Tyrannical Song, right? Song Shuhang. He suddenly got a sense of foreboding in his heart. Mama Song didn't seem to remember him at all. She seemed to only be able to say his sage name, which was a result of the powers of the sage seal. Could it be that the effects of the Wielder's small black room had yet to disappear? No, we've already left the Wielder's small black room, and everyone's memories of us should have recovered, right? Is it that there's a buffer time needed for people's memories to recover? Mom, look at me carefully. I'm your son, Shuhang, Song Shuhang said. Perhaps if his mother looked at him a bit more, she could remember him. Mr. Tyrannical Song, please stop joking. My child. He died shortly after he was born, Mama Song said with a sad face. Song Shuhang responded, Huh? What? Died? When did I die? Heavens, I don't even know I had died prematurely. Could it be that I crossed into a parallel world? Maybe the unfortunate Song Shuhang died soon after he was born in this world? Hundreds of possibilities and speculations appeared in Song Shuhang's mind. What's the matter? At this moment, a deep voice sounded out. The younger version of Papa Song walked out of the house while wearing a pajama, his face tired. Papa Song saw Song Shuhang and scratched his head. This little brother looks familiar. Dad still has an impression of me? Song Shuhang was overjoyed. It's me, Dad. I'm Shuhang. Do you really have no impression of me? Mr. Tyrannical Song, please stop kidding around. I don't have a son as old as you. Our child died shortly after his birth over 10 years ago. Papa Song waved his hand, and then revealed the same sad expression on his face. I don't have a son as old as you. I don't have a son like you, Song Shuhang. Papa Song continued, however, Mr. Tyrannical Song, you don't have to worry about us husband and wife. In fact, it has been more than 10 years since the unfortunate death of our son. We've already gotten over it. Moreover, we're planning on having another child soon. After saying that, he gazed at Mama Song warmly. Mama Song snuggled in his arms. The two didn't show the least care about their own son and acted lovey-dovey right in his face. Song Shuhang was perplexed. Huh? Actually, it wasn't my safe period the past few days. Perhaps our second child is already on the way. In a few days, I will take a test, Mama Song said with a shy look. Papa Song said, I want a daughter this time. A daughter is more considerate. Mama Song smiled and said, actually, we can have 2 children as there's a second child policy now. Since our first child died, it should be possible to apply for a third child. Papa Song said, okay, I'll leave everything to you. Song Shuhang. Your eldest son, who died, is standing in front of you now, having to bear your disgusting show of affection. At this time, Song Shuhang felt like a lone Daodu. No, even Daodu was already married. Actually, this was also incorrect as Daodu's wedding was eventually crashed. Song Shuhang rubbed his temples and sighed. It seems that even after breaking out, the effects of the small black room did not disappear. Moreover, the effects were much more serious than he thought. Papa Song and Mama Song, who were chatting with him, turned their heads and looked at each other affectionately. After exchanging a few words, when the two turned their heads to look at Song Shuhang again, they had already forgotten about him. Papa Song said, This little brother looks familiar. He looks a bit like me when I was young. Mama Song asked, is this Mr. Tyrannical Scholar? Mr. Tyrannical Scholar, whom are you looking for? Song Shuhang. If he didn't know that daoist umbrella was still at the crystal-clear water pavilion, Song Shuhang would think that he had come to Wenzhou City to teach his cultivation technique to Papa Song and Mama Song. After a while, Song Shuhang's mouth twitched, and he said, "Sorry, I pressed the wrong doorbell." Then, with a broken heart, he waved at Papa Song and Mama Song and left. With his current strength, he could have easily returned to his room without them noticing. However, under the premise that neither Papa Song nor Mama Song could remember him, it didn't make much sense to stay there. The white dragon stretched out her paw and patted Song Shuhang's head. "Don't be sad. You've already left the Wielder's small black room, so there should be a way to deal with your sense of presence becoming so weak." Song Shuhang smiled, and said, "Sister White Dragon, don't worry. This level of shock is like a drizzle to me. Several hundred years of life as a green onion, several hundred more years of being cut apart and researched, and then the experience of dying and coming back to life again and again had caused his willpower to go from hard iron to superalloy." Song Shuhang said, "If the influence of the small black room on me has yet to disappear, then, it should be the same for Su Clan 16 and Soft Feather. In that case, Su Clan 7 and Venerable Spirit Butterfly should have also forgotten 16 and Soft Feather. Was Venerable Spirit Butterfly still okay?" The white dragon asked, "Where are you going next?" Song Shuhang said, "I'm going to look for a hotel nearby to stay at first. Immortal Fairy Bieshua's immortal feast is on the 7th, and I have to reach the location by that time." "Right. Senior White should still recognize me. If Senior White's main body has come out of seclusion, I will go to the immortal feast with him." There was a small hotel with a good reputation on Beijing Street. Song Shuhang went to the front desk. The girl at the front desk of the hotel smiled at Song Shuhang, and said, "Hello, sir. Do you want to check in? Or do you have an appointment?" "I don't have any appointments. I want to stay in a single room until the 6th. Song Shuhang handed over his ID card. "Okay." The girl took Song Shuhang's ID card. In the main world, all images and information related to Song Shuhang had become transparent. Song Shuhang's ID card had entered the Wielder's small black room as he had been carrying it with him, so the information on it was not erased. The girl took the ID and registered it, and then returned the ID to Song Shuhang. And then she forgot about Song Shuhang. She lowered her head and worked on the computer for a while, suddenly looking confused. She then looked at Song Shuhang. Hello. You are Mr. Tyrannical Song? Do you want to check in? Or do you have an appointment?" Song Shuhang's heart felt stifled. Song Shuhang said, "Is there a room? I want a single room. You should have registered for me just now." The girl looked confused. She lowered her head and looked at the computer. I did do a registration just now, but there isn't any information on it." "Strange, how could this be?" Song Shuhang. The effect of the Wielder's small black room is this domineering? The girl fell into thought. After a while, she raised her head. Hello. You are Mr. Tyrannical Scholar? Do you want to check in? Or do you have? Song Shuhang said, "No, I was just passing by. I should look for a place to spend the night and wait for Senior White. Maybe I can go back to the inner world or sneak into my own room." After leaving the hotel, Song Shuhang took out his phone, brought up Scholar DM's number, and called him. This should be the number. Song Shuhang pressed on the phone number. He had long forgotten the actual daoist name of Scholar DM, and he couldn't remember it even if he wanted to. What he had recorded on his phone was a homonymous name that was provided by Senior Northern River. The pronunciation of Scholar XXX's daoist name was similar to Scholar Drunken Moon, but it was definitely not written like this. However, it didn't matter. As long as he could read it out, Scholar XXX would already be very happy, and there was even a chance of him being moved to tears. This had been personally verified by Senior Northern River. As for why he thought of calling Scholar Starry Star, this was because he discovered that he could suddenly relate to him. This feeling of being forgotten as soon as the other party turned their head was truly heart-stifling. They were in similar situations, so he suddenly wanted to make a phone call to greet him. On the other side of the call, Scholar XXX's voice soon sounded. "Hello, who is this?" Song Shuhang's number, which the scholar had recorded in the past in his phone, was now a bunch of random characters. Song Shuhang said, "Senior Starry Star, this is Shuhang." Scholar XXX coldly said, "You're Starry Star. Your entire family is Starry Star." Song Shuhang. Did I remember his name wrong? He quickly took the phone away from his ear, and glanced at the name he had recorded, Scholar Drunken Moon. I actually ended up addressing Scholar Drunken Moon as Scholar Starry Star. The power of Scholar Starry Star's cultivation technique is getting stronger and stronger. No, it's Drunken Moon. Song Shuhang laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, Senior Drunken Moon, I was just joking with you. How are you doing?" After Scholar XXX heard the familiar daoist name through the phone, his heart warmed up, and all of his dissatisfaction from before disappeared. In addition to fellow daoist Northern River, there were other fellow daoists who could remember his daoist name. Scholar XXX sighed, and said, "It's the same as always. Ever since I successfully transcended the heavenly tribulation a few days ago and became a 7th stage venerable, my presence has been getting weaker and weaker. In the past, everyone would simply forget my daoist name. Now, even if I write in the group, would often be ignored. Perhaps this problem can be dealt with once I show my divinity in front of everyone." What? Scholar Drunken Moon has become a 7th stage venerable? For such a grand occasion, there wasn't even the slightest reaction from the 9 provinces number 1 group. This was truly heart-rending. Everyone simply neglected Senior Drunken Moon. Song Shuhang asked, "Senior Drunken Moon, if you were to stay at a hotel right now, how would it go?" Scholar XXX replied, "Fortunately, the name on my ID is a pseudonym that is completely unrelated to me. It is no problem for me to use it to check in. Sometimes, when I check in, the lady in charge of registering me in would suddenly forget me." Song Shuhang excitedly said, "I understand. I can completely understand Senior Drunken Moon's feelings." He felt that his soul was resonating with that of Senior Drunken Moon, and the relationship between the two had suddenly become much closer. "You understand how I feel?" Scholar XXX asked puzzledly. "Right, who are you, fellow daoist?" Song Shuhang replied, "It's me, Song Shuhang." "Oh, Song Shuhang. Do we know each other?" Scholar XXX asked a heartrending question. However, Song Shuhang paid it no heed. "Senior Drunken Moon, we know each other, but because of a problem I encountered recently, you can't remember me. I believe you can understand this feeling." I understand. Scholar XXX burst into tears. "Little friend Sushi, I fully understand how you feel." Song Shuhang said, "I knew that you would be able to understand me, Senior Asterisk. Little friend Sushi, I'm Drunken Moon." "You made a mistake again," Scholar XXX reminded. Song Shuhang said, "All right, Senior Drunken Noon. Also, my name is actually Song Shuhang. Senior can call me Little Friend Song." Scholar XXX said, "No problem, Little Friend Sushi." Although they had called each other by the wrong name, the two felt even closer now. Song Shuhang said, "Senior Drunken Moon, are you going to participate in Immortal Fairy Bieshue's Immortal Feast? Do you want to go together?" After finding out that he had so much in common with Scholar Drunken Moon, he felt that they should talk to one another more. He kept on getting the feeling that the two of them would have heaps to talk about. 1,000 cups of wine were not enough when drinking with a good friend. "I just had the same thought, Little Friend Sushi. Where are you right now?" Scholar XXX had the same idea. True friends were hard to find. Song Shuhang quickly replied, "Beijing Street, Wenzhou City, China." Scholar XXX said, all right, send me the coordinates. Song Shuhang said, no problem. Scholar XXX said, I've got one last question. Little friend Sushi, what is your Daoist name? He felt that Sing Sushi was a personal name, not a Daoist name. Tyrannical Saber. Song Shuhang wanted to say Tyrannical Saber Song 1, but after giving it some thought, he was afraid that even swordsman Starry Star might not be able to remember this Daoist name, so he went with his sage name instead. Senior Drunken Moon, you can call me Tyrannical Song. The name, Tyrannical Song, still had the blessing of the show of divinity, so it was easier to remember and harder to forget. Scholar XXX laughed, and said, Tyrannical Song, I feel that this Daoist name is easy to remember and very familiar. Song Shuhang said, all right then. Tomorrow is the 6th, should we see each other tomorrow? Scholar XXX said, no problem, let's go with that. After saying that, he got ready to hang up the call. However, just as he was about to hang up, he suddenly remembered something. Tyrannical Song? Profound Sage Tyrannical Song, the first sage in 1,000 years. In addition, this first sage in 1,000 years was the only, double sage, in history. After showing his divinity in the main world and becoming the first sage in 1,000 years, Profound Sage Tyrannical Song was not satisfied. Just like his sage name implied, his overbearing road of conquest had just begun. After showing his divinity in the main world, he went to the netherworld realm and became a demon sage, showing his divinity again to become demon monarch Tyrannical Scholar. As such, Profound Saber Tyrannical Song and demon monarch Tyrannical Scholar were the same person. As soon as he thought of demon monarch Tyrannical Scholar, Scholar XXX's abdomen began to ache. However, this was not the most important point. The pregnancy and the abdominal pain were of little concern to him. Scholar XXX asked, wait. Fellow Daoist Tyrannical Song, are you still there? Song Shuhang also happened to have yet to hang up the call. Yeah. Scholar XXX asked, fellow Daoist Tyrannical Song, after you showing your divinity twice, you still can't get rid of the effects of the removal of your presence? Song Shuhang sighed. After the second time I showed my divinity, only those who see me can remember my Daoist name. This effect should last for 1 year. However, when they turn their heads, they still forget about me. The power of the Wielder's small black room truly caused one to feel despair. How could this be? Scholar XXX murmured before hanging up. Song Shuhang. Why did I feel like Scholar Drunken Moon lost all his strength? The roof of a waterfront building on Beijing Street, Wenzhou City. Song Shuhang sat cross-legged, resting his chin in one hand while looking at the scenery below. Ever since he learned how to ride a flying saber, his fear of heights had decreased a lot. Now, as long as he wasn't falling or driving at high speeds, he felt no anxiety even if he looked down from a tall building. Song Shuhang said, forget it. The Divine Lobster's chariot stopped behind him, Soft Feather and Su Clan 16 were still lying within. At this time, the two women still showed no signs of waking up. Song Shuhang looked up at the sky, and softly said, the immortal feast is still around 2 days away. What should I do for the time being? The white dragon also looked up at the sky. I suddenly want to eat a horse. Huh? Song Shuhang raised his head in doubt, and looked at the white dragon. I like eating horses. The white dragon lowered her head, and gently said, once they are roasted, it doesn't matter if they're black or striped with white and black lines, I just want to eat them. Song Shuhang, speaking of roasted black horses, for some reason, he suddenly remembered the black stallion spirit that had a horse harem. Previously, it had almost been turned into a horse dish by immortal fairy Bieshue. In the 9 provinces number 1 group, there were 2 main topics of discussion among the fellow Daoists of the group. One was demon monarch Tyrannical Scholar's disturbing impregnating gaze, and the other was the immortal feast that was set to begin on the 7th. Thrice reckless Mad Saber said, Northern River, I remember you haven't got an invitation yet. I somehow managed to get 2, do you want to buy one from me? Northern River's loose cultivator, thank you for your kindness, but I already have one. Thrice reckless Mad Saber couldn't believe it, and said, when did that happen? When did you get one? Northern River's loose cultivator, I remember using the black iron godly armor to exchange for it with someone, but I suddenly can't remember whom I traded with. I understand. Thrice reckless Mad Saber said, you must have gotten a fake invitation. When the bright moon appears said, by the way, I just talked to profound sage tyrannical scholar, and he's also going to participate in the immortal feast. Northern River's loose cultivator, TSK, your 2 invitations are the ones that are fake. I am the little white crane on the edge of the sky, has Senior White come out of seclusion yet? Northern River's loose cultivator said, don't worry about Senior White. With his luck, he definitely wouldn't miss something as good as the immortal feast. Fairy Lychee, hey, you just missed an important piece of news. Pay attention to Scholar Sunken Doom's message. Thrice reckless Mad Saber curiously asked, did the scholar say something just now? Northern River's loose cultivator, heavens, I finally saw it when I scrolled up. Yellow Mountain is very tired and wants to retire, are you guys working together to rend, fellow daoist when the bright moon appears, heart? Young Master Phoenix Slayer, wait, profound sage tyrannical scholar is going to participate in the immortal feast? I have an immortal feast invitation on me, and I can sell it for a low price. Whoever wants to buy it, just send me a message. Blank nickname, did Senior White come out? Sioux Clan 7 asked, does the immortal feast have a large number of new guests this time? This time around, the number of invitations that everyone got had greatly decreased. For example, in the former immortal feasts, true monarch Yellow Mountain would be able to get several invitations. After keeping some for himself, he would sell the rest to the people of the 9 provinces number 1 group. But this time, true monarch Yellow Mountain only received an invitation for himself and got no extra copies. Yet, according to Sioux Clan 7's intel, the number of participants in the immortal feast did not decrease. On the contrary, the number of tables had even increased. Thrice reckless Mad Saber laughed and said, the next tide of spiritual energy is coming, so everyone has become eager to take action. Kick them, the tide of spiritual energy was approaching, and the great changes in the world were imminent. The 7 profound sages that had appeared in rapid succession were also a sign that the new great era of cultivation was coming. As a result, the practitioners of the universe had been getting restless, and were ready to enter into action. Even loose cultivators were making appointments to group up to search for treasures and secret realms. When the great era arrived, a number of hidden treasures and secret realms would appear due to the increase in spiritual energy. If one managed to acquire some hidden inheritance, that would be a good opportunity to climb up the ranks in one go. Some of the inheritances were so good that they would be enough to become the foundation of a new sect. Even the sects of some of the fellow daoists in the 9 provinces number 1 group had become more active. And along with the increase in the activity of practitioners, a greater number of incidents would follow. Good ones and bad ones, both would occur. In the past, everyone would stay put and diligently cultivate, rarely meeting or communicating with others, resulting in there being fewer incidents between practitioners. Now that everyone was becoming more active, the increase in contact with one another would naturally trigger various events. Island Master Tian Kong said, we've been having a headache recently. With practitioners around the world moving a lot more, even a small secret island like ours has been getting intruded. Tian Wei, who is in charge of the defensive formation, is already exhausted. Fairy Dongfang 6 said, defending passively isn't a good way to deal with things. I suggest that you put up a sign with the words, there is an immortal island ahead, intruders will be put to death. That will certainly have some deterrent effect. Demonic sects all did this, and it was best to add a few skulls tied to strings next to the sign for better results. Thrice reckless Mad Saber said, "No, that's too vicious. I think that it would be better to put up a sign saying, 'There is a fairy Dongfang driving a 10-ton truck ahead, it would do you best to stay away.' Once this sign is put up, it will definitely work wonders." Fairy Dongfang 6. Blank nickname, Seniors, can anyone tell me if Senior White's meditation is over or not? Dongfang Snow suggested, "Please make sure to put, Fairy Dongfang 6. There are many fairies with the surname Dongfang. If you don't label it, Fairy Dongfang 6, others might have trouble remembering who it is you are referring to." Thrice reckless Mad Saber, 1. Cave Lord Snow Wolf, when this sign is put up, there will definitely be nobody that dares to approach within 10, no, 100 kilometers of the island. Scholar Xian Gong, fellow daoist Tian Tian Kong should really consider it. True Monarch Fallout said, "I like this post." Fairy Dongfang 6. Those of you who dared to like and thumbs up this idea, just wait. After the immortal feast, I will personally drive all the way to your doorsteps. Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, the fact that the practitioners have been getting more lively as of late is just the beginning. As the heavens are about to change, there will be many passages that open up between Earth and the other realms of the universe. In the near future, there might be various practitioners of other worlds and realms that come to our planet. Everyone must pay close attention to this. That is one of the causes of our worry. Under our temple, there is a passage that connects to the beast realm that we had suppressed. In the near future, we will have to ask the elders in our sect to go out and suppress that passage again. True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple sighed. Eternal Fire is very tired and wants to retire. Our scholarly faction has fully migrated to the world of the Golden Lotus. As such, we have a lot of defensive formations that have been left idle in the main world. If you require any, I can give you a 20% discount. The scholarly faction was also a big sect, and it had properties all over the universe. Since all of the disciples of the scholarly faction were now moving to the world of the Golden Lotus, most their things that were in the outside world were taken away with them, while those that could not be moved were to be sold and exchanged for resources. There were only some special areas left that were guarded by disciples as bases in the main world. Tyrant Flood Dragon wants to father a football team, fellow Daoist Eternal Fire, after your scholarly faction goes into seclusion, avoid completely disconnecting from the outside world lest you fail to keep up with the times. True Monarch Eternal Fire replied, "Don't worry. As long as we survive the next great tribulation, our scholarly faction will have a resurgence from the world of the Golden Lotus." In recent years, the scholarly faction had been forced to face disaster after disaster due to the Netherworld realm and the ruler of the Netherworld. But now that the change of the Wielder of the Will was imminent, it was unlikely that the new ruler of the Netherworld would have enmity with the scholarly faction. At that time, the scholarly faction could naturally come out of the world of the Golden Lotus and keep developing. Northern River's loose cultivator laughed, and said, "At Eternal Fire is very tired and wants to retire, fellow Daoist Eternal Fire, is there a reward for introducing business to you?" True Monarch Eternal Fire, that's a given. If a fellow Daoist introduces business to us, we can give you 5% of the sum. I'm that little white crane at the edge of the earth's end. Hey, I just got news from immortal fairy Bieshue. In addition to the members of our world of cultivation, there will be practitioners from other systems that will be participating in the immortal feast this time. At that time, it is indisputable that there will be some skirmish between the meals. Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue asked, "Will there be members from all over the universe? Or are there only practitioners from Earth?" True Monarch White Crane said, "I don't know as I only have limited information." Right, you can ask 7. The Spirit River Sioux clan has always been a sponsor of the Immortal Feast. He surely has more information about this. Sioux Clan 7, I've recently been staying at Thrice Reckless House, and I haven't gone back to the Spirit River Sioux clan in a while. I'll give them a call and ask about the situation. Daluo sex fairy rain moon, are thrice reckless and 7 living together? Oh no, my brain is filling up with a lot of images. My right hand can't hold back. I really want to draw a yaoi manga now. Thrice reckless mad saber. Su Clan 7, thrice reckless is also about to break through, so I stayed to accompany him in studying saber techniques to allow his saber path to advance. When the time comes, he can transcend his tribulation with more confidence. By the way, I haven't been in the mood to look for people to challenge recently. I always have an empty feeling inside me, as if I'm missing something. Vice Island Master Tian Wei, Senior 7, are you still thinking about your cute junior? Yeah, but I can't remember what my junior's name is and what they look like. I'm very worried about her safety. Su Clan 7 sighed. Blank nickname, Senior 7, you still have an impression of 16? Who is this fellow daoist? Senior Yellow Mountain, when did you add a new person? Su Clan 7 finally noticed this fellow daoist who had a blank nickname. Yellow Mountain is very tired and wants to retire. I haven't. Maybe they were added by one of the other administrators. Daluo Sex Fairy Rain Moon said, I haven't added anybody. Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, neither did I. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, this fellow daoist's nickname is blank, and their information is also blank. I haven't noted down their real name either. How were they added to the 9 provinces number 1 group? Northern River's Loose Cultivator, if you don't recognize them, just kick them. Yellow Mountain is very tired and wants to retire, Before kicking them, it would be better for me to do some divinations and see if there is any fate between us and this fellow daoist. I recently downloaded a divining app, and it's pretty accurate. Blank nickname, Senior Yellow Mountain, stop. It's me, Tyrannical Song. My nickname is blank because I am in a special state right now. I don't want to be like this, either. Song Shuhang quickly sent this message to the group. He directly mentioned his sage name because the seniors in the group might have forgotten the name, Song Shuhang, and his other 7 daoist names. If he mentioned his sage name Tyrannical Song, everyone would at least have an impression of it. Young Master Phoenix Slayer said, Tyrannical Song? Tyrannical Song is Tyrannical Scholar. Oh no, I saw his message. Will I get pregnant? Blank nickname, Senior Phoenix Slayer, stop joking around. How can you get pregnant by looking at a chat message? Fairy Lychee, is it really impossible? I was scared to death for a moment. Medicine Master, oh no, I just swallowed some contraceptives, Purple Mist. Blank nickname, Seniors, stop messing around, and let's have a serious talk. Also, Senior Yellow Mountain, what the hell is that divining app? Isn't it too mean for you to be using such a method to decide my fate? Northern River's Loose Cultivator said, I use that software too, and it's pretty accurate. But I have no clue who the developer is. They're rather mysterious. When the bright moon appears, fellow daoist Tyrannical Song, you're online too? Blank nickname, I've been online for a while, and I have even spoken several times, but none of the seniors noticed me. When the bright moon appears, I understand too well as I am often ignored by them as well. Sometimes, I have to post the same message several times before someone notices it. When Song Shuhang saw these words, he felt that his relationship with Scholar Drunken Star had become stronger. Su Clan 7, wait, I just checked the message history. Fellow daoist Tyrannical Song, do you know whom I forgot? Is it 16? Vice Island Master Tian Wei, there is only one truth. Island Master Tian Kong, fellow daoist Tyrannical Song is the cute junior that you forgot about. He is currently in a state similar to Scholar Scrappy Spoons, so fellow daoist 7 forgot about him. Blank nickname, Su Clan 7, my junior couldn't possibly be this uncute. His intuition told him that profound sage Tyrannical Song had nothing to do with cuteness at all. Blank nickname, it's 16, senior 7. The one you forgot about is 16, not me. Su Clan 7, is she cute? Song Shuhang. Blank nickname, 16 is very cute. Su Clan 7, then, where is 16 now? Song Shuhang replied, she's beside me. We're going to the immortal feast with Scholar when the bright moon appears on the 7th. Su Clan 7, you're also participating in the immortal feast? Having said this, Su Clan 7 turned his head and said to Thrice Reckless, who wasn't too far behind him, Thrice Reckless, do you have any more invitations? He had given his own invitation to a junior of the Su clan. At that time, he was expecting to transcend his heavenly tribulation during the immortal feast. However, he ended up transcending it in advance. And now, he was too embarrassed to take back the invitation from that junior. I'll sell it to you at double the price. The corners of Thrice Reckless Mad Saber's mouth rose. Su Clan 7 boldly said, no problem. After saying that, he raised his big saber. Thrice Reckless, the break is over, so let's continue. We must strive to take your saber path to the next level today. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber. Thrice Reckless stretched out his hand, and said, wait, 7. I also have a question for Tyrannical Song. Afterward, he quickly sent a message in the 9 Provinces No. 1 group. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, fellow daoist Tyrannical Song, since you know of 7's junior, do you know which fairy maiden am I failing to recall? She should be someone very important to me, but I can't seem to picture her in my mind. Song Shuhang replied, do you mean Fairy Skylark? For the past few years, Fairy Skylark would find enjoyment in teasing Thrice Reckless, and she felt that Thrice Reckless suited her taste pretty well. To her, a man who didn't seek death was like a salted fish. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, I don't know if the one I forgot is Fairy Skylark, but where is she right now? Does fellow daoist Tyrannical Song have any information? Song Shuhang replied, Fairy Skylark came out earlier than us. It's possible that she has already gone to look for you. Currently, Skylark was divided into 2. Skylark's old body and the Bone of Eternity were left with the ruler of the Netherworld, Liquid Metal Ball 2, and were locked in the Wielder's small black room. As for the newborn Skylark, she had returned to the main world after the demonic tribulation. With her character, she should be working to prepare for her heavenly tribulation. After that, she would probably look for Senior Thrice Reckless. However, there was a problem here. The new Skylark was a miniature version of the old one. After Thrice Reckless met her, with his death-seeking character, only the heavens knew what would happen. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber said, if that's so, then I'm relieved. After Thrice Reckless Mad Saber's questions were answered, the topic in the 9 Provinces No. 1 group went back to the Immortal Feast. The Immortal Feast this year seemed like it wasn't going to be as peaceful as previous ones. Northern River's loose cultivator curiously asked, where's 7? Didn't he say that he was going to make a call and ask about the Immortal Feast? Su Clan 7, wait, I'm still comparing notes with Thrice Reckless. And you still have time to chat in the group? Northern River's loose cultivator couldn't laugh or cry. Su Clan 7, I've already become a true monarch, and I can now abuse Thrice Reckless with one hand. Give me a moment, I will make the call right now. Blank nickname, by the way, I forgot to ask just now, has Senior White come out of seclusion? The 9 Provinces No. 1 group quieted down, and no one answered for a long while. About half a minute later. Su Clan 7, I got news. Originally, this immortal feast was only for practitioners of Earth. However, a few tables were added later for practitioners from other places in the universe. In other words, there will be people from all over the universe coming over. During the immortal feast, it will be difficult to avoid exchanging notes. It's exciting just to think about it. Comparing notes was one of Su Clan 7's favorite things to do. Su Clan 7 added, "It is possible that there will be two ways of comparing notes. One of the ways will be bouts based on one's realm, and since it's a competition during the immortal feast, we'll be comparing notes amicably while guiding one another. The other way will be the competition between geniuses, with people being grouped depending on age. For example, practitioners below 20 years of age would be placed into a large group, and the large group would then be divided into those under 10, under 15, and under 20 years old. After that, there will be competition within the three groups. Practitioners under 40 will also be placed into a large group, and then similarly partitioned into smaller groups. Only this way can the gap between the geniuses be quantified. Those who could participate in the immortal feast were generally at the 5th stage or above. This group of powerful people was likely to compare notes depending on their realm. However, young talented disciples would also be brought to the immortal feast. Most of these talented disciples were only at the 2nd or 3rd stage realm. Because they were all geniuses of the same generation, the gap between them wouldn't be too big. Therefore, age could be used as a way to determine the groupings. Song Shuhang pinched his chin and fell into thought. If he wanted to compare notes with others, how was he supposed to be grouped? Song Shuhang thought to himself, I should be included in those grouped by age. After all, I am only 18 years old. Still, he felt like he would be bullying the others if so. I wonder how powerful the other practitioners under 20 are in the other parts of the universe. He hoped that the sage names, Profound Sage Tyrannical Song and Demon Sage Tyrannical Scholar on him wouldn't scare them. If he had no choice, he could look for a way to reduce the sage seal's effect. After all, it was about comparing notes amicably while guiding one another. In addition, he seemed to have been forgotten by the seniors in the group again. It truly was heart-stifling. I should just call Senior Yellow Mountain and ask him about the situation. Song Shuhang opened his contacts list on his phone. Ouch! At this moment, a soft cry came from the Divine Lobster's chariot behind him. Song Shuhang quickly turned his head and found Soft Feather holding her head while sitting up in the chariot. Soft Feather, you've finally woken up. Song Shuhang let out a sigh of relief. After coming out of the trial grounds, Soft Feather had been unconscious until this moment. Song Shuhang had become a little worried about her mental state. After all, she had been possessed by the Heavenly Emperor. Senior Song, was I asleep for a long time? Soft Feather rubbed her head vigorously. What happened? I feel like my head is splitting apart. Song Shuhang said, when we got out of the trial grounds, you were possessed by an ancient big shot. Soft Feather asked, what? Song Shuhang slowly told Soft Feather about what had taken place in the trial grounds. The Heavenly Emperor of the ancient heavenly city possessed my body? What happened afterward? Soft Feather quickly checked her body in fear of any abnormalities appearing. Song Shuhang continued, later, Senior White Dragon brought us out of the spatial turbulence, and we found you unconscious back at the trial grounds. The Heavenly Emperor has already left your body, but you should check if anything has changed in your body. Generally speaking, after being possessed by this kind of ancient big shot, one would receive some benefits like one's mental energy skyrocketing or something of the sort. However, there would also be many problems. No one could tell for sure whether the Heavenly Emperor had left anything harmful in Soft Feather's body. Maybe if she felt like it, she could possess her body once again. My body seems to be fine, but my ghost spirit is gone. Soft Feather raised her head and stared at Song Shuhang with big eyes. Song Shuhang asked, your ghost spirit? Yeah, it's the spirit ghost that we caught together. It's gone. Soft Feather stretched out her hand and placed it over her heart. The ghost spirit contract is still there, but I can't contact it. The connection between us seems to have been lost, just as if it was severed. This plot was familiar. Wasn't he in a similar state when the lustrous scholar borrowed his first ghost spirit? Putting this together with what happened in the trial grounds, Song Shuhang could already guess the reason for this. Song Shuhang slowly said, "Soft feather. Your ghost spirit might have been abducted by the heavenly emperor." Soft feather. Song Shuhang said, "Your current state is similar to mine when my ghost spirit was borrowed by the lustrous scholar, one of the scholarly faction's 13 tribulation transcenders. You should also know what happened afterward. He lost my ghost spirit, and I still haven't found it." Soft feather looked up at the sky. "Senior Song, our ghost spirits truly had a terrible fate. Their ghost spirits, which they had captured on the same day and contracted within the same month, had been forcibly borrowed by 2 big shots within the same year." Song Shuhang said, "However, as long as the contract is still there should still be hope for the ghost spirit to find its way back." Soft feather rubbed her head that felt like it was splitting apart. We must find our spirit ghosts. Mine and Senior Song's, we will find both of them." While she was talking, she felt that something had happened to the ghost spirit contract in her body. Crack! Her ghost spirit contract shattered and split into pieces. The contract had not disappeared, it only shattered. Senior Song. Soft feather raised her head and looked at Song Shuhang. "You really shouldn't put up flags like that." Song Shuhang. Soft feather said, "My ghost spirit contract just broke." Song Shuhang. Soft feather said, "However, it did not disappear, it just split into 4 pieces." Song Shuhang raised his head and looked up at the sky. This meant that something bad had happened to the ghost spirit. His ghost spirit contract had fragmented, while soft feathers broke into 4 pieces. Exactly what you would expect from resentful spirits that were living in the same grave. However, why did soft feathers' ghost spirit contract suddenly break into pieces? The ghost spirit was seized by the heavenly emperor. With her strength, even if she was in a weak state, there shouldn't be many people in the universe who could deal with her, right? Song Shuhang frowned slightly. Or, could it have been the heavenly emperor who had done something to break the connection between soft feather and her ghost spirit? While he was in thought, Senior White Two's voice rang in his mind. "Shuhang, you've gotten out of the small black room? What's happening in the main world?" Senior White Two's voice sounded like he was in a rush. Song Shuhang said, "The main world? It's still the same for now. However, with the heavens changing, many passages between the various worlds have opened, and the next tide of spiritual energy is soon to come. As for other things, nothing much has changed." Senior White 2 said, "Nothing has changed? Then, how come the mechanization process of the Wielder of the Will came to a halt?" As the Wielder of the Heavens Will had been lacking something, it had entered a machine-like state, and the speed of its transformation was getting faster and faster. However, just now, the transformation process stopped. Song Shuhang suddenly thought of something. Song Shuhang said, "Could it be related to the Heavenly City project and the completion plan?" Just a moment ago, Soft Feather's ghost spirit contract had shattered into 4 pieces, and it was likely that her ghost spirit was currently occupied by the Heavenly Emperor, which happened to be the leader of the Heavenly City project and the wielder of the Will's completion plan. Senior White 2 asked, "The Heavenly City project? Is this matter related to the ancient Heavenly City?" Song Shuhang replied, "The Heavenly City project is a plan designed by the current wielder of the Will to complete himself." He then began to introduce the things he had experienced in his dreamland in detail to Senior White 2. Smiling, Senior White 2 said, "TSK, as expected of someone who managed to become the wielder of the Heaven's Will. However, it is too late for it to turn the tide. Shuhang, keep a low profile, and don't cause any big waves. It just so happens that you have to draw your golden core composition. Therefore, find a quiet place, keep a low profile, and draw your golden core composition. During this period of time, major events will definitely take place in the main world." Song Shuhang sighed faintly. I'm keeping such a low profile that it's impossible to go lower. Currently, he was so low profile that he was basically invisible. Senior White 2 smiled, and said, I guess you're right. Song Shuhang was still under the effects of the Wielders' small black room. If it weren't for the buff from the Divinity show, there was a chance that nobody in the universe would remember him. In fact, even Senior White 2 was affected by the small black room. When his consciousness entered the main world through the world of the Black Lotus and the inner world, his impression of Song Shuhang would begin to gradually fade. However, since he was the ruler of the netherworld, as long as his body remained in the netherworld realm, the influence on him would quickly be negated. In other words, Senior White 2's memory of Song Shuhang was in a cycle of +1, -1, +1, -1. Song Shuhang said, Senior White, you had asked me to get the small black room-breaking disposable flying sword version 001 that the main world's Senior White had created. I've brought back a sample, but I used the flying sword once, so a part of its power has been consumed. When he had been facing the Heavenly Emperor, he used the disposable flying sword's energy to perform the space-time traversal. However, since his usage of the skill was short, only a small portion of the flying sword's energy had been used. After saying that, he transferred the flying sword into the inner world, and then let it be taken away by Senior White 2. It's fine. I only need to study the runes and the structure of this flying sword to see if I can create a similar one. If I can grasp how to create this disposable flying sword, I can sneak into the small black room to find the Almighty Merchant and the big-eyed planet. Senior White 2 took the flying sword, and said, Have you relayed the rules of the game to the Almighty Merchant? Yes, Song Shuhang said. Also, Senior White of the main world said that he wants to see you after he comes out of his seclusion. Senior White 2 went silent for a while, and finally said, All right, let him be the one to determine the time of our appointment. Song Shuhang said, Sure, when the time comes, I'll ask him. Senior White 2 said, Actually, I feel that your current state isn't too bad. Nobody in the universe can remember you, so regardless of what malicious acts you commit, others will forget it with the turn of a head. As he was the ruler of the netherworld, a huge variety of evil plans emerged in his head. For example, robbery, emptying other people or sex collections, going and viciously beating up that fat ball, and things of this sort. No matter what he did, others would forget about it from simply turning their head. Just thinking about it greatly excited Senior White 2. Song Shuhang. Senior White 2 added, however, in the same way, if you do something good, nobody will remember you for it. Song Shuhang responded, Doing good deeds without taking credit makes you a selfless citizen. Senior White 2 said, I've found that my values are very different from yours. There's not much point in discussing this topic with you. Alright, I'm going to study the flying sword. Don't call me unless there is something important. He was the ruler of the netherworld, so why would he talk about doing good deeds without taking credit? It was too unpleasant for him. When Song Shuhang finished talking with Senior White 2, he turned his head and looked at Soft Feather. Soft Feather, it's almost noon. Do you want to have lunch? In fact, after ascending to the 5th stage, Song Shuhang no longer needed much sleep or food. With him now having a golden core, it was more effective for him to directly absorb the spiritual energy between heaven and earth instead of eating. If he really wanted to replenish his energy, it would do him better to rely on spirit stones or eat some medicinal pills. Eating and sleeping were now mere habits that Song Shuhang had had for 18 years. As soon as he turned his head, Song Shuhang found that Soft Feather was standing quietly beside Su Clan 16. She was reaching out and poking the small horns on 16's head. Song Shuhang. Ha ha ha. Soft Feather looked back, embarrassed. Song Shuhang said, Didn't you squeeze 16's horns back in the trial grounds already? Soft Feather blinked. What? I don't remember doing such a thing. Oh, right. You were possessed by the heavenly emperor at that time. Song Shuhang said even up until now, he had not gotten to touch the little horns on 16's head. Soft Feather said, her horns are so cute. At this time, the big sister White Dragon's gentle voice sounded. Even from the perspective of those of the dragon clan, 16's dragon horns are very cute. Soft Feather excitedly said, Big Sister White Dragon, can I grow dragon horns too? The White Dragon shook her head. This is only happening because 16 has activated the dragon bloodline within her body. Dragon horns aren't something that can grow out of thin air. Song Shuhang solemnly said, Soft Feather, I've got a feeling that you might be able to grow out some antennae. Soft Feather pouted, and said, No, that isn't going to happen, Senior Song. Even if my dad's daoist name is Venerable Spirit Butterfly, he isn't a monster butterfly, and I don't have any butterfly blood in me. After mentioning Venerable Spirit Butterfly, another thought emerged in Soft Feather's head. She asked, Senior Song, are we still under the effect of the small black room? Song Shuhang nodded. Soft Feather frowned, and said, Then, did my dad forget about me? Song Shuhang replied, That is indeed possible. However, Senior Spirit Butterfly should be in the middle of transcending his tribulation. Perhaps he hasn't discovered it yet? Soft Feather said, I guess that's true. Let's go and have lunch. If her dad forgot her, he would not send anyone to go fetch her. This meant that she could play outside for a while longer. This transparency state was great. Half an hour later, Song Shuhang and Soft Feather were sitting on some chairs on the side of a street, each of them holding flat bread. Su Clan 16 had been sent to the inner world, and the white dragon was currently floating behind them. Soft Feather said, After we order a dish, the waiter forgets it right on the spot. This is terrible. Song Shuhang sighed. I thought that we would be able to finish eating without paying. Then, we could righteously throw a pile of money at the show owner and shout, Here's your reward. Soft Feather visualized the scene in her head. Song Shuhang sighed again. Just eat your flat bread. Only at stalls that had face-to-face transactions like this small flat bread store were they able to successfully purchase food. Where are we going to play next? Soft Feather asked while nibbling on her flat bread. Song Shuhang thought for a while, and said, How about we go and practice? Soft Feather said, Forget it, I'll just watch Demon Sage Tyrannical Scholar's speech. Tyrannical Scholar's speech? Song Shuhang was surprised. Soft Feather said, When we got back to the main world, I received a notification regarding a rebroadcast of Demon Sage Tyrannical Scholar's speech. Song Shuhang said, I know that people can watch a rebroadcast of the speech. However, aren't we under the effects of the small black room? Why can we receive a rebroadcast? Practitioners who were closed up, transcending their tribulation, refining something, or in the middle of something else which caused them to be unable to spare time to watch the profound sage speech could choose to delay their viewing of the speech. However, Song Shuhang and Soft Feather had smuggled themselves out of the small black room. With their identities, they shouldn't have the qualifications to receive a rebroadcast, right? Soft Feather happily said, Who knows? Well, anyway, I'm going to try getting pregnant. Song Shuhang hurriedly said, Don't, at least not here. Soft Feather paused, and she began to give it some thought. Song Shuhang let out a sigh of relief. If Soft Feather's belly suddenly swelled up in public, it would definitely make the headlines tomorrow. He could even see the title dash, Why did a beautiful girl suddenly become pregnant in public? Could the distortion of humanity or the loss of morality be behind this? Soft Feather seriously asked, Senior Song, if I become pregnant after watching your speech, am I going to be pregnant with your child? Song Shuhang. After a while, Song Shuhang decisively passed the blame. Actually, the impregnating gaze was performed through the scholarly sage's eye. So, is it going to be the child of the scholarly sage? Soft Feather pinched her chin and fell into thought. While the two were talking, a huge group of people rapidly approached their location. There were two girls in the lead. A tall girl, who had hair dyed in various colors, asked, "Ling, are you sure that there's someone here who abuses and kills little chicks?" Beside her, a short girl, who also had colorful hair, said, "Sister Yen, I saw it with my own eyes. There is a cruel fried chicken stall at number 992 Beijing Street. Moreover, for the sake of freshness, the little chicks in this store are kept alive before being brutally killed and turned into browned fried chicken on the spot. I can even seem to hear the cries of the souls of those little chicks as they're being cooked." The tall girl said, "The creatures here truly are cruel. Chicks are so cute, how can they bear to kill them? Every chick is a treasure, and they have the right to live. We should rescue them." Afterward, the two young girls led a large group of people behind them towards number 992 Beijing Street. Song Shuhang was already at the fifth stage, so despite the two girls having spoken softly, he heard everything. Soft Feather had also clearly heard the voices of the two girls when they were communicating. Song Shuhang whispered, "Is that the animal protection?" "Probably, but they usually protect kittens or puppies. I've never seen any that protect little chicks," Soft Feather whispered back. At this time, the white dragon's gentle voice sounded. "The two little girls that are leading the group are not humans. Specifically speaking, they're practitioners of a different world. I'm afraid that their bloodline is related to birds, or perhaps in their world, little chicks are creatures that are as precious as giant pandas are here." If this were the case, then they could understand the anger that the two girls were feeling when they saw the chicks being killed. "Practitioners from other worlds have come to ours so soon?" Song Shuhang raised his eyebrows. After the passages in the universe were opened, all kinds of troublesome things would also follow. People in different worlds had different worldviews, values, and customs. This could easily cause conflicts. An example of this was the scene that was taking place before them. On Earth, it was normal for chicken to be eaten. However, in some other world, chicks might be treated like sacred birds. But having said that, the Chinese of these two girls was pretty smooth. Soft Feather softly asked, "Should we stop these two girls? That fried chicken shop was run by an ordinary person. If the two girls rushed in, the people in the shop wouldn't have any way of dealing with them if there was a conflict." The white dragon reminded, "Most of the people following them have been subject to the effects of a charming technique. The others are simply curious and joining in on the fun. Let's follow them and watch them closely. We can't let them cause trouble." Song Shuhang rubbed his eyebrows. This was Beijing Street, the street where his parents lived. He didn't want any chaos here. At the fried chicken shop at number 992 Beijing Street, the shopkeeper looked at the crowd that surrounded his shop with a confused expression. He fell into a panic. What did I do to anger all these people? Yen, the tall girl with colored hair, loudly said, "Release the cute chicks. They should be free, they have the right to live." The owner was baffled. "Huh?" Ling, the girl with short colored hair, similarly shouted, "Chicks are also living creatures. How can you not be bothered and you kill them and torture them with a pan of oil?" The owner. "What the f***ck?" Then, the group of people who had been charmed by the girls, as well as those who followed the group because of curiosity, mimicked the girls' shouts behind them. "Chicks are also living creatures. Chicks are innocent. Every creature has the right to live. Can you imagine human beings being thrown into a pan of oil after being skinned? Chickens are the same as humans. There won't be any harm if you don't do business." Song Shuhang and Soft Feather followed closely. Song Shuhang said, "Let's remove the effects of the charm technique first." Soft Feather replied, "I only learned how to dispel charm techniques on a single target. There are so many people there, and dispelling them one by one will attract the attention of the two girls. Big Sister White Dragon, do you have any way to dispel the effect of the charm technique? Song Shuhang asked. His roaring lion's technique did have the effect of dispelling this kind of special effects, but it was extremely loud. While he was speaking, Fairy Creation appeared behind him. Fairy Creation opened her mouth, and sang, "Ayayaya, hey." Sound waves spread outward. In the next moment, those who had been charmed by the girls rubbed their eyes in confusion. Someone looked at their banners, which read, "Refusing to hurt the chicken, there is no harm if there is no business," with a dumbfounded expression. Have I gone crazy? The awakened crowd quickly threw away the banners, and then some left while covering their faces. If someone told their acquaintances that they were huddled together to save a few chickens, they would be laughed at by their friends. As soon as the charmed crowd dispersed, those around who had gathered because of boredom also dispersed. In the end, only the two girls were left standing at the door of the store. That was rather awkward. The shopkeeper looked dumbfounded as he had prepared for the worst just now. He was getting ready to lose some cute chicks to send the two girls and the crowd away. However, the crowd suddenly dispersed, leaving only two cute girls. The two girls turned their heads and moved their gaze to where Song Shuhang was. Just now, they sensed that a sound wave had come from behind Song Shuhang, which caused their charm technique to be dispelled in one fell swoop. Ling gritted her teeth, and said, "It was you." Yen asked, "Who are you, and why did you sabotage our plan?" Song Shuhang smiled slightly and silently transmitted a message. "Little fellow daoists, this is not your hometown. Every world has its rules and customs. Therefore, I hope that you can follow the rules here." Ling snorted, and said, "What if we refuse?" Song Shuhang smiled slightly. He did not answer, but he secretly mobilized the power of his sage seal. Sometimes, his identity of a profound sage really came in handy. The power of the sage seal exploded. Yan's voice trembled. "Sage Monarch Tra. Tyrannical Song. Tyrannical Song? You mean Demon Sage Tyrannical Scholar?" Ling jumped back, holding her belly while looking at Song Shuhang in horror. The two girls lowered their heads, afraid to look into Song Shuhang's eyes. Ling even held her breath. 101 It's over. I've run into Demon Sage Tyrannical Scholar. If you were stared at by Demon Sage Tyrannical Scholar, you would get pregnant. If you breathed the same air as him, would you become pregnant with twins? The store owner looked at Song Shuhang curiously. He was unable to understand what happened. Why did the two girls, who were very active just now, become like mice who ran into a cat after they saw the kind-looking boy in the distance? Song Shuhang transmitted a message again. "Do you accept your mistakes?" Of the two young girls, one was at the peak of the second stage, at the Dragon Horn Dantian realm, and was very likely to make a breakthrough soon. The other was at the second stage fourth Dantian, Dragon Body Dantian realm. The two girls didn't seem to be that old, so they should be geniuses. "We didn't do anything wrong," Ling said stubbornly. "Chicks are precious creatures. It is wrong to cruelly slaughter them." Two different worlds with different worldviews, disaster unfolded as soon as they met. At the side, Soft Feathered curiously said, "We aren't asking you to change your views, but if you want to rescue the chicks, why not spend money to buy them?" Song Shuhang remarked, "That's also what I was trying to say." The two girls continued to lower their heads, their bodies trembling slightly as they remained silent. "Ling, Yen, where are you?" At this moment, a woman in a long skirt quickly neared their location. When she approached the two girls, she saw the fried chicken shop, the two shivering girls, and then Song Shuhang, who was clearly a practitioner and not too far away from them. Without needing an explanation, she could guess what had happened. The woman rubbed her temples in distress. "I'm so tired of this." The woman transmitted a message to Song Shuhang. "Fellow Daoist, I apologize. It appears my two juniors have caused you some trouble. Song Shuhang nodded slightly, and said, "It's all right." Ling whispered, "Master, that's Tyrannical Scholar." When the woman heard this, she froze. She stared at Song Shuhang again. The "nobody under the heavens doesn't know of me" effect was activated. Profound Sage Tyrannical Song, Demon Sage Tyrannical Scholar. The first sage in 1,000 years. A single person with two sage names. It really was him. Fellow daoist Tyrannical Scholar, it's an honor to meet you. The woman sent another sound transmission. There was some annoyance in her tone, but her face became bashful right after. Song Shuhang. The woman in the long skirt took another deep breath, and then transmitted another message. Fellow daoist Tyrannical Scholar, I heard that you have a way to deal with the evil energy of the netherworld. Is that right? Song Shuhang asked, are you guys practitioners from the beast realm?